Chapter 323. You didn't even have the slightest bit of defense, nor did you have the slightest bit of hesitation. Xianxia didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a chill coming from the top of his head. His scalp went numb and the hair on his back stood on end. As it went further down, his anus tightened. I'm done for. That was the only thought in Xianxia's mind. Then, there were many more thoughts that came one after another. It was especially complicated. Why did I agree to teach? As expected, being a salted fish is the best way to survive. If I just stay at home and be a salted fish, everything will be fine. I'm afraid I've lost my mind at that time. This little pervert, what a vicious knife. I, Xianxia, have brought my sister around for so many years, all kinds of kissing and occasionally having sex. Finally, the boat capsized. The students noticed that after that guy asked this question, the light smile on Senior Xianxia's face suddenly disappeared. There was a small noise in the classroom, and the students' eyes were shining as if they were gossiping. However, different from the students' happy attitude, Xianxia was keenly aware that a strange orange light flashed in the old master's glasses. He was shocked. That's murderous intent. No, I have to save myself before the old master's murderous intent locks onto me. In just a few seconds, various countermeasures floated through Xianxia's mind. If his brain was compared to a CPU, he was already overloaded. This matter was no longer a secret on the internet. It had been spread by people inside the crew. Jianghu didn't refute it, and many netizens took it as a tacit agreement. At the premiere, the reporter asked the siblings why they didn't use a stunt double for the kissing scene. He remembered that his sister was very generous at that time. Filming is an art, regardless of the subject. He remembered that he was also very open at that time. There's no such thing as a kissing scene with Qin Bao Bao. It's all for the sake of art. Why the F***ck did I have to pretend? Just deny it and say that it's a stunt double. Now I'm finished. Most importantly, with the old man's intelligence, he might be able to connect it to the incident where his children tried to stop them from watching movies. Combined with this rumor, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't explain or argue about this matter. What I need to do now is to dispel the suspicion in my grandfather's heart. My mother was already suspicious. If my father was suspicious too, then there would be no point in playing this game. Sister Bao and I could only raise the white flag and say GG, praying for a better death. This question is very good, very good. Xianxia involuntarily raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. Advanced acting mastery activate. After the skill was activated, the haze between Senior Xianxia's eyebrows disappeared. The corners of his mouth were relaxed and his complexion was normal. Eggy smiled. At that time, it just so happened that my investment company was expanding its business. I don't know if anyone has noticed the entertainment news, but during that time, the production team's funds ran into problems. I know. I've seen it before. They said that the investor withdrew their investment, a classmate said loudly. Yes, that was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting in a movie. I quickly contacted the production team and planned to invest in the production team to film the movie. Xianxia said, my father said that blood is thicker than water. Broken bones are connected by tendons. Family members should help and support each other. When he said this, Senior Xianxia's expression was very excited. It was as if he was praising socialism. From his uncontrollable expression, it could be seen that he deeply respected his father. The students were in awe. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He was also gratified by his son's performance. He temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart. After hearing this, the old man quickly analyzed two key points. 1. My daughter doesn't act in kissing scenes. 2. My daughter only acts in kissing scenes with my son. F***ck, I don't even dare to think about this. Perhaps out of professionalism, Jianghu rejected the substitute for the kiss scene. However, it was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she definitely couldn't adapt to this kind of kiss scene. There was a small stalemate. Coincidentally, Jianghu's schedule changed, so he took the initiative to withdraw from the production team. It wasn't like the rumors online that I kicked him out of the production team. After discussing it with the director, I decided to act as the male lead. Xianxia said in a casual tone. During the filming, I asked her, Sister, do you plan to go into the film and television industry in the future? She thought for a long time and nodded. Yes. I said that you can't always use a substitute. Acting skills need to be honed, not relied on a substitute. So there was this kissing scene. Actually, there was a big psychological barrier to acting in a kissing scene with her. However, since I chose to act as the male lead, I could only accept it. After all, I couldn't find a suitable lead in a short period of time. She resisted even more and didn't do it well several times. But in the end she succeeded. For her, it was a qualitative leap in her acting skills. Yes, it was also a leap in my kissing skills. From the beginning to the end, Qinzhe's words were reasonable. His expression was calm and composed. His frank and nonchalant attitude was very persuasive and convincing. First, I didn't want to act in a kissing scene with Qin Baobao. It was because I couldn't find a male lead for the time being. Second, there are no father and son on the battlefield. There are no siblings on the stage. Everything is for the sake of art. Anything that is covered in the cloak of art will instantly become high and mighty. So that's it. The students thought. So that's it. The old man thought. So that's it. It's all for the sake of acting. Moreover, my son and daughter were very resistant. I was thinking too much. Then, Senior Qinzhe, will you still act in movies in the future? I really like the movies you act in, a girl asked. We'll talk about it in the future, Qinzhe said. Next time, I definitely won't act in a kissing scene with my sister. He thought to himself. This fog had to be erected properly and could not fall over. Next, he answered a few more questions and talked about his company with his classmates. He boasted about the strength of the company and encouraged his juniors to come to the company for internships. They would be treated well. He looked at his watch. It was about time. Finally, I'll answer one last question. This time no one raised their hand. The students shouted, Senior, recommend a few stocks. Senior, we want high-quality stocks. Please. Senior, take us to show off and soar. The professor's lenses flashed sharply in unison. Qinzhe pondered for a moment and looked at the unactivated camera on the ceiling. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll recommend a few stocks that I'm more optimistic about. Those who invest in stocks can use it as a reference. Those who don't invest in stocks can just treat it as a show. He opened a private equity company. It was not like the public equity company that was restricted everywhere. This was not a public platform like Weibo. In fact, it was not a big deal for an individual to recommend stocks. Securities companies also recommend stocks to their clients every day. Qinzhe picked up the oil pen on the podium, turned around and wrote on the blackboard. Groups of eyes stared at the blackboard. Senior Qinzhe is going to write stocks. Quick, take a notebook and write it down. Whether we can make a fortune or not depends on this wave. It's really a wise decision to come to the lecture today. It's not a loss. Some students wrote it down on paper. Some students directly took out their mobile phones and opened the stock trading software. They saved the stocks that Qinzhe wrote down in the self-selected stocks. The professors whispered to each other. Are these stocks okay? A few of them are inflated, right? Who cares if they're inflated or not? Write them down first. Later we'll pick better stocks from them. Yes, quickly write them down. This time we'll earn back the capital and interest. Look at old Qin. He's not writing? Why should he? He's not investing in stocks. He's a porter of the stock market. Hey, this old guy. Qinzhe wrote down the names and codes of 10 stocks on the blackboard. There were military stocks, infrastructure stocks, agricultural stocks. These were the stocks that he was interested in recently. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. After a long time, no one knows what will happen, he said. The students nodded and wrote it down in their notebooks or mobile phones. A short period of time, a week at least, half a month at most. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The first reaction of the students was not to pack up and leave the classroom. Instead, they swarmed over and touched Qinzhe up close. He was surrounded by people, all of whom were girls. The boys were green with envy and jealousy. Qinzhe, what's your mobile phone number? Qinzhe, on the day you come back to get your graduation certificate, you must not sneak away. Qinzhe, I love you. The girls screamed. Senior Qinzhe, I love you. Suddenly there was a rough voice. Damn, who is it? Their view of love is too skewed. He looked around. There were too many people and he could not find the guy who shouted just now. Then the female students pestered him for autographs. Qinzhe signed them one by one. Those who wanted to write on their faces were ignored. Those who wanted to write on their breast. Of course he ignored them. In private he would agree, but in public he had to be careful. Unless he made a mosaic. After getting rid of the students, he followed his old man to the office. Along the way the old man looked at him strangely. Qinzhe could not understand the strange look in his father's eyes. He began to make wild guesses. This salted fish has really made a comeback. My son is so outstanding. There must be something wrong with this salted fish and sister's kissing scene. When they reached the office door, Qinzhe's expression was unnatural. Dad, what are you looking at? The old man glared at him. What's wrong with looking at you? Qinze was speechless. Well, you're the old man. You can look as you wish. You didn't let me down, the old man said. Qinze grinned. For the first time in so many years, his father praised him to his face without being pretentious. Qinze, who had been whipped by his father for many years, felt sour in his heart. This cheat was worth it. But I'm still not satisfied. The old man glared at him. Still not satisfied? Do you have to force me to punch the greyhound of the east and step on the black cat of the sky before you reluctantly accept me, this good-for-nothing son? I'm very good. Even my mother praised me for being promising. I'm very good. My mother knows, but my father doesn't know. You and Suyu have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. But even if she is wholeheartedly devoted to you and helps you manage the company, you haven't clarified your relationship with her until now. The old man tapped his son's head with his finger. In fact, you still lack a sense of responsibility. If you hadn't calmly disclosed your relationship today, I would have beaten you to death in front of your mother the next time we go home. Beat me to death in front of my mother? Qinze? What's the situation? Suyu and I have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. Dad, what are you talking about? Did you read the wrong script? Qinze was stunned. He felt that something had happened that he didn't know. So flustered. My father. When did he know Suyu? Oh my God. Chapter 324. Suyu. When did she hook up with my dad? Qinze had a bad feeling in his heart. He remembered that he personally gave Suyu's email to the old man, and he personally opened a door for Suyu to make trouble. Although I don't know what Teddy said to my dad, the old man obviously regarded her as my girlfriend. Dad, my girlfriend is Z. Qinze stopped fiercely. According to my dad's temper, once I say this, he will beat me up without saying anything, and then listen to my explanation. I can't be beaten for nothing. Dad, how do you know Suyu? Qinze asked. Didn't you give me her email last time? Speaking of Suyu, the old man showed a satisfied smile. Suyu is a sensible girl, smart and capable and knowledgeable. I am very relieved to have her help you take care of the company. Dad, how do you know that Suyu is capable? Bah, now is not the time to complain. Dad, in fact, Suyu and I, the old man patted his son on the shoulder and interrupted him. It doesn't matter if men like to play, Dad was. Anyway, you know it. But you have to know how to take responsibility. Bao Bao said that you like Zijin. Dad knows that Zijin is a good girl, beautiful and virtuous, but Suyu is not bad either. So you want me to marry both of them? Qinze's eyes lit up. Bah. A scalp hit Qinze's head without warning. The old man's eyes widened and for a moment he suddenly sighed. Dad still understands your idea. Young people always think about it. But the ideal is very full, and the reality is inevitably thin. Since you have a relationship with Suyu, you have to be responsible for her, you know. My God, what did Suyu say to my dad? Can I explain it clearly? And Suyu is also beautiful, no worse than your sister. Such a beautiful girl, it's really cheap for you. The old man smiled. Suyu is really beautiful and her appearance is 666, but I always feel that something is wrong. This, your sister, should be changed to Zijin, right? That was the right style. No, Dad, you haven't seen Suyu. Qinze was stunned. If he remembered correctly, his dad only knew Suyu at most. He even knew that Suyu was beautiful? Grandpa Xing took out his phone from his pocket. I've seen her photo. He opened the chat software and showed his son his chat with Suyu. In the chat history, there was a beautiful selfie of Suyu with long black hair, a delicate face, a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, and a peace sign. Other than the fact that her body wasn't as sexy and seductive as her sister's, her looks weren't too far off. Qinze was speechless. At the same time, he saw the chat records of the old man and Suyu. Uncle, Qinze has been ignoring me for the past few days. This brat, I'll teach him a lesson another day. Uncle, Qinze doesn't play with me at night. Don't tell me this kind of thing. Uncle, can you help me build a model someday? Okay. Qinze was speechless. He didn't know what to say. I was wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have given Suyu a chance to be a demon. I'll go to the company tomorrow and let that witch know the power of my iron rod. Punishing evil and promoting kindness like a Buddha. Grandpa Xing took back his phone and said, bring her home for dinner someday and let your mother see her. Your mother will be very happy. Dad, you didn't tell Mom, did you? Qinze was taken aback. If Mom knows, Sister will definitely know. If Sister knows, Sister Ziwei will definitely know. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Hey, that's not right. Why am I guilty? I'm fine with Suyu. I might as well reveal this to Mom and dispel her doubts, and then explain it to Sister. killing two birds with one stone. When you bring her home one day, it's not too late to tell your mother. Give her a surprise. Grandpa Xing laughed. That's fine. Qin Zhe said goodbye to his father and left the university. In a luxurious office. It was a European-style layout, a full set of Armani furniture, abstract oil paintings hung on the wall, but the coffee table was made of handmade yellow rosewood, carved with dragons and phoenixes. The few gadgets on the coffee table were even more amazing. The teapot was a Yongjing butterfly-patterned lid of the Qing dynasty, and Gu Jingzhou's Yixing clay teapot, revealing a majestic aura. However, the overall feeling was a combination of things like drawing a tiger or a dog, which was neither. Behind the desk sat a man with a dignified aura, handsome, thin, and spirited eyes. Chao Bing, my ex-husband. Chao Bing looked at the information in his hand. Qin Zhe, male, born in 1995. He and sister-in-law didn't know each other for a long time, about half a year. In 2 months, he frequently went in and out of sister-in-law's house. I checked and found that he was a tutor for Dong Lai. For the time being, I didn't find out that he has a close relationship with sister-in-law. As for the investment company, there is a woman named Su Yu. She is sister-in-law's friend, or because of this relationship, she invested in Baoza. The man in a suit stood in front of the desk and reported. But this can't explain the transfer of shares of Tianfang Entertainment. Nan Man has invested a lot of money and manpower in this company. With her stubborn character, she will never give up without making some achievements. And she doesn't lack 100 or 200 million yuan. Chao Bing put down the information and looked at his subordinate. Baoza and Tianfang are not fat, but they are not thin either. Moreover, have you seen your sister-in-law so closely tied to a business person for so many years? Adong was silent. The relationship between sister-in-law and this guy named Qin Zhe was not ordinary. At least, it was not as simple as a business partner. Boss was on a long journey to reconcile with sister-in-law, and the destination was still far away. At this time, any man who had a close relationship with sister-in-law would be on the list of targets to be killed. He took out a small pistol and started shooting. That day, I shamelessly stayed at Nan Man's place for a meal and happened to meet this guy. Dong Lai and Ziki called him uncle. Guess what Nan Man's reaction was? Chao Bing pursed his lips. She didn't object. Adong, you have been with us for more than 10 years. What do you think this means? Adong hesitated. It means sister-in-law doesn't dislike him. You don't have to be so reserved. Not only does she not dislike him, she has a good impression of him. Chao Bing clicked his tongue. This guy is really outstanding. No matter how outstanding he is, he can't be compared to you, boss. Although Adong said this, he was worried for his boss. A young and outstanding man who was also handsome and had a rising career. He felt that he would be a strong rival for his boss. Most importantly, the other party was very young. A 23-year-old guy. TSK, a 23-year-old's waist was much better than a 32-year-old's. Chao Bing's finger pointed at Qin Zhe's information, and a feeling of confusion arose in his heart. This kid's family background was mediocre, and after following the vine for a long time, he still couldn't find any big information about his background. His mother was a housewife. His father was a university professor. His sister was a popular singer. He ran 2 companies himself. As for the investment company, it only dealt in stocks and futures. Other businesses that relied on background and connections were not doing well. This meant that he was really speculating in stocks and made a fortune in the bull market. Such a young man must be arrogant, but his IQ should not be below average. How did he become tough in front of Nan Man and himself? What was his confidence? It should be known that many young men who were worth more than Qin Zhe could not be tough in front of Nan Man. I want to arm wrestle with this young man, Chao Bing said. Let's see if he is tough or if I am tough. Ah Dong perked up. Boss, do you want to go in the light or the dark? Doesn't he have 2 companies? I want to compete with him first, Chao Bing said. After the discussion, Ah Dong went out to do some work. Chao Bing leaned on the office chair, took a deep breath and exhaled smoke. He became a disciple of a big boss in the north when he was 10 years old. That spring, when the peach blossoms first bloomed, he saw a girl with 2 braids in a deep courtyard hidden by layers of flowers and trees. She was 7 years old that year. Many years later, when Chao Bing recalled the scene, he felt that the only thing missing was an old Cantonese song as the background music. Later, her father was caught and killed because he was involved in too many shady businesses. He single-handedly supported the Pei family's business and gave Nan Man Pei and her sister a backing. The story of a senior brother loving his junior sister had a perfect ending. That was the woman he loved. He thought that he would live a peaceful and happy life with the woman he loved. Later he became Qin Shimi and destroyed his marriage with his own hands. He watched Qin Zhe's movie, The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. When he finished watching the ending, his ex-husband sat in the movie theater and smoked a pack of cigarettes. The protagonist, Xianxia, had the same experience as him. However, Xianxia did not know who his true love was until he died. He was different. He only loved one woman from the beginning to the end. However, this woman was too unique. He had tried so hard to win her heart back then. After so many years, he was not confident that he could make Nanman Pei stay by his side without any status. He had put in a lot of effort to make this happen. Most of his businesses were in the north and he had a listed company in Shanghai. He stayed in Shanghai for a few months in the name of a business trip and only returned to the north on weekends. What really made him feel hopeless was not the sudden appearance of a local from Shanghai, but Pei Nanman's attitude towards him. She did not hate him, nor did she hate him. She was not sad, nor did she beat her chest with her little fists and scolded him for being a heartless person. It was like they were strangers. Maybe they were friends. Otherwise, she would not have invited him to stay for dinner. But this was what scared his ex-husband the most. I treat you as my true love, but you treat me as your friend? Did she really fall in love with someone else? His ex-husband thought of this sad possibility. Chapter 325. On the way home, Qin Zhe was bored, so he pulled out the salted fish system for a chat. System, can you give me a discount on those super awesome skills of yours? It's common sense to leave your sweet dreams for the night. Then give me credit, just like a credit card, and I'll pay back the points slowly. Sorry, this system doesn't have a credit program. A system like you is an obsolete product from 300 years ago. Other people's systems can do whatever they want, completely ignoring the rules. The system simply ignored him. Look at you, you're scared again, Qin Zhe said in distress. We've been tied up for so long, and it seems that other than changing a few songs and eating a few skill books, there's not much use. The system was not convinced and retorted, in fact, the things in the points store are enough for you to easily hang on until you have no friends. But your points reward is so little, exchanging for things that are so awesome that you have no friends costs 999 plus points. Are you blaming me? As long as you keep doing missions, you can quickly accumulate a huge amount of points, but why are there so few missions? There was a long silence. Qin Zhe and the system sighed in tacit understanding. Let's not hurt each other. Agreed. When a salted fish meets a lowlife, this is a sad story. Host, do you have a dream? The system's voice was doubtful. Yes, to be a CEO, to marry a beautiful and rich woman, to reach the peak of life. Qin Zhe laughed. This dream is not a dream at all, the system said. If the desire in your heart is a dream, then I've actually discovered your real dream long ago. I don't even know myself, who are you lying to? Your dream is to be your own brother-in-law. Qin Zhe, he really wanted to kill the system to silence it. The weekend passed smoothly and on Monday he drove his sister to work. According to his own wishes, he would first go to Baozi to invest today, find that little bitch Suyu, and spank her until she blossoms. But on Tianfang's side, they had just negotiated a contract last week. The female lead of Shanghai Beach, Li Wei, had already terminated her contract with her management company and jumped ship to Tianfang. Other than Qin Bao, she was the most famous artist in the company. Since Qin Bao wasn't involved in the film and television industry for the time being, Tianfang's connections in the film and television industry were all tilted towards her. This was much more generous than her original management company, so Li Wei wanted to treat Qin Zhe and Qin Bao to a meal before she went to the set. This was the agreement after the contract was negotiated last week. The siblings walked into the company side by side. Qin Bao was very careful about her image outside. Occasionally she would hold her brother's arm. Most of the time she didn't dare to be too close. You never know how many paparazzi were hidden around you. Even if they were siblings, if they were too close, it would easily attract rumors. On Weibo they ridiculed Qin Bao as a brother fanatic and a brother complex. It was just a joke and teased her, but too much was as bad as not enough. They couldn't let the paparazzi catch too many foxtails. The two entered the office. Qin Zhe sat in the office chair, turned on the computer, and checked the business situation of Tianfang Film and Television. You haven't taken on many commercial performances recently, and you've only shot 2 commercials. Qin Zhe looked at his sister who was sitting on the sofa, boiling water and making tea. Qin Bao was dressed in a British style today. Plaid high-waisted trousers, a white lace shirt, a short dark red windbreaker, and a pair of small riding boots. Both enchanting and heroic, coupled with her flawless face, her whole person was exquisite like an oil painting by a master. Really? I feel like I've been working all the time. Qin Bao Bao swayed her hips as she walked over. She took a look and found that her workload had indeed decreased. After winter, people felt especially tired and couldn't muster up any energy. Although our songs bring in a stable income for the company, as a top artist, you have to work seriously. Qin Zhe reprimanded his sister. His sister hugged his neck from behind, twisting her body and acting coquettishly. I've been so tired recently. I just want to sleep and don't want to do anything. According to the normal development path of a singer, singing, releasing albums, holding concerts, shooting music videos, these are the main businesses that both make money and increase their fame. But the real money is from commercial performances, commercials, and participating in variety shows. In terms of variety shows, the era of singing dominating variety shows is almost over. Only, I Am a Singer is still relatively strong and you've participated in it. As for the other average variety shows, the company has helped you reject them. What you can do now is to take on more jobs. Qin Bao Bao blinked her long eyelashes, her almond-shaped eyes, and said coquettishly, "Then what about the abnormal development path? Don't tell me you want to sleep with me?" Qin Zhe chuckled and said, "I think sleeping with Li Wei is not bad. TSK, a 30-year-old woman is especially attractive. That figure, that temperament, TSK, it's a must. Why would I want you?" Qin Bao Bao gave a series of karate attacks. "You black-hearted maggot, let me tell you, if you want to sleep with me, I'll clean you up on behalf of Dad." Stop it, stop it." Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's wrist. He would not say such things in the future. Whenever he said it, his sister would explode. It's just a joke. The abnormal development path, of course, is to go against the heavens, the earth, and the aircraft carriers. We have to go against all industries and, if necessary, even the SARFT. We can let you rush out of the country in minutes and go against the whole world. But this kind of technical work can't be done by ordinary people, unless it's a big shot like me. You're the one who's going to be attacked, right? Qin Bao Bao said disdainfully. Qin Zhe poked her waist with a finger, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. There was a delicate fragrance. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Qin Bao Bao immediately got up from her brother's arms and looked at him coquettishly and said, "Come in." The person who came in was her manager, Li Yanhong. During work, the manager and the artist had an inseparable relationship, so Qin Zhe and his sister were almost caught fooling around several times. Therefore, Qin Zhe set a rule for Li Yanhong that she had to knock before entering the office. Something happened. Li Yanhong whispered, "Something happened to Li Wei. I heard that the SARFT is going to ban her." The siblings looked at each other. Qin Bao Bao frowned. What happened? What did she do? Where did this news come from? It was Li Wei's manager who said it. Her classmate works at the SRFT and saw the name list, but it hasn't been announced yet. It's an internal ban list. Li Yanhong clicked her tongue and said, "Now they're going around begging for help, looking for connections to settle this matter." Qin Bao Bao frowned. The company also has connections in the SARFT. Have they gone to settle it? Yes, but there's no news yet. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and looked at her brother. Ace, let's go over and ask about the situation. Qin Zhe nodded. To poach Li Wei, the company had paid a large sum for the breach of contract. If she was banned, it would be a huge loss. The siblings knocked on Li Wei's office door. Li Wei and her manager were on the phone, looking for connections everywhere to ask about the situation. They wanted to use their own connections to try and settle this matter. On Tianfang's side, Nan Manpei had a small number of connections. They knew people in the SARFT, but as to how deep these connections were, they were not clear for the time being. Tianfang's general manager, Jianghu, had already contacted them, but the outcome was still unknown. What happened? Qin Bao Bao asked directly. The SRFT wants to ban me. Li Wei's face was filled with anxiety and shame. She was a mature woman, and her every frown and smile had a unique charm. At the beginning of the year, there was a rumor that I was a mistress of a director and was slapped by his wife on the set. I had a quarrel with the netizens on Weibo, Li Wei said. That's it. Qin Zhe was stunned. He did not know about this. Although it was quite a big deal at that time, it's not to the extent of being banned because of this, Qin Bao Bao said. Li Wei's pretty face flashed with embarrassment. Also, in the middle of the year there was news of a charity being embezzled. In a moment of impulse, I called on the netizens to boycott this charity. Qin Zhe knew about this matter. At that time, all kinds of news had been pushing the news for a few days. Not to mention whether the charity embezzlement was true or not, Li Wei's actions had crossed the line. Which celebrity did not establish their image on Weibo? Very few celebrities dared to butt in on sensitive topics. This was a minefield. It could not be said or done. Although I deleted the Weibo post very quickly, the fan effect caused this matter to fester for a long time. Li Wei looked disheartened. Now I might be punished. Her agent said anxiously, but this kind of thing is not to the extent of being banned. It's not like it's related to pornography. The nature is very light. Why would they ban you? Then what have you received so far? Qin Baobao asked. Li Wei and her agent shook their heads. They had connections in the SARFT, but they might not be very powerful. Banning an artist required a set of procedures and the signatures of various leaders. Unless one was in a very high position, it would not be easy to deal with. Give Jianghu a call. Qin Zhe instructed his sister. Okay. His sister obediently took out her phone and dialed the number of the general manager, Jianghu. After that, she hung up the phone. Her expression did not look good. I got the cold shoulder, she said. Li Wei's face turned pale. Her agent's face was ashen. Qin Baobao whispered into her ear, Jianghu said you should try to find the big boss. The big boss is Nan Man Pei, right? With Sister Man involved, this is not a problem, Qin Zhe said. Li Wei's ears twitched. If Nan Man Pei was involved, it would definitely be settled. She was the sister-in-law of a big boss in Shanghai. She had been in Shanghai for so many years, and her connections were very deep and wide. But was it worth it to owe Nan Man Pei a favor for Li Wei, who was impossible to have sex with? Qin Zhe noticed Li Wei's watery eyes staring at him. She seemed to want to say something, but she was hesitating. The little pervert's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it was not impossible to have sex with her. As long as he called Sister Man and asked her to settle this matter, he would then smile at her balls and say, "Beautiful girl, how are you going to repay me?" He might be able to have sex with Li Wei, this pretty sister. Recently the iron rod has been restless and always has some dirty thoughts. This is not my dream. Qin Zhe pondered and said, leave this matter to me. I'll settle it for you. Li Wei's face was full of gratitude. She looked like she wanted to repay him with her body. Chapter 326. Qin Zhe and his sister returned to the office. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and thought about how to deal with it. He was used to biting on a cigarette when he was thinking. If she becomes a banned artist, we will lose a lot. Qin Baobao wanted to sit on the sofa, but she felt that it was too far away and inconvenient to talk. She sat sideways on her brother's lap, hooked one hand around his neck, and fanned the smoke with the other hand. She frowned and said, didn't you investigate carefully before you poached her? As long as she's not involved in pornography, drugs, or betraying the country, everything else is not a problem. Qin Zhe said angrily, you didn't even ban her for having an affair, but you banned her just because she insulted a charity? I feel that this matter is very fishy. Yuanfang Baobao, what do you think? Qin Baobao could not stand the smell of cigarettes and put out the cigarette butt in the crystal ashtray. Speaking of which, although his sister nagged him not to smoke, she bought a Versace crystal ashtray and put it in the office. Women really did not mean what they said. Although she said she did not want it, her body was very honest. How can there be so many fishy things? She's just unlucky to have met a narrow-minded person who wants to mess with her. Qin Baobao twisted her butt and said, hey little red guy, what are you going to do? To be honest, winter clothes were too thick and it affected the touch. Qin Zhe thought about it. I'm asking you a question. If you can't do anything, I'll deal with it myself. His sister bent her white and slender fingers and flicked him on the forehead. What are you going to do? Qin Zhe was interested. As long as he was by her side, Qin Baobao would turn on the role of an elder sister. If she had something to do, she would do it with her brother. If her brother was not willing, she would cry. Look for Wang Zijin. She has a lot of connections in Shanghai. If not her, who else can I look for? His sister said. Can you even ask? Nonsense, she eats and lives on my money. My brother even washes her clothes. What's wrong with looking for her? Qin Baobao said righteously. Qin Zhe, she really is my sister. Qin Zhe thought the same. Looking for Nan Man Pei might not be as effective as looking for Wang Zijin. Shanghai was Nan Man Pei's territory, and Wang Zijin's territory. For Qin Zhe, between asking his friends for help and asking his girlfriend for help, of course he would choose the latter. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll talk to Sister Ziwei so that you won't be embarrassed to argue with her in the future, Qin Zhe said. Ace, you're the best. I love you. Qin Baobao winked at him and kissed him. Qin Zhe enjoyed it very much. He got up and left the office. I really can't be saved. At this time, if his sister owed Sister Ziwei a favor, there wouldn't be so much scheming in the family. However, he instinctively rejected this kind of thing. He didn't want his sister to be unable to fight because she had helped him. Actually, Qin Ma was right. Half of Qin Baobao's bad temper was spoiled by her and her husband, and the other half was cultivated by Qin Zhe alone. That was why Qin Baobao relied so much on her brother. Unknowingly, the beautiful sister was raised by him. I'm a professional who likes to raise younger brothers. I only charge 998 yuan for my classes. In the bathroom, he checked every cubicle to make sure there was no one. Qin Zhe dialed Wang Zijin's number. Sister Zijin, I miss you so much. I want to kiss you and have sex. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Sister Ziwei slowly shivered. Ace, let's talk like a normal person, Sister Ziwei said. Sister Ziwei, it's like this. An artist under my company is going to be banned by the SARFT. Qin Zhe went straight to the point. I heard it from an insider through a special channel. I didn't want to trouble you with this at first, but that artist is the female lead of Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. If she's banned, the movie will be taken down immediately. What's the reason? Wang Zijin asked. Sister Ziwei's personality was more upright. If an artist was involved in prostitution or drugs, she wouldn't be willing to help. It's because she criticized a charity on Weibo for corruption. Someone wants to mess with her. They want to mess with her, Qin Zhe said. Oh, then I'll help you ask about the situation. If the situation isn't serious, we'll withdraw. It hasn't been announced anyway. But, Wang Zijin said playfully, how will Ace repay you, sister? I'll treat you to chicken tonight. Qin Zhe laughed. If it was Qin Baobao, she would happily say, This chicken is the best. But Wang Zijin wasn't Qin Baobao. She was called Zijin. No, it was new driver, a Zijin. Sister Ziwei snorted. Then I'll cook noodles for you tonight. Okay, you eat chicken and I'll eat noodles. Mwah. Mwah. After Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin's relationship was clear, he could say mushy things without pressure. TSK, this phone call was so sweet. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. Caller, Su Teddy? What's the matter? Qin Zhe answered the phone. Qin Zhe, come to the company, Su said. I'm just about to settle accounts with you. Now my dad treats you as the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Zhe said, yes, I'll come in the afternoon. Come over now. Su hurriedly said, our company was investigated by the CSRC. They froze our account on the grounds of suspected manipulation of the stock market and insider trading. They'll talk to you soon. They want to take me back to the dark room? Qin Zhe was stunned. Baoza Investment didn't do anything illegal. Qin Zhe was sure of this. Then why was he targeted for no reason? Thinking of Li Wei being banned because of some trivial matter, it was easy to come to a conclusion. Is someone trying to mess with me? Who did I offend? Damn it, I'm not a big shot. I'm just a salted fish. How did I offend anyone? Why didn't I know anything about it? Don't worry, I told Sister Man about it. She'll help, Su said. Okay, I'll come over first. Qin Zhe hurriedly hung up. He returned to the office, put on his coat and said to his sister, there's a situation at Baoza Company. I'll go over first. His sister frowned. What's the matter? Qin Zhe said, someone wants to mess with me. I'm going to see what's going on. Don't follow me. Wait for my news at the company, or I'll talk to you when I get home. Qin Baobao bit her lip and watched him leave. After Qin Zhe came to Baoza, he met two comrades from the CSRC in the conference room. He chatted with them and listened to some warnings. Then the other party left. Qin Zhe and Su sent them downstairs and said, when will my company's account be unblocked? The two comrades said faintly, today is a preliminary interview. The specific situation will be clear after follow-up investigation. Wait first. If you have a clean background, others can't find trouble with you. TSK, the ability of a thief to shout, stop the thief, has been practiced for 68 years. Qin Zhe nodded, okay then I'll wait for your news. Su gritted her teeth and said, it's too much. If you don't agree with me you will freeze the account. How can it be like this? There's no evidence to catch a thief and catch an adulterer in bed. I've studied abroad for so many years and I've never seen such a thing. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette. The national conditions are different. Su said angrily, give me one too. Qin Zhe gave her one, just bite it. You can't smoke. I'm depressed. Su stubbornly took out the lighter from his pocket, lit it for herself, took a deep breath and spat it all out. The two stood by the trash can downstairs. One smoked and meditated and the other frowned. The smoke didn't reach the lungs. Passing by the small white-collar workers, They all looked sideways at the tall and beautiful Suyu. Such a beautiful woman, even smoking is a moving scenery, but in the eyes of male chauvinism, they can't help but feel distressed. Hey little red man, did you offend someone? Suyu looked at him and pursed her lips. Smoking made her mouth dry. Don't call him little red man. That's not what you call him. Qinzhe said. Do you want to call him great god? If it's so shameful, it's better to call him in private. Suyu's eyes were soft. Don't worry about this first. I have something to talk to you about. Qinzhe blew a mouthful of smoke at her small face and looked down at her condescendingly. Did you say something to my dad that you shouldn't say? Unfortunately, Suyu was not standing by the wall. Otherwise, Boss Qin would give her a cabinet and a sharp and majestic look. The masochist would confess everything. No, I just talked to your dad casually. Suyu's eyes flashed. You don't admit it, do you believe that I will slap you? Qinzhe threatened. Suyu's eyes lit up. Qinzhe said, believe it or not, I will ignore you. Suyu immediately compromised and made an aggrieved expression and a pitiful posture. I didn't say anything really. Qinzhe stared at her. She took out her mobile phone from her small pocket, unlocked it and handed it over. Then look at it yourself. I didn't say anything. Qinzhe opened the chat software and looked at her chat history with the old man. Ah, hello uncle, I'm Suyu, it's Suyu, please be familiar with me. A very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily. Uncle, I'm his secretary. I don't know why my brain is trembling. Suyu guiltily quibbled. I didn't say anything. Do you play games with me every night? Qinzhe said angrily. Where is the word game? Was it eaten by you? Suyu said weakly. It's a rounding. What the F***ck are you talking about? Who helped you press the coffin lid of your math teacher? Qinzhe raised his hand. Don't hit me. Those who hit women are bastards. Suyu covered her head. Which woman was not afraid of being beaten? She was also afraid, but even if she was afraid, she never thought of escaping from the claws of the little pervert. The palm fell on her head. Qinzhe gave her a smiling and touching dog head, and said helplessly, explain it to my dad yourself some other day. Suyu reluctantly looked aggrieved. Well, when I'm free I'll take you to my house for dinner and you can tell my dad yourself. Qinzhe added. There was a bright light in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, the ex-husband sat in the office and listened to the report of his number one follower, Ah Dong. It's all done. To what extent is the boss going to do? Ah Dong said. The ex-husband crossed his hands in front of his chest. Give him a warning first. I'll ask him out to talk in a few days. Ah Dong hesitated. Sister-in-law has urged you several times. When will the boss go back? After all, it will be the new year in a month. This sister-in-law was not Nan Man Pei, but Chao Bing's current wife. After dealing with this matter, Chao Bing's expression was impatient. As he was talking, the phone on the desk rang. The caller, Man. The impatient expression of the ex-husband disappeared immediately and was replaced by a gentle smile. He picked up the phone. Man? Come out and meet me. Nan Man Pei's cold voice came. The ex-husband was overjoyed. Well, see you in the evening. I'll make a reservation immediately. It's your favorite Hunan restaurant. Nan Man Pei, you're mistaken. I'm not here to have dinner with you. I'll come out now. I'll wait for you at the tea house on Yuanhui Road. The ex-husband still wanted to speak, but the voice in his ear had disappeared. She hung up. Chapter 327. In a tea house on Yuanhui Road. Outside the private room, Ah Dong, who was 178 meters tall, had a strong body and sharp eyes. He gave the waiters a lot of pressure. The tea house was very quiet. There seemed to be a faint tea fragrance in the air. Ah Dong's face was very serious. At the same time, he was also a little nervous. When he was 18 years old, he followed Boss and Sister Man. At that time, they were not married. But the brothers knew that Boss was deeply in love with Sister Man. Of course, the ending was very good. But this kind of life only lasted for a year. The next year, Boss and Sister Man divorced. The next year, he married the daughter of a big official in the north. Sister Man also left the north and settled down in Shanghai. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. To be honest, Boss had indeed let Big Sister Man down. Everyone knew that, but they also knew that Boss had always loved Big Sister Man. In Ah Dong's opinion, other than letting Big Sister Man down in this matter, there was nothing wrong with Boss. Boss had courage, ability, and was deeply in love with you. Even if she didn't have a status, she was still the most important person in his heart. Ah Dong cheered for Boss in his heart. In the private room, Nan Man Pei and brother ex-husband sat face to face and drank tea. Didn't people say that you, Chao Bing, are broad-minded? Why are you arguing with a little boy? Nan Man Pei blew on the tea and laughed. No man wants to see another man get close to his woman, Chao Bing said. After a long silence, both of them drank tea patiently. It's said that a good horse does not go back to the old grass. Why are you different from others? In the end, Nan Man Pei was the first to speak. She sighed. If you were a grass, you would be the sweetest in the world. Chao Bing looked at her affectionately. It's almost Chinese New Year. Let's go back. Nan Man Pei sighed. Your son is 6 years old today. Children at this age are always calling for their father. But they are also the most forgetful. After a long time, your son will drift away from you. Don't blame me. Unless you forgive me and we reconcile, I will let that kid go. Chao Bing looked straight into Nan Man Pei's eyes. The response was boiling hot tea splashing directly on his face. I gave you face but you don't want it. Nan Man Pei seemed to be really angry. Her gentle and virtuous temperament suddenly became fierce and flamboyant. She seemed to have changed into another person. Reunite? So that I can be your mistress in peace? Chao Bing, do you think you're Long Outyin? Long Outyin heard it from Qinzhe. It was said that he was a top-notch romantic man. He was surrounded by beautiful women and lived in harmony. At that time, Nan Man Pei had sneered and said that this kind of man was seducing shallow women because he was rich. Qinzhe said, no, Long Outyin's women are all outstanding beauties. There is no difference between them. Nan Man Pei made a mental note of this man's name, Long Outyin. Chao Bing's handsome face twitched, but he wasn't angry. He quietly took out a tissue and wiped his face. Give me 3 more years. Chao Bing gritted his teeth, his cheekbones protruding. 3 years later, I'll divorce her and marry you. Man, after so many years, my feelings for you have never changed. Love is not something you can buy just because you want to. Nan Man Pei said lightly, when you divorced me and hooked up with the golden branch of the Liu family, our relationship was completely broken. You've been living well all these years and I'm happy to be alone. Why do you keep pestering me? After all, she gave birth to a son for you. Don't let her down. He looked at the woman in front of him who was supposed to be with him for the rest of his life. He didn't get angry from embarrassment, nor did he hate her because of love. He only felt melancholy and annoyance. But I can't let you go really. Chao Bing said, you said that I'm uncultured but I've changed. All these years I've worked hard to become a cultured person. I even took the Peking University diploma. I've read many books over the years, and there's a sentence that left a deep impression on me. It's enough for a man to have an unforgettable woman in his life. He loved her, so he took the Peking University diploma for her. She felt that if this spread out, it would become a trending term on the internet. Nan Man Pei shook her head. She felt so tired. But I can't have children. You chose to leave me, a hen that can't lay eggs. Now you have an egg in your pocket and you're back with me. Chao Bing, do you think it's possible? Although so many years had passed, Nan Man Pei still felt a little sad when this topic was brought up. Infertility was the cruelest thing for a woman. My son is very obedient. You'll definitely like him. Chao Bing said. Don't say such impossible things. I'm looking for you today because I don't want to fall out with you. You've cleared your name and I'm not as angry as before. Let's sit down and talk. Nan Man Pei twirled the teacup with her fingers. This matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to find trouble, then let him go. Come at me. Although I don't have a good relationship with my brother-in-law, I'm still his sister-in-law. I'll bring Ziki and Dong Lai to the Li family. You don't have to stay in Shanghai anymore. The northern side is your territory. But my father has a few friends there. I'll be thick-skinned and beg them. I'm sure they'll be willing to find some entertainment for you. Nan Man Pei crushed the porcelain teacup. If you want to play, I'll accompany you. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. For the first time he felt resentment. You care so much about this kid? Speak of the devil. Nan Man Pei's phone rang. The caller was Qinzhe. Good. Let's talk things out. Nan Man Pei answered the phone and put it on speaker. Sister Man, you might not believe me, but I suspect that your ex-husband is trying to mess with me. Qinzhe's voice sounded. Chao Bing narrowed his eyes. Nan Man Pei chuckled. Your reaction is fast. That's true. Qinzhe was silent for 3 seconds. I don't care. You'll settle this for me. You said it yourself. This is Sister Man's fault. Don't worry, leave it to me. Nan Man Pei apologized. I knew Sister Man was the most considerate. I'll go to your house some other day and cook a good meal to thank you. Qinzhe smiled. There's no need for another day. Let's do it today. Donglai has been wild recently. Come over and help me discipline him. Nan Man Pei said gently. Okay. Qin Zhe's voice was light and cheerful now that he had lifted a huge weight off his shoulders. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. His man's tone was so gentle? She took the initiative to invite him to her house. Chao Bing and Nan Man Pei grew up together, so he knew her character best. Maybe this man called Qin Zhe did not enter her heart, but it was undeniable that Nan Man Pei treated him differently from ordinary people. She even valued him more than ordinary friends. If this man was not eliminated, he would become a big problem. After becoming a cultured person, Chao Bing, who had read a few novels, couldn't help but think of this sentence. Qin Zhe, if you're a man, do you dare to play with me? Chao Bing sneered. Nan Man Pei frowned. There was silence on the other side of the phone. After a while. Oh, brother ex-husband is here too. Nan Man Pei said softly, find him and talk to him. This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. Qin Zhe sighed. Brother ex-husband, sister man and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand. We're all businessmen. Harmony breeds wealth. You blocked my company's account and blocked my artists. You've gone too far. Let's sit down and talk. I'll give you 5% of the shares. How about we shake hands and make peace? This young man seemed to be softer than expected. But from a businessman's point of view, Chao Bing admired his attitude. Only such a person could make his business bigger. Chao Bing said, Qin Zhe, do you know how animals compete for the right to mate? Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows. Qin Zhe was speechless. F***CK brother ex-husband, are you going to talk about something forbidden? I'm young. Can you take back what you said just now? Chao Bing continued, in the animal kingdom, the right to mate is a very important right, second only to territory. Male animals have to pay the price of blood and life. Only the winner can enjoy the right to mate. The survival of the fittest can also be explained here. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhe said, I think I understand what you mean. I've stepped into your forbidden zone, right? So you have to show your claws and fight with me, regardless of whether Sister Man and I are really having an affair. Chao Bing sneered. You can understand it that way. Why bother? I'm just a salted fish. How can I be worthy of such a big fight? Suddenly, a suppressed voice came from the other side of the phone. F***CK system, why are you joining in the fun? Don't give me a mission at this time. System, are you stupid? Chao Bing? Nan Man Pei blinked. Is it because I, Qin Zhe, can't lift a knife, or is your brother ex-husband too flirtatious? Qin Zhe's style suddenly changed. Okay, you want to play? I'll play with you. Sister Man, don't interfere in this matter. Nan Man Pei was stunned. Chao Bing snorted. Very good, I was waiting for you to say that. Ah, brother ex-husband, what do you think of Sister Man? Qin Zhe asked abruptly. Chao Bing glanced at her. What do you want to say? 2 sentences, Qin Zhe said. Cute, I want to F***CK you. You want to F***CK me? You're welcome to F***CK me. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched. The veins on Chao Bing's forehead throbbed. Somehow, it became a declaration of war between the two men. Pei Nan Man was confused, but since the conversation had already reached this point, there was no need to continue the conversation. She looked at Chao Bing deeply, stood up silently and walked out of the room. Chao Bing sat there with a gloomy face. When the door opened, Ah Dong saw Nan Man Pei with a frosty face. He turned his head and saw Boss sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. He knew this conversation had ended unhappily. Sister Man, Boss really wants to reconcile with you. Nan Man Pei ignored him and walked straight. Ah Dong followed a few steps and said, Sister Man, after all these years, you are too heartless. Nan Man Pei turned around and kicked him. The 1.8-meter burly man was kicked a few meters away. He rolled a few times on the ground and curled up into a ball to complain. Back in her Maserati, Nan Man Pei turned around and dialed Qin Zhe's number. Can you do it? You'll know if I can or can't. From your tone, it sounds like you're blaming me? Nan Man Pei sneered. I said that if Chao Bing wants to play tricks, I'll deal with it. You have to stretch your neck and get closer. I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the other salted fish. Qin Zhe sighed. Sister Man, now that I think about it, you've been wanting to teach your ex-husband a lesson for a long time, haven't you? You want to use me as a pawn and test my limits? Nan Man Pei was silent and didn't deny it. I've been hanging out with people like you for a long time. I'm really done for. I'm tired of being pestered by him. After today, I plan to uproot his influence in Shanghai. Out of sight, out of mind, Nan Man Pei said softly. I gave you a chance to retreat. But you gave someone an opportunity to stir up trouble. Now I can't retreat even if I want to. I don't understand, Nan Man Pei said. Keep your backup plans. I'll play with your ex-husband. If I don't kneel down, you'll come out and clean up the mess. If I win, TSK, how are you going to thank me? Nan Man Pei smiled charmingly. Cute. You want to F***ck me? Qin Zhe, Nan Man Pei, you're welcome to do it? Qin Zhe. Chapter 328. Qin Zhe chuckled dryly, don't take my words seriously, I'm just trying to piss off your ex-husband. Sister Man, I'm hanging up. I'm going to find my friends. By the way, send me a copy of your ex-husband's information. The more detailed, the better. Without waiting for her response, he ended the call. Qin Zhe didn't think he was a troublemaker. At most, he would show off in front of his sisters. It didn't make sense for him to offend anyone. How could a salted fish make enemies everywhere? It didn't make sense at all. After thinking about it, only Nan Man Pei's ex-husband had the motive to make trouble for him. At first, he didn't think of it because he and Nan Man Pei really didn't have an affair. But perhaps in his ex-husband's eyes, that lunch was so cold that he hated him. Male animals would often pay the price of blood and life for the right to mate. It was simply a saying. Since ancient times, whether it was humans or animals, it was just three things: food, clothing, warmth, and sex. Therefore, it was reasonable for his ex-husband to think that he was an enemy invading his territory. If there was a man who was close to my sister and often came over to cook for my sister, then there was no need to say anything. Even my salted fish's big knife would be unable to endure the thirst. After thinking about it for a long time, he was almost clear about it. Sister Man probably wanted to fall out with him for a long time. He didn't know what kind of grudges they had. Coincidentally, he accidentally entered the battle circle. Sister Man was very curious and always wanted to find out more about salted fish, so she pushed him out. Seeing that she didn't use him as a tool in the end, Qin Zhe didn't care. He also wanted to ride on Sister Man's coattails. He took advantage of Nan Man Pei in the establishment of Baozi Company and the transfer of shares of Tianfeng Film and Television. She was very loyal, wasn't she? But after being bullied, he turned on his salted fish mode and talked nicely, but the other party still didn't let him go. The salted fish also had anger. At this time, the system popped out. Just as he was on the phone, the system issued a mission. Ding. A real man shouldn't be afraid. Just do it. Please fight back against Chao Bing and make him admit his mistake. Success will reward 2,000 points. Failure will deduct the same amount. He felt that the system's voice was very light when issuing missions. 2,000 points was almost all of his savings. Half an hour later, Nan Man Pei sent Chao Bing's background information to his mailbox. Chao Bing, 32 years old, was a famous entrepreneur in the north. When he was young, he was a disciple of a big shot and married the big shot's daughter. Later, he became Qin Shimi and married the daughter of a high official. Although he was clean, he still had some gray businesses. On the surface, there were 3 listed companies and several other industries. It seemed that he was not a big shot that Qin Zhe could afford to offend. Since that was the case, he could only summon his companions. It's decided to be you, Zhao Taizhu. Brother Zhao, have you been busy recently? Qin Zhe asked with a smile. I'm just waiting to die. Zhao Taizhu laughed. Why did you call me? The company ran into some trouble today. Someone was looking for trouble and froze my company's account. Brother Zhao, do you know Chao Bing? Which Chao Bing? It's from the north. Zhao Taizhu thought for a long time. I don't know him. Did he offend you? Then I'll send you the information. Help me think about it. Without hanging up, Qin Zhe packaged the email Nan Man Pei sent him and forwarded it to Zhao Taizhu. There was silence on the other side. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Taizhu said, he's not a tough one but not too troublesome either. Actually, it's better for you to ask Zijin for help. The Wang family is more powerful than the Zhao family. Sister Ziwei and the Wang family are in a cold war. How can I help? Qin Zhe said gloomily. Alright then. We're in the same boat after all. I took a look just now. There are 3 listed companies. The composition of the companies is very complicated and involves a lot of areas. However, the gray areas of the industries are not a problem. It's fine even if they cry for their parents. Thanks. Qin Zhe smiled gently. This was the advantage of being tied to a big shot. When the interests were the same, many things could be solved by just mentioning it. At the end of the month, he would give Brother Taizhu an extra drumstick and more money. Then he would not betray him about the text message. Sister Ziwei's back door was very useful. After returning home from work, Qin Bao Bao couldn't wait to ask him what was going on. Why were they being targeted for no reason? Qin Baobao cared more about her brother's matters than she did about herself. The only son of the Qin family was finally not a salted fish anymore. She didn't want him to be strangled in the cradle. Qinze explained the matter in detail. His sister's eyes were immediately filled with resentment. Are you also having an affair with Nan Man Pei? Impossible. Sister Man is my friend. We're not just friends in business. Since we're friends, it's inevitable that we'll get hurt. Otherwise, friends wouldn't take the hit for you, right? You're right, but I don't want to hear it. Go to hell, you black-hearted maggot. His sister lay on the sofa and gave him a kick. Thus, Qinze pressed his sister down on the sofa and rubbed against her fiercely. Not only did her slippers fall off, but her belly button was also exposed. Satisfied, Qinze went into the kitchen to wash the vegetables and prepare dinner. Qin Baobao was left lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her chest was heaving up and down. The lock clicked. Wang Zijin came back from work. She changed into her slippers and glanced at her best friend who was like a dead fish. What's wrong? Did the devil enter the village? Qin Baobao was lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her hair was messy. One of her trousers was rolled up and the other was wrapped around her foot. Her lace shirt was crumpled and lifted up to her belly button, revealing her soft and curvy belly. Qin Baobao sobbed. Ace bullied me again. I want to buy a house. I want to move out. Wang Zijin was overjoyed. Okay, I'll support you. I'll support you from 365 degrees without any blind spots. Qin Baobao sat up and pulled her clothes. With a straight face she said, I'm joking. She kicked her best friend's butt. Go to the kitchen and wash the vegetables. I'm hungry. Wang Zijin bent forward and chopped Qin Baobao's head with a knife. She took revenge and then fled into the kitchen. Wang Zijin closed the kitchen door. She didn't close it properly. If she closed it properly, the little b** th outside would be suspicious and might come in. If she didn't close it properly, it would be fine. This was called a mixture of deception and truth. Wang Zijin knew that Qinze would definitely take advantage of her. Sure enough, Qinze hugged Wang Zijin and kissed for 3 minutes. Sister Ziwei was gasping for breath. Stop it. Your sister is outside. Wang Zijin pushed Qinze's chest with both hands. Chao Bing wants to deal with you? How do you know? Qinze was shocked. Taizhu told me, Wang Zijin said, and I asked him to investigate. Chao Bing is Nan Man Pei's ex-husband, right? Yes. It's not good or bad to act on impulse. It's good for a man to be calm, but he can't lose his temper. Wang Zijin blinked. As long as you and Nan Man Pei don't have an affair, I'll support you. If I say that I'm friends with Sister Man, will you say you're right, but I don't want to listen? Qinze rolled his eyes. In fact, without the system's mission, he would definitely back off. If Sister Man wanted to teach her ex-husband a lesson, he would at most help her. He wouldn't be in a let go of your ex-husband and let me do it state. How do you know? Wang Zijin was taken aback. She pouted her lips. Do you understand me so well? She felt that she was a little scheming. Would it make him unhappy? Because Qin Baobao said the same thing. She's like a mother watching over me, Qinze said. If that was the case, Wang Zijin was relieved. It was just like the mentality of, everyone is scheming. As for her best friend's perverted desire to control her younger brother, it was actually a manifestation of her lack of security. Wang Zijin could see it. If a man with a net worth of 2 to 3 billion couldn't hold back his restless heart, who could stop him? However, Qinze had always been a salted fish. Like other men, he might have messy thoughts, but he wouldn't be like other men indulging in sensual pleasures. He was young and promising enough to beat those so-called top 10 outstanding youths, but he had been a salted fish for 23 years. Before her, he didn't even have a decent girlfriend. It was unbelievable. This perseverance, or rather, stubbornness, was what Wang Zijin admired most about him. Ace, let me tell you something. Wang Zijin murmured in a low voice, actually, I'm your fan. Qinze hugged her slender waist tightly and whispered in her ear, Sister Ziwei, I want to become your fan. Wang Zijin slapped him lightly on the head and said, Go cook, idiot. Hey, the salted fish was flirting again. Speaking of which, other than the first day when he took the initiative to come in and take her away, he didn't do anything like that again. Sister Ziwei was in a dilemma. She was relieved and disappointed. After 3 peaceful days, the investment company's account was unfrozen on the second day. It was Zhao Tieju's doing. Li Wei's ban didn't come either. It was Wang Zijin's doing. Wang Zijin didn't need to ask her father for help. She had stayed in Shanghai for 3 years and visited her father's uncles, who didn't know the little princess of the Wang family. But yesterday she received a call from Nan Man Pei and learned from her that her ex-husband had rushed back to the north to deal with some matters. I heard that most of the gray industries in the north were closed within a day. TSK, he's probably in a terrible fix now. Qinzhe, how did you do it? Nan Man Pei was surprised. My power is beyond your imagination, Qinzhe replied. Your business doesn't overlap. If he wants to mess with you, he can only do it through the government. But in Shanghai we have the power. It's just like the old saying that a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake, Nan Man Pei said. Be careful. He suffered a big loss and will definitely have a backup plan. You mean he will play dirty? I won't rule it out. Of course this matter wasn't over. He had to stand firm until his ex-husband gave in. Otherwise the mission wouldn't be completed. Even if his ex-husband wanted to stop, he wouldn't be willing. Then Qinzhe waited for a few days. He was prepared to deal with whatever came his way. However, he didn't see his ex-husband's big move. But today, as the year was approaching, something happened in the stock market. Chapter 329. As usual, Qinzhe turned on the computer and looked at the stock market. The charming sister was sitting on salted fish Zhe's lap, and the sofa was 6 or 7 meters away. It was difficult to talk from such a distance. Therefore, the sister considerately gave her seat to her brother and sat on his lap. The sister liked this sitting position. Not only could she admire Salted Fish's serious work, but she could also occasionally tease him. Everyone knew that the two CEOs of the Qin family used the same office and worked together to build a thriving entertainment company. Thinking about the scene of the Qin siblings working hard, how touching and inspirational it was. But if someone pushed open the office door, they would find that the siblings struggle? It didn't exist. This scene should be called, The Siblings' Shameless Daily Work, or, The Sister Sits on the Brother's Lap while the brother works without batting an eyelid. Anyway, no matter what, it would be over if word got out. What are we eating for lunch? Qin Baobao didn't know anything about stocks and wasn't interested. Anyway, she wasn't the kind of person who would hang an all over her head for work and study. Otherwise, with her sister's intelligence, her education level would be higher. For example, she could get a PhD or a postdoc. She felt that it would be terrifying if her sister became a postdoc. Chicken, Qinzhe said subconsciously. The chicken outside isn't as delicious as yours. Qin Baobao shook her butt in protest. Up to you. You can eat whatever you want. Qinzhe focused on his stock market and said perfunctorily. I'll eat you. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. Go ahead. You can eat any part. Qinzhe didn't care. The sister leaned over to his ear, stuck out her pink tongue and licked his earlobe. She smacked it. Tasteless. You're a fake salted fish. Qinzhe, you'd better call me little red guy or black-hearted maggot. I can accept these two more. Wait, who gave me the name salted fish? When did I get the nickname of salted fish? Thinking back, my titles were fast shooter, little red guy, black-hearted maggot, and now there's another salted fish. Why are my titles so low? Flips table. Thus, Qinzhe poked his sister's waist, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. Her face was buried in his neck and her warm breath blew out. Qinzhe felt goosebumps all over his body. That's right, his neck was his sensitive spot. Sob, 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 I'll hit your chest with my little fists. Baby Qin hit him a few times. Qinzhe was about to teach the monster a lesson when he glanced at the computer and was stunned. He pounced in front of the computer but he did not control the distance. His sister, who was on his thigh, hit the edge of the table. His sister was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. Don't you know how to dote on your sister at all? Qin Baobao pulled his ear. But Qinzhe didn't seem to notice as he stared at the computer. What's wrong? Qin Baobao turned to look at the computer. On the screen, the originally red and rising stock market had turned into the color of grass. The previous index stopped at 49.05. 81, falling by 2%. Why did it fall today? Qin Baobao had an adorable expression on her face. Qinzhe was not in the mood to explain to his sister. His brain was in high gear. His sister was an outsider and didn't understand what this number meant, but he knew. The stock market, which was still popular just now, rose by 2%. About half an hour later, it fell by 3%. This was a little scary. It meant that within half an hour, many stocks had reached the limit down, and more stocks had started to fall. Damn. This was not scientific. Qinzhe pushed his sister's big butt away and quickly clicked on the stocks one by one. As expected, many popular stocks had fallen sharply half an hour ago. Their trend was very low, and it seemed like they would never be able to raise their heads again. This was very bad. It was very bad for men to not be able to rise again. It was even worse for stocks to not rise again. Not long after, at 11:30 noon, the stock market was closed. The index recovered slightly and fell by 1.8%. Xianxia put on his coat and left. He was going to Bao's company. "Don't you want to have lunch before you leave?" Qin Bao called him. "No, you can eat by yourself. Don't eat chicken." Xianxia warned his sister and left. His sister said, "Oh," and cancelled the chicken stewed with mushrooms in the takeout app. She found a new noodle restaurant, pouted, and looked at the menu carefully. If she didn't eat chicken, she would eat noodles. Xianxia rushed to Bao's investment company and held a meeting directly. There were a total of 18 department managers, group leaders, and Vice President Su Yu and himself. Now there were more than 40 employees in the company. "What do you think?" Xianxia looked around at the crowd. All the department managers were silent. The sudden plunge made everyone a little overwhelmed. All the people present were veterans in this industry, but the stock market changed rapidly, and experience alone was not reliable. Today's stock market fell particularly bad. Yes, when I came back from the toilet, the stock market plummeted. I thought I went to the toilet in the wrong position. Maybe the banker is selling. What kind of banker can pull down the stock market by 2% in one breath? The banker may be a part of it. Judging from the trading volume, many individual investors have oversold their positions. They are all playing with leverage. The managers talked at once, and the group leaders occasionally interjected. Bao's investment company was not large, but its funds were particularly strong, enough to make some small financial institutions ashamed. With the chairman of the stock market, the managers did not panic at all and were very calm. Xianxia looked at Su Yu again. "Vice President Su, what do you think?" "Su Yu, Boss Qin, there must be something wrong with this matter." Xianxia, "I think so too." In the end, they decided to wait and see. The old shareholders knew that it was taboo to chase high and sell low. Of course, they would not sell their stocks because of a temporary plunge. Maybe they were destroying the bubble stock? After this, the stock market was even more healthy. Maybe it would rise back in the afternoon. Then at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the market opened. The index came out of the crooked wavy line. The trading volume was in and out very violently and lasted for a few hours. When it closed, it was weak and fell in an arc, falling 3.21%. On this day, Bao's investment company lost more than 5 million yuan. Xianxia, Su Yu, the stock market. His heart hurt. "It's okay, it will rise back tomorrow. I think we can buy the bottom. Let's wait and see for a few days." What a unique way to fall. I feel that the stock market has floated, damn it. The managers of Bao's investment company talked with relaxed expressions. At most, they complained that the bonus at the end of the month might decline. They were still optimistic about the stock market. But the next day, Thursday, the stock market opened. The opening was still down and the index was green. From 9 to 11:30 in the morning, it came out of the fluctuating electrocardiogram until the market was closed. When the market opened in the afternoon, there were individual investors buying the bottom. The index was firm for a few minutes and barely saw red, but it quickly turned down. It began to plummet. At 3 o'clock, the index plunged by 5%, and at least 100 stocks fell to the limit. Xianxia's eyebrows jumped. Without looking at the company's account, he calculated that he had lost more than 8 million yuan in a few days. What's the situation? This fall is without warning. I have been abroad for so many years, and I have never seen such an inexplicable plunge. This is not scientific. Su Yu was at a loss. What do you think? The national conditions are different. The foreign stock market is called investment. In China, it's called stock speculation. The word speculation explains everything. Xianxia scratched his head. Then what do I think? What can I think? I'm also confused. If the system was more powerful and could predict the future, Xianxia could confidently say, "Full stock by the bottom." Or, "Cut off the meat and throw it all away." But his stock speculation level was achieved by using skill books, plus his own efforts. Although he was awesome, he belonged to the category of human, not a cheat. At this time it was very painful. The stock market had collapsed like this. If he didn't throw it away, it would fall to the limit tomorrow. If he threw it away, what if it rose tomorrow? System, help me, I'm a little nervous." Xianxia said. "Calm down, you don't have the calmness of other protagonists." The system said. "Who told you that I'm the protagonist? Everyone who has a system is the protagonist. But if this system is you, I'm very skeptical. Qinzhe said, "Didn't you upgrade? Did your computing power improve? Help me calculate whether the stock market will fall tomorrow." Calculation is not equal to fortune telling, host. I don't think so. I think it's okay. You can calculate the data. As long as the data is large enough, through calculation, it can reach a level similar to fortune telling. Who told you that the stock market in this country can be calculated through data? Qinzhe, my fault, I shouldn't have pinned my hopes on you. What a painful realization. Wait until tomorrow. Qinzhe gritted his teeth. Suyu nodded, looking sad, and then leaned her head on Qinzhe's shoulder. With the right time and place, Suyu strengthened her intimacy level. She couldn't let go of this opportunity. If the stock market fell tomorrow, she would consider crying a little, and then throw herself into Qinzhe's arms like a swallow in the forest. After work, the employees came back silently. The atmosphere was heavy. Not only did the company suffer heavy losses, but they also suffered heavy losses. Qinzhe went home with a heavy heart. He ignored his sister's coquettishness and even brushed off Wang Zijin's shy kiss. Friday. In the morning, the index fell by 3%. Compared to yesterday, it was another strong rise. But half an hour after the market opened, the index fell by 6%, and hundreds of stocks fell. In the office, Qinzhe dialed Zhao Tieju's number. "Hello, what's the matter?" "I'm busy." Brother Tieju's voice was a little out of breath. "What did you mean when you called me last time?" Qinzhe said in a low voice. "When? Oh. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm exercising and I'm exhausted." Brother Taiju said. "That time when we went fishing," Qinzhe said. "Oh, just chatting. Nothing interesting." Brother Tieju's breathing became heavier, and a woman's scream could be faintly heard. I'm dying. Okay, I'm going to exercise for a few more minutes." "What?" Zhao Taiju said and hung up quickly. Qinzhe threw his phone, rushed to the stock department and shouted, liquidate all stocks. Liquidate stocks." Everyone was stunned. Li Linfeng said, "President Qin, we can't liquidate stocks." Qinzhe was shocked. He pushed the trader aside and took a closer look. Except for 2 stocks that fell by 6%, the rest, all fell to the limit. This day was called Black Friday. Thousands of stocks fell to the limit. The index changed its rising trend and fell from 5,100 points. In 3 days it fell by a few hundred points. It was the first time in the history of the bull market that it was so tragic. There was no warning or warning. One moment it was rising and the next moment, it fell to the ceiling. After the market closed on Friday, the internet exploded. No one expected it. No one thought it would happen. Not only the shareholders but also some financial institutions were dumbfounded. Chapter 330. The stock market started to warm up at the beginning of the year and slowly climbed until the middle of the year. The news of the stock market's arrival spread all over the country, and then it kept going up crazily. Until today it had never fallen so badly. In the past half a year or so, many people were like Qinzhe, becoming rich overnight. It was a true reversal of fortune, a true reversal of fortune. But in the past 3 days many people had lost a lot of money. Over the weekend the internet was in an uproar. F***CK, who can tell me what happened? Is the weather going to change? Is the stock market still okay? Please tell me. My WeChat moments have been flooded with stock market news these days. Many people have lost a lot of money, but I'm not happy at all because I also lost money. Haha, I also lost money but I feel inexplicably happy. Seeing a group of people like me, I feel better. I still have tens of thousands of shares in my hands. Should I sell them next week? What should I do? What should I do? This plunge did not cause too much panic, but it was enough to make people feel pain. On forums, Tieba, Weibo, and other major social media platforms, there were discussions about the stock market. Many of them were playful. All kinds of posts were accompanied by funny pictures, such as a picture of a certain old man waving his hand. In the past, there was a caption, "Don't talk to me about technical analysis. I only want a full stock." Now it was like this, "Don't talk to me about technical analysis. I only want a full stock." Another example, in the past the dog ate whatever I ate. Now I eat whatever the dog eats. Wait. Unexpectedly, Qinzhe was popular. He was infuriated, inexplicably so. Because someone posted a small video on the internet. Yes, it was the video of his lecture at the University of Finance and Economics. It was just a short video, the part where Qinzhe promoted stocks for everyone. In the video, Qinzhe wrote 10 stocks on the blackboard. As the famous god of stocks, everyone should have focused their attention on the stocks, but they didn't. After they heard the god of stocks say a few words, they couldn't stay calm anymore. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. No one knows what will happen after a long time. Xianxia said so in the video. He had been lecturing at the University of Finance and Economics for 13 or 14 days, which was about half a month. The timing was just right. The video went viral on the internet. Taking advantage of the stock market boom, it crushed countless national goddesses and little fresh meats gossip news. On Saturday night, it topped the trending list. After the Black Donkey Technologies' godly prediction, he made another godly prediction. Xianxia's Weibo exploded instantly. Quick shooter, no, god of stocks, did you have a premonition? Stock god, do you think the bull market is over? Although I don't invest in stocks, I'm still here. I'll give you 666. *CK stock god, say something. Is the bull market over or not? It's urgent. We lost hundreds of thousands of yuan in the stock market. Tell me, is there any hope for the stock market to recover? Since Xianxia did not respond, the netizens were very anxious. Some people began to scold him, saying that he was manipulating things behind the scenes, or that he had run out of ideas, and that he was probably crying at home because of the loss of blood. These were probably the individual investors in the heavy warehouse, and they were about to collapse. As many people on your Weibo are scolding you. Why don't you talk to them? Qin Baobao was also anxious and frowned. Her face was white and tender, but her eyebrows were thick and dark, which made her look especially beautiful and spirited. At this time at home, the young lady from the Wang family was sitting on his left, and his sister was sitting on his right. Wang Zijin said, "What are you talking about? Say that the stock market is collapsing and that everyone should run. Do you believe that your brother will be caught and thrown into a dark room? Uncultured wastrel." She suddenly realized that recently, her sisters had been pinching each other for no reason. They had completely lost the love between best friends. If you're cultured, then do you think the stock market will rise on Monday? Qin Baobao retorted. How would I know? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Oh, uncultured wastrel. Qin Baobao was sharp-tongued. At this time the phone rang. It was Grandpa Shin. How's the company? Grandpa Shin's voice was steady. It's a big loss. Xianxia sighed. Be careful. The internet said that it's a good opportunity to buy at the bottom, but I think it's far from the bottom. I suggest you cut it first. She didn't know why, but she felt that the old man's voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Baobao snatched the phone and cried, Dad, it's a big loss. 5 million on the first day, 8 million on the second day, and more than 10 million on the third day. As she spoke, her sister's eyes glistened with tears. Losing more than 20 million in 3 days, ordinary people would have to line up to see them on the rooftop. Qin Baobao's heart was aching, but she did not dare to cry in front of her brother, for fear of pressuring him. Don't cry, don't cry. How old are you? You're crying after losing some money? Grandpa Shin comforted her and wondered, you don't have to cry like this when your brother is losing money. The crying stopped abruptly. His sister's big teary eyes turned. You're so annoying. I have shares in it too. Boo-hoo. She found a new reason and continued to cry. Xianxia thought, fortunately, I didn't lose money from my wife. Otherwise, how would my sister answer? You're so annoying. Because Aza's wife is my money. Was that an answer? He was done for. Qin Baobao did not want to cry in front of her brother, but she had no pressure to cry in front of her father. Hence, the phone call turned into Grandpa Shin comforting his precious daughter. Oh no, Grandpa Shin had forgotten why he called his son. What are you going to do? Wang Zijin was paying attention to this matter instead of watching TV. She knew that Xianxia's investment company was his main source of funds. Escape first, then think about making a big move. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Actually, Iron Pillar has already hinted to me. His words were vague and vague. It's my fault. I didn't react in time. His words were sharp. If I wasn't in the business world, I wouldn't have been able to react in time. Iron Pillar's words were terrifying when he thought about it now. When fishing, one has to reel in the net. But this time it seems that we've gone overboard. I thought about it. Actually, that hand started to control the risk last month and removed a lot of leverage intermittently. However, the market was crazy beyond imagination. The stock market this time was not healthy to begin with. Bubbles were popped one after another. The 3 consecutive days of plunging were because there were too many people playing with leverage. Their positions were overloaded. Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao looked at each other, their faces full of worry. Although they believed in their brothers' boyfriends' ability, there was a saying that went, "If you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet." Just like this time they lost more than 20 million in 3 days. An ordinary small company could declare bankruptcy. At night, the stock market plunge was reported on the news. For example, CCTV mentioned that the stock market had plunged and the market value had dropped by more than 10 billion renminbi. But the experts said that the bull market was still looking good. They hoped the public would not panic. On the financial channel, an expert said, "The rise and fall of the stock market has always been normal. Friday's plunge had made many people panic. It was because of this panic that the stock market had plunged for 3 consecutive days. The bull market came with a vengeance. Seeing that there was profit to be made, the masses flocked in. However, 80% of the individual investors did not have their own opinions. They were used to following the crowd, just like how 3 people make a tiger. Friday's plunge not only removed some of the bubble stocks, but it also made some fence-sitters leave the market. The stock market will be in a healthier state. Although everyone mocked the unreliable people these days, when an authoritative figure jumped out to maintain stability, in a situation where they were out of their wits, the individual investors were like children who had left home and found their mother. Their hearts were at ease. He had been waiting for a long time, but Monday came. That day the index fell by 6%. Xianxia sold 1/3 of his shares. Tuesday it fell by 4%. Another 1/3 of his shares escaped. Monday it fell by 2%. The clearance was successful. Xianxia lay weakly on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his body was hollowed out. Damn, this drop in the volume made him lose about 50 million renminbi. Bao, at least the death penalty was not a loss, but the stock market was a blood loss. Su Yu weakly lay next to Xianxia and leaned his head on his chest. Oh, this time it's a big loss. Smelling the good smell of the great god, he felt great. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief, logged into Weibo and posted, "Finally escaped." This was posted at lunchtime, and then in the afternoon the stock market warmed up. Today it rose by 2%, and the shareholders immediately rejoiced. It's time to buy the bottom. Brothers, follow me. Tomorrow's millionaire will be me. Kill the big knife to the devil, the banknotes to the stock market, charge. Fortunately, I didn't sell. I praise myself for being quick-witted. 2 managers and 4 team leaders knocked on the door of Chairman Qin's office. Their faces were ugly. Li Linfeng said, "Chairman Qin, we cut a loss." Another manager, "Chairman Qin, 50 million renminbi is really lost in vain." 2 team leaders sighed, "Chairman Qin, let's go back. Now is a good time to buy the bottom." A few minutes ago, the company's employees were privately discussing that Chairman Qin's legend of the stock god was finally broken, and Chairman Qin suffered a big setback. If he had held on for a few more days, he would not have lost so much. Unfortunately, Chairman Qin was too young after all. He was scared and cut the meat. This was good, not only cut the meat but also sprinkled a handful of pepper. Xianxia looked at Suyu. Suyu sat upright next to him and said, "I will listen to you." At this moment, Suyu felt that his skill of seducing men was pointed, because he saw a strong affection from Xianxia's eyes. Then the next skill point, Suyu's point, was the harem skill. Xianxia thought about it and did not answer the eager expectations of his subordinates. He turned on his mobile phone and clicked on Weibo. The content of the first dozens of posts on Weibo, "The stock god also cut the meat? What the hell, the stock market just warmed up, is it still not enough? I was scared to cut it quickly. Oh my god, is the bull market really over?" Then it became like this, "Bullshit stock god. Damn it, I just cut the meat and the stock market warmed up. It's so red that my heart hurts, liver hurts and lungs hurts, damn it. Stock god? What the hell, stock god, does this face hurt? I feel like I'm going to be in the headlines again." The stock god Xianxia cut the meat painfully, and the stock market suddenly became popular. It's so interesting. Hey, I know I shouldn't be superstitious. There is no god, the stock god signboard is ruined. Still not deleting Weibo? Waiting for more people to slap your face? Am I going to be on the hot search again? Last time it was praising 666, this time it was mocking and slapping the face? In the evening there will definitely be such information. The legend of the stock god is broken. The fall of the stock god. Stock god? Just a lucky man. Xianxia exited Weibo, looked at his subordinates and smiled. "Next, we are going to play big. Are we going to fight back?" Everyone's eyes lit up. "No, I'm going to short it, but before that I'll make a phone call first." Xianxia was full of pressure. Xianxia watched the stock market get hot, watched the whole people speculate in stocks, and now he wants to watch the stock market collapse. His subordinates looked frightened. Chapter 331. Short. A feeling of panic rose in the hearts of Li Linfeng and the others. Then in their minds the word short turned into seeking death. After the stock market recovered, after the individual investors vowed to buy at the bottom, and the bull market still didn't come to an end, Xianxia said that he wanted to short the stock market? Did he not know how to spell the word death? I've made too much money and I want to seek death. Was this the mentality? Boss Qin. Could it be that he lost his mind? Boss Qin, you can't play like this. Boss Qin, it's not good to seek death like this. Boss Qin, it's too risky to short. Even if you're not optimistic about the stock market, I suggest you wait and see for a while. The subordinates panicked, really panicked. They came in from the beginning of Baoza investment and watched it grow step by step. They worked hard together and couldn't bear to see it destroyed. Xianxia waved his hand and listened to the phone attentively. Everyone was helpless and had to look at Suyu for help. Except for Boss Qin, Suyu was the second in command of the company, and her words carried more weight. Suyu said lightly, I'll listen to Boss Qin. Boss Su today was particularly flirtatious. No, today's Boss Su had lost his mind. The subordinates' hearts were in despair. Sister Man, what's the situation with brother ex-husband? Is he in the north or Shanghai? Xianxia called Nanman Pei. In the north, what's wrong? I just want to ask if he has any thoughts of admitting his mistake. I don't understand what you mean. Oh, then I understand. Xianxia hummed and said, Sister Man, next, watch my performance. Before that, I hope you can send him my mobile phone number, I think he will need it. After that, he didn't explain, leaving Nanman Pei confused. He hung up the phone. Xianxia was ready to make a big move on brother ex-husband. If the mountain didn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. If the mountain didn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. He wanted to force brother ex-husband to bow to the big boss in front of him. If it weren't for the stock market crash, he might have had to pay a high price to make his ex-husband bow his head. 3 listed companies. I will let your share prices fall to the bottom of the drain and let you suffer losses. Let's see if you will lower your head. Most listed companies will mortgage their shares for loans. Once the share prices collapse, the banks will call for repayment. At that time, her ex-husband could only cry and admit his mistake to her. The news that Chairman Qin was going to short the stocks quickly spread throughout the company. The employees felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that they were done for. Could it be that after the reputation of the stock god was ruined, Chairman Qin took things too hard and ran further and further on the road to death? The employees felt that a storm was brewing and were prepared for the worst if the company went bankrupt and left. Shorting is when you predict that a certain stock will fall in the future, so you sell it at a high price and buy it back at a low price. Practical operation. Borrow shares from the broker, sign a contract, and promise to return the corresponding number of shares within a certain time. For example, when a share is 10 yuan, borrow 1,000 shares from the broker and sell them and get 10,000 yuan in cash. Before the contract expires, buy back 1,000 shares and return them to the broker. At this time, if the share price falls to 8 yuan, spend 8,000 yuan to buy 1,000 shares and earn 2,000 yuan out of thin air. If the share price rises to 12 yuan, it will cost 12,000 yuan to buy 1,000 shares and lose 2,000 yuan. The science lesson is over. The key point is the final exam. The subordinates left with ashen faces. Li Linfeng, who was the most senior, opened his mouth and sighed silently. He chose to be silent. Suyu, we have to make a few more trips these days. If we want to short, we will start from some general void technology stocks, the growth enterprise market, and concept stocks. In addition, there are 3 listed companies. We need to borrow as much as we can. Xianxia wrote down the 3 listed companies of his ex-husband on the paper. Chao Bing's company. Suyu raised her eyebrows. She was Nanman Pei's best friend. She knew about the feud between Chao Bing and Xianxia. That's right. My ex-husband is bullying us. If I don't turn around and stab him in the back, where can I put my face? If he doesn't know how to fight back after being bullied, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? His phone rang and a cute child's voice interrupted him. It was Qian Shirshir. Shirshir? President Qin, I just saw on the internet. Did you cut it? Qian Shirshir's tone was concerned. Yes, I did, Xianxia said. Qian Shirshir was silent for a moment. After a while she said, May I ask how much did you lose? It's not convenient for me to tell you the total loss of the company, but the loss of the product you bought is about 30 million, Xianxia said. There was another moment of silence. 30 million, it was her quarterly income, and it was under the condition of continuous work. Qian Shirshir felt her heart clench. Then do you plan to continue watching? It's not convenient for me to disclose this. All right. As soon as she hung up, Huang Yuding called. President Qin, how's the company's loss? The loss of the product you bought is about 30 million, Qin went straight to the point. Although I don't have the right to speak, I think we should wait and see for the time being. When the market stabilizes, we'll enter the market again, Huang Yuding suggested from the perspective of a friend. I know what to do. After that Weibo post was posted, he received 7 or 8 calls from celebrities one after another, asking him about his plans or suggesting that he should wait and see. In fact, they just didn't want Qin to continue using the funds because the product would expire in a week. Even if they lost 30 million, the celebrities still made a lot of money, multiplying it by several times. However, although they were the buyers, according to the rules of private equity, the company had the right to decide how to use the funds and how to invest it. No one else had the right to interfere. There were also people who supported him, such as Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan, who were close to him. There were also some singers he wasn't close to. They even called to comfort him and expressed their loyalty. No trust. These guys are all scared. They are afraid that I will lose everything. Qin sneered. People are like this. You help them earn millions and tens of millions. They can't wait to be grateful. Once you lose, of course they will panic. Su Yu said sweetly, but they are not qualified to tell us what to do. We can play as we want. What about you? Aren't you afraid that I will lose everything? You have 6% of the shares of Baoza Company. Qin laughed. Su Yu wrinkled her nose. Anyway, I have nothing. I only have Baoza's investment. It's better if I lose. You will owe me for a lifetime. Qin was speechless. Bullshit, we are in a cooperative relationship. If we go bankrupt, we will divide the money and go our own way. No one owes anyone anything, okay? Su Yu bit her lip aggrievedly. Do you want to kick me away? I have fallen out with my family and followed you. How can you be so cruel? Qin, listening to these words, it seemed that Qin had hooked up with a rich young lady and was going to abandon her. The point is that we are not in a mess yet. Be good and I will take you to show off and fly, Qin said. A week after Black Friday, the stock market went up for 2 days. After that, it pulled out 3-day lines. The plunging index rose by half. Looking at the momentum, it would climb back to the peak of 5,100 in another week. It was expected to set a new high. In these days, Qin became the topic of conversation for netizens. There were many jokes on the internet that ridiculed him, such as stock god fell into the sewer, stock god's IQ plummeted, not as good as individual investors, stock god is a layer of window paper that can be blown away, and so on. Qin waited for a week. Finally today he informed the traders to start selling shares in batches. First, sell the shares of Hair Pharmaceutical, Shanfu's shares, and Flux Heavy Industry, 2,000 lots each. The traders sold according to his instructions. The 3 companies' plates were not big, with a total of 200,000 lots. It fell like a cliff. The range was not big, but it was very steep. The 3 companies were sluggish for half a day. The individual investors bought in and the price rose again. The next day Qin sold 6,000 lots, 2,000 each. The stocks of the 3 companies were hit hard and the trend was low. Under the general rising environment, they walked out of the green color. On the 3rd day he stopped selling the shares of his ex-husband's 3 listed companies. Instead he sold other shares. The time was not right and he also wanted to make money. He sold slowly and when it rose again he could make a lot of money. Baoza Company had more than $1 billion in capital, and he played with 10 times the leverage. He wanted to play with 20 times the leverage, but recently, the CSRC strengthened the market control, and the people who played with leverage died. No one dared to play with 20 times the leverage with him. During lunch, a few managers of the company gathered together to eat. They were silent and they were in a bad mood. Li Linfeng chewed the food, but it was like chewing wax. Boss Qin, you will go bankrupt sooner or later if you do this. A manager sighed. By the way, doesn't our company have a major shareholder? Why haven't I seen him? I've already reported it, but Boss Pei doesn't care. He told us to just listen to Boss Qin. The stock market is rising well now. Boss Qin will be in trouble once the contract expires. Sigh, I haven't been eating or sleeping well recently. We haven't been in this company for long, but we've been running it together for so long, and it's getting better and better. I feel uncomfortable now. There was a sigh. Li Linfeng suddenly said, maybe the bull market has really come to an end. Haven't you thought about it? Although the bull market is bubbly, it can last until next year. Old Li, you're thinking too much. After a few drops, The bull market is equivalent to extending its life for a while. Many people thought so too. The individual investors and some small and medium-sized financial institutions thought so. However, some individual investors and financial institutions were so anxious that they were sweating, or rather, their hearts were dead. They played with leverage. The craziness of this bull market could be seen from the stock market. Leveraged funds were everywhere. 10 or 20 times could no longer satisfy the sour pleasure of becoming rich overnight. Some people even played with leverage of 100 times. This bull market was unhealthy to begin with. From a policy perspective, they wanted to invest excess funds into the market. However, the market chose to invest their funds into the stock market and thus the bull market rose. In a year's time, the unhealthy stock market bubble had been blown bigger and bigger. The bubble would eventually burst. Leveraged accounts would be forced to liquidate once the warning line was reached. The key was that too many people played with leverage. This formed a domino effect. Today one person would burst and tomorrow another person would burst. The stock market would collapse. Tuesday 1 p.m. When the stock market opened today, it was sluggish. It switched between red and green. The half-dead trend made many people anxious. When the market opened in the afternoon, the stock market showed everyone what fun is fun meant. It plummeted like a cliff. It kept going down and down just like it did more than a week ago when it plunged in despair. Xianxia also contributed to this. During this period of time, he had been crazily selling his stocks. Chapter 332. Countless individual investors were dumbfounded, and most of the financial institutions were caught off guard. However, the extent of the chicken dinner was far more than that. This time it was really like pushing a mountain to topple a jade pillar. Even 10 cows wouldn't be able to pull it back. The stock market plunged for a week. From the limit down of 100 stocks to the limit down of all time, in a week, the news said that the market value of the stock had evaporated by hundreds of billions. At this moment, not only were the individual investors panicking, even the financial institutions were panicking and frantically fleeing. Later on, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Because every day when the market opened, they would find out in despair that their stocks had fallen. There was a lot of crying on the internet. Everyone was lamenting the fact that they had been poor all their lives in the stock market. Everyone was half joking and half bitter as they teased, "See you on the rooftop." In fact, there really were people who jumped off the building. For example, those who crazily played with leverage. Not only did they return to the time before liberation, but they also owed huge debts that they could not repay. First, all sorts of experts jumped out to appease the people, telling them that the stock market was very healthy and that the drop this time was to get rid of the bubble. These words sounded very familiar. Forget it, the people are easy to fool anyway. Then, the national team announced that they would enter the market to save the market. All the major media companies pushed the good news to calm the panic of the shareholders. However, if there was a first, then there was a second, then there was a third. This time, everyone was so scared that they pissed their pants. They didn't believe it. It's over. It's really over this time. Last time, I thought that it had fallen to the floor, so I should have searched the bottom. Now I know that it was the ceiling. It's okay. This time it's the sewers. Brothers, hurry up and search for the bottom. Don't be a coward, just do it. *CK your mother. My underwear is already in the stock market. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll just sit on the rooftop and finish my last cigarette. Wait for me upstairs, let's meet on the rooftop. Celebrities all came to take advantage of this incident and posted pictures of "See you on the rooftop" or "I beg you, return my hard-earned money" on Weibo. It wasn't pure ridicule. Celebrities also speculated in the stock market, and they definitely invested more than individual investors. If they were to lose money, they would lose millions or even tens of millions. Compared to the wailing of the people, Bauza Investment Company was jubilant and cheering. Just a few days ago, the employees of the company were still secretly sighing about Xianxia's ambition. Now they could only shout 666. If Xianxia were to say, "I lack knees," all the employees of the company would enthusiastically offer their knees. This month's bonus is exploding. I can finally take my wife out to play. Once I get the bonus, I'll have enough for the down payment. It's a wise decision to follow President Qin. I didn't expect the stock market to collapse. Although I've lost all my private savings, this month's bonus is dozens of times more than my private savings. I'm already looking forward to the year-end bonus. Wow. President Qin really knows how to show off. We all thought he was doomed. Acting tough? How can the affairs of cultured people be considered pretentious? Everyone burst into laughter, and the office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the meeting room, Chairman Qin gathered everyone for a meeting. It was mainly about showing off. Boss Qin sat in the main seat with a domineering and arrogant look on his face that said, "I've never tasted defeat in my life." The officials below him were convinced. They bowed and said, "Boss Qin is awesome, the most awesome." Su Yu, who replaced herself as the imperial concubine in her heart, had a bright smile on her face and felt honored. In the end, Li Linfeng sighed, "There are still some shares in the account that have not been sold. The stock market collapsed too early." "Yes, it's too early. We must find a chance to throw the blame out. We can't let it fall in our hands." In fact, Baoza Investment had made a lot of money. With 10 times the leverage, the stock had fallen to the floor. It was estimated that the stock would fall to the bottom of the sea. At that time they could buy the stock back and return it to the broker at a small price. But the manager's obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up. They wanted to sell all the stock. Especially Li Linfeng, who was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. He had no choice. He was a Virgo. "No hurry. The national team has entered the market. The stock market will recover slightly in the next few days. But my dear officials, don't worry. At most it's just a momentary recovery of the bull market. Let's make another wave of profit while it recovers." The managers came to their senses. "By the way, our first product has expired, right? Su Yu, let the finance department count the profits and then close the product," Qin Zhe said. Su Yu nodded. Then Qin Zhe announced the end of the meeting. Oh, the meeting was over. Everyone went to do their own things. "By the way, President Qin, we plan to organize a celebration party. You must come," Li Linfeng said. Qin Zhe was stunned. "How come I didn't know? Are you kidding me? My officials want to drink and have fun, but they didn't inform me?" "Oh, we've applied with Vice President Su," Li Linfeng said. "Well, let's have a meal tonight. During this time, everyone has been quite depressed," Su Yu said. "Is that so? Okay then." Qin Zhe nodded. "Forget it. Since the officials and my beloved concubine have applied, it's the same. Are you going?" Su Yu asked. "I'm going. Of course I'm going," Qin Zhe said. He couldn't let the officials and his beloved concubine play alone. In recent days, the dark clouds that shrouded the hearts of the employees dissipated. There was no work in the afternoon. The employees chatted in the big office, and the managers chatted and smoked in the small conference room. Qin Zhe returned to his office and asked the finance department for the recent performance report. Then he took a photo and sent it to his sisters. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were worried about him for a long time. After the stock market crash, they were very happy. Wang Zijin replied, "My A's is amazing. I'll give you a verbal reward." Wang Zijin grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. She didn't think much of money. She was really happy for Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao, "Seeing A's make so much money, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." Qin Zhe replied to his sister, "When I get serious, even I'm scared of myself." Oh. Qin Baobao sent an aggrieved emoji rubbing its nose. "I bought a few bags a while ago and then I also bought one for Wolf in the house. I also bought a lot of luxury goods. You know all about it." Qin Zhe sent a puzzled emoji. "Didn't you say they were all cheap goods online?" "There's a reason. My sister's money is with Tianfeng. The company's funds are tight recently." Qin Baobao replied weakly. "Oh, then you don't have to lie to me. Wait, where did you get the money?" Qin Zhe had an ominous premonition in his heart. "Well, it's all your money. 3 million all gone." Qin Zhe, "My money was squandered by my sister again? Why did I say again? Sure enough, my money is actually not money. It should be renamed Sister's Private Money. Flip the table. I haven't seen what my money looks like and it's gone. Flip the table. My wife's money has nothing to do with me at all. Flip the table. Sister Ziwei, I'm sorry. Okay, the income is sorted out. I asked the finance department to transfer the money. The money of those stars will soon be in their accounts. I'll send you the income report." So you sent him a message. Soon Huang Yuding called. "What the F***ck that many?" Qin Zhe smiled and said, "I shorted the stock market. I recently made a lot of money." Huang Yuding, "You're awesome. I'm convinced. It's more than my annual income." Su Yunhan's call followed. "Ah, President Qin, did you transfer the wrong money?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Really? Then you should give it back to me quickly." Su Yunhan whined, "So many notes, I can't bear to part with them. Just pretend you forgot and I forgot too. Let them lie quietly in my bank account." Qin Zhe, "Haha, don't joke, it's yours." Chen Sure, President Qin, I love you, I love you." Qin Zhe, Speak human language. Xianxia, are you sure you didn't transfer the wrong money? Are you sure this is my final income? Qinzhe, yes. Xianxia, it's not scientific. Why is it so spicy? Qinzhe, shorting the stock market. Almost every star who received the remittance notification called Qinzhe in disbelief, suspecting that he had transferred the wrong money. They didn't have the right to tell him what to do, but every month the company would send them the performance report. This month's income was simply better than last month's. Although everyone was acting, after seeing the series of numbers on the text message notification, they couldn't help but sigh that life was like a drama. Huang Yuding posted on Weibo Online, "Thank you, boss." Qinzi few minutes later, Su Yunhan reposted, "Thank you, boss." Qinzhe Qianxia reposted. Guling reposted. Lao Yao reposted. Li Rongxing reposted. More and more stars reposted this Weibo post. When they got off work at 6 p.m., there were more than 20 stars who had reposted. They were all stars who had bought Qinzhe's products and received the money in the afternoon. Even for the celebrities who made a lot of money every day, this was a huge amount of income. After they had money in their hands, they had made a lot of investments, investing in shops, investing in real estate, starting their own companies, opening their own shops, and so on. However, none of the investments were as good as today. They had only transferred a sum of money to Qinzhe, and this sum of money had multiplied several times in 3 months. This feeling was as if they had received a scam message and the other party said, Qinxia Huang, transfer money. Their brains went haywire and they transferred 3,000 yuan to the other party. Then, 3 months later, Qinxia Huang came with thousands of soldiers and horses, wanting to bring them to show off and soar. The nosy netizens commented below the stars' Weibo posts. What happened? Dumbfounded. Did you all jump ship to Tianfang? Become artists under Qinzhe? At this moment, if Qin Baobao saw this, she would definitely cry in the toilet. Tianfang's major shareholder should be her, right? How is that possible? Tianfang can't take in so many big shots. I keep feeling that there's some kind of shady deal going on. I really want to know. I'm so anxious. Forget it. The stock market is suffering losses. I'm not in the mood to pay attention to entertainment gossip. No one could get an answer. The stars maintained their silence and did not say much. The netizens who could not get an answer went to Qinzhe's Weibo to ask. Of course, Qinzhe did not reply. He sent a message to his sister. Sister Bao, go on Weibo and say something. Say what? Say that I'm going to bring everyone to show off and soar. Say it yourself. This kind of thing needs to be said by others. If I say it myself, I'll lose my cool. Sure, but I have a request. Say it. I owe money to my wife. Quickly top it up. MMP. Chapter 333. Asking me for money again? It's natural for other women to ask their husband for money. You, as an elder sister, always ask me for money. What do you mean? If Qinzhe is right, his sister has been a star for so long and earned tens of millions, where did the money go? You don't spend your own money, but spend my wife's money with peace of mind. My sister is also a black-hearted maggot, and she always calls me a maggot. No money, I'm short of money. Qinzhe refused. Rich, you earn so much money, but you are not willing to spend it on your sister, black-hearted maggot. I love you for nothing. His sister said in a coquettish and aggrieved tone. You finally admit it, what wife's money? You just want to cheat me of my money. Qinzhe said. No matter if the wife's money is gone, you have to recharge. How much do you want? Oh, 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love, just give as you see fit. Qin Baobao said. This scheming, it's like a master fortune-telling saying that money is a worldly possession, just give as you see fit. In such a case, giving less will make me stingy. I don't have money, but your brother has a project of more than 1 billion here. Are you interested? Qinzhe was serious. Then I'm not interested. I don't understand the project. You can discuss it with Suyu. Qin Baobao was very self-aware. Don't change the subject, give me the money. Look for Suyu? Don't regret it. Qinzhe said faintly. After the call, Qinzhe asked the finance department to transfer 5 million to his sister's bank card. Hand in the public grain. No, recharge the wife's money. His sister was very reliable. She took the money and soon locked on a female star who had shot an advertisement together. This female star seemed to have lost a lot. She posted several Weibo in a row. See you on the rooftop, give me back my hard-earned money, my body is emptied, and other series of pictures with the caption. Once you enter the stock market, you will be a passerby from now on. Qin Baobao replied on the other party's Weibo, it's our fault that we met too late, or I would introduce the products of my brother's company to you. In an instant it was pinned to the top, and the netizens replied to Qin Bao Bao, introduce your brother to her? Wake up, your brother's legend as the god of stocks has been shattered. Does it hurt when your brother cuts his flesh? Goddess, your brother is already dead. In the blink of an eye there were thousands of replies. That female celebrity also replied to Qin Bao Bao, I've been tricked by the stock market and so has your brother. I'm in the same situation. Tears streaming down my face. The netizens immediately gave her a like. Qin Bao Bao replied, luckily he cut it quickly. It's a small loss but it's nothing. If you don't cut it you will suffer a great loss now. The reply building suddenly fell silent. Then the female celebrity replied with a, I don't want to live anymore crying emoji. The netizens also exploded. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Qinze has already cut off his flesh and fled. Although he cut it off a little early, he still managed to escape a calamity. His foresight is amazing. That's right. Previously, after he cut off his shares, the stock market immediately recovered. We only cared about laughing at him, but it seems like he did the right thing? No wonder so many celebrities posted on Weibo. I should have thought of it earlier. Hey, this is interesting. So many people complained about Qinze a while ago, but now they have been slapped in the face. Ah. The last one to know the truth is crying. It suddenly dawned on them. No wonder so many celebrities posted on Weibo to thank Qinze. They finally figured it out. The netizens were shocked. All of them took screenshots, posted on Weibo, Tieba, and forums as if they had caught an exclusive news. Unique foresight, escape unscathed. This is the difference between a stock god and an ordinary person. The stock god is still the same stock god. The little scum can only hit 666. All kinds of headlines appeared. Qin Bao Bao manually showed her brother's divinity in front of the masses, and it was very effective. She was smart enough not to expose the fact that she was short-selling. Otherwise, the public's admiration would have turned into jealousy. Qinze looked at the screen in his office and grinned. He liked this kind of, I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu has legends about me mode the most. Some time ago there were all kinds of trampling on the internet, and the internet media all kinds of heckling. Sister Ziwei wrote several articles to help him brag, but it didn't work. Now he was proud and elated, so cool. In online literature this is called suppressing first and then rising. He felt that he could be on the hot search list again. Recently, as long as there was major news related to stocks, it could be on the hot search list. Qinze had a feeling of I, Huhan-san, am back again. Qinze, it's time to go. Let's go to dinner. Suyu opened the door and came in. It was 6:15 and the night was dark outside the window. Suyu just changed her outfit in her office. Her thin stockings were replaced with thick winter stockings, her high-heeled shoes were replaced with snow boots, her office suit was replaced with denim shorts, a knitted sweater and a blue windbreaker, and she wore a light green woman's hat on her head. Beautiful, delicate, and elegant. With this appearance, she was the focus of attention wherever she went. Your hat is very unique. Qinze flicked the brim of her hat. It's expensive, 30,000 yuan. Suyu straightened the hat that was flicked and wrinkled her nose at him. The managers had already booked seats in the restaurant. Of course, President Qin and President Su didn't need to deal with this small matter. They were now ready to meet everyone. But Qinze received a phone call, a strange phone call. Qinze didn't answer at first. Since he registered the company, he had received a lot of spam calls today. Some were issuing invoices, some were recommending stocks, and some were selling Wui Mountain Dahongpo. But this phone call was very stubborn. One after another, it seemed that if Qinze didn't answer, he would call until the end of time. Qinze's heart moved and he answered, Who is it? It's me. It was the voice of Chao Bing, his ex-husband. Are you going to beg me to let your company go, or threaten me to be sensible, or you'll teach me a lesson? Qinze smiled happily. His ex-husband finally couldn't hold back and came to him for a showdown. I'm in the restaurant opposite your company. Room 6 on the 3rd floor. Do you dare to come? Chao Bing said in a deep voice. Wash your ass and wait for me. Qinze hung up the phone. Chao Bing? Suyu frowned. Well, you go first. I'll meet him. Qinze put on his clothes and patted her on the shoulder. Why do you care about him? We don't need to care about him at all. Suyu didn't understand. He hasn't bowed to me yet. Qinze said. Suyu didn't understand and couldn't understand. Was it so important? A dispute between men? Qinze wouldn't tell her. No, it's the system's task. Then I'll go too. Suyu said. The other party used to be in the underworld, and now he's half black and half white. Qinze threatened, Maybe a group of big men will rush out and kill you. Will they protect me? Of course I can fight 10. What are you afraid of? Go. Qinzhe said, I like you, a brainless fan who has no ambition. Suyu took his arm and smiled like a flower. I like your shameless confidence. Across the street, without driving, Suyu took Qinzhe's arm and walked out of the office building. Anyone who saw it would think that they were a couple. She was a little happy and Qinzhe didn't push her away. However, Qinzhe felt that if there was a big beauty, it would be more imposing and more exciting. Since Chao Bing asked him to meet instead of shooting behind his back, it meant that he didn't want to be entangled with him. In fact, even if the ex-husband wanted to be rough, Qinzhe's current skills and physical strength could easily solve more than a dozen big men. The second set of radio gymnastics for primary school students, The Times Are Calling, was an upgraded version of the first set. It couldn't be used to kill people with leaves, jump over roofs and vault over walls, but if Qinzhe punched with all his strength, it was enough to break the skull of an adult. The sixth private room of the restaurant was a large private room, enough to accommodate a small company party, decorated magnificently. Chao Bing sat alone, with 3 men in black standing on both sides, including the number 1 follower at Dong who was kicked by Nan Man Pei. There was a steak and a glass of water on the round table. Chao Bing held a knife and fork, chewing slowly, his eyes unfocused. He was thinking. That day he declared war on Qinzhe, but the next day, some of his gray industries in the north were raided and closed for rectification. His subordinates didn't work, so Chao Bing had to take a flight back to the north. Running around and relying on his own deep connections accumulated over more than 10 years, he settled it. Following the vine to the melon, he found out that the Zhao family in the capital, even in the powerful capital, was a family that could speak. He thought that this was Qinzhe's confidence. He was a little surprised, but it was not impossible to resist. Moreover, his father-in-law's connections were not used, and the fire was extinguished. But a few days ago when the stock market crash came, he couldn't calm down. The 3 listed companies under his name fell for 2 weeks in a row, and the company's assets shrank by hundreds of millions. Not only was the financing greatly affected, but the bank stock mortgage loan was a huge trouble. Chao Bing checked it and finally found that Qinzhe was shorting his company's shares. The little red guy deliberately revealed to him through Nan Man Pei that Qinzhe still held a lot of shares in his hands. Even if the stock market recovered, he would continue to short his company's shares. His company's shares would not be able to raise his head. He had already hurt his muscles and bones. He wouldn't be able to recover within 5 years. Qinzhe didn't let him wait long. After receiving the call about 10 minutes later, the waiter let him in. Suyu, who was like a little bird, was beside him. Suyu and Qin Baobao were 2 completely opposite types. Suyu's cold temperament made her have the refined temperament of Lao Zhou's, pure ripple but not seductive. As for Qin Baobao, looking at her, men would think, hey, this little goblin. Women, this coquettish slut. Qinzhe and Suyu sat down. Chao Bing also put down his knife and fork, took a sip of water and wiped his mouth. What do you want? Chao Bing stared at him sharply. Chapter 334. Chao Bing had obviously come prepared for this meeting, or rather, the negotiation. From the moment Qinzhe came in to the moment he sat down, Chao Bing raised his head and looked at him. Then he slowly chewed his food, drank his water and wiped his mouth. Naturally, he created a steady as Mount Tai atmosphere. He had experienced the same feeling from Nan Man Pei. This was the capital accumulated from a certain amount of social experience and life experience, commonly known as the aura of a big shot. The only thing that could be suppressed was the aura of the protagonist. But Qinzhe himself was a salted fish, and the aura of a big shot did not exist. Qinzhe smiled and did not reply. Suyu next to him understood and smiled. Mr. Chao, we are businessmen and we don't want to do anything. Chao Bing consciously ignored Suyu and stared at Qinzhe. As long as you stop shorting my company's stock, I am willing to pay a certain price. How about 50 million? Qinzhe was silent. Chao Bing narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. The price is not enough? TSK, I have checked your information. Whether it is the father of a university professor or the mother of a housewife, it seems that they are not qualified and impossible to connect with the Zhao family. At first, I thought that you were a money-making tool of the Zhao family, a puppet placed outside to deceive others. Later I found that you were not. I admire you very much. From a college student with nothing, you have come to today's position in just half a year. Excluding those second generations who rely on their ancestors, no one is better than you. This is the truth. For this, I spent a lot of effort and used some of my connections in the government to investigate your parents' ancestors. It's actually very simple to investigate a person's family background. It only needs to be within 3 generations. Any further, even if you're a remnant of the Manchu Qing dynasty or a descendant of a tycoon of the Republic of China, it's meaningless. Your grandfather is a poor teacher. He does not have students all over the world and does not know any big shots. Your mother's ancestral home is in Zhejiang province. Most of the people of the same clan are bumpkins. However, there is a big businessman in Wenzhou called Su Yao, who is of the same clan as your mother. He is a little related but has nothing to do with the Zhao family. In just a few words he had revealed Qin Zhe's background. Those with poor mental fortitude would show their cowardice now. Su Yu frowned. She knew that Qin Zhe was more like a genius technical talent, rather than an experienced businessman. He was not good at this kind of negotiation tactics. He turned his head to take a look, only to find that Qin Zhe's gaze was deep and unfazed. There was no reason not to appreciate such a man, Su Yu thought. I also know a little about your background. You're not very clean. When you were young you were working under Big Sister Man's father. You did a lot of shady things and were often chased by people like a loser. In your line of work you're like a mouse in front of a cat when you see an official. I really can't see through scum like you. What's the point of money? Money is a bastard. You're willing to shed your blood for a bastard. Aren't you stupid? Qin Zhe shrugged. I'm not targeting your ex-husband. I'm targeting everyone here. The corner of her ex-husband's mouth twitched. The 6 men in black had ominous looks in their eyes. Su Yu whispered, "Why did you bring me in?" I accidentally hurt an ally, sorry. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette for himself, and his domineering arrogance burned. Is it difficult to earn money? Do you need to risk your life for him? I've never touched money. I'm not interested in money. Qin Zhe felt that his expression and tone were in place. He said it more lightly than a certain big man, and there was no one around him who was holding back their laughter. But you're smart, you know how to clean up. Unfortunately, your ambition is also big and you're too attached to the gray industry so you can't clean your ass. To put it bluntly, you're still brainless. Money is so easy to earn. When I didn't pay attention, I earned nearly 10 billion yuan. I don't know how to spend it. Su Yu swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, the great god is too pretentious. What if he gets beaten later? You see, I slightly shorted your company's stock and earned hundreds of millions. Money is just a string of numbers for me. What I value more is to provide jobs for society. This is a good thing that really benefits the country and the people. On the other hand, for a few 100 million yuan, you can't sit still and jumped out to negotiate with me. At this point, the aura that the ex-husband painstakingly created finally couldn't hold. His face was gloomy. 80 million. Qin Zhe shook his head and looked like he deserved a beating. I said, I don't care about money. Qiao Bing gnashed his teeth. What do you want? Qin Zhe put away the acting emperor, and said word by word, how to bow to the big man, you're in the underworld. You don't need me to teach you, do you? The 6 men in black almost wanted to rush up and pinch the kid to death. Su Yu looked at him with admiration. Qiao Bing silently stared at Qin Zhe, his pupils sharp and cold, and slowly said, after so many years in the underworld I have learned 2 truths. Cut the grass and pull out the roots. People should leave a way out. I use different methods to deal with different people. Everyone has a family. No matter what you do, don't be too ruthless. Don't you think so? Although he tried to wash his hands for many years after so many years in the underworld, his means of dealing with things and ordinary businessmen were different. Are you threatening me? Qin Zhe revealed a rare dangerous aura. Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. If he doesn't know how to appreciate it, we will. Gotcha. In the quiet room, suddenly there was a crisp sound. Sorry, this cup is really brittle. Qin Zhe casually threw the fragments of the bone porcelain cup on the table. Qiao Bing's eyelids twitched fiercely. The 6 big men, Sigma, LLL. This was a bone porcelain cup. Although it was brittle, it was also very hard, very hard. How could it be crushed with one hand? Qiao Bing and his henchmen were all in the underworld and they all had a few tricks up their sleeves. They had never seen anyone with a grip that could crush bone porcelain. Was it an illusion? Was it a fake? It was actually a prop just now. When they were not paying attention, it was replaced by this kid. At this time, Qin Zhe picked up the bone porcelain cup in front of Su Yu, and his palms silently exerted force. Gotcha. The bone porcelain cup was broken again. The tea spilled down his palm or flowed into his cuffs. Qiao Bing, the 6 big men? Su Yu, Heartsuit Omega Heartsuit? If you want to play, then let's fight right now. How about it? Qin Zhe sneered. Qiao Bing and his henchmen were silent. One of the guys swallowed his saliva. One of the guy's legs went soft. Over there in the north you can do whatever you want. Shanghai is my territory. Qin Zhe sneered. In terms of official contacts, I definitely have more than you. You've hit a wall twice, you know that. There's also Sister Man's help. You can't play with me. If you want to use underhanded means, I'll just make a trip to the north and kill you. Are your bones harder than a cup? Then I'm better at finance than you. Are you sure you can keep your 3 listed companies? During this time, the bank's phone should have blown up your office's landline. You'd better think about how to raise money for mortgage. 3 companies are enough to keep you busy. Chao Bing was silent. Qin Zhe got up, walked around the table and patted his ex-husband on the shoulder. Solemn and stirring expressions appeared on the 6 men's faces at the same time. Qin Zhe whispered, "Finally, I also warn you, everyone has a family. Don't think that others are the only ones who wear shoes and ignore the shoes on your feet. Your son is only 6 years old, right?" No matter what kind of ruthless character Chao Bing was in the past, since he wanted to whitewash his family business, he was destined to not dare to fight to the death. If his heart was not enough, his hands would not be black. What he said just now, in fact, was to scare Qin Zhe. Chao Bing's forehead veins jumped, his cheeks bulged, and he struggled for a while. Finally, he raised his eyes and stared at the young man who made him capsize. "I was wrong," he said. The next moment, Qin Zhe received the system's task completion prompt in his mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. If his ex-husband was too stubborn, he would consider beating him and then forcing him to admit his mistake. It would be very troublesome. Maybe he would have to ask Sister Man to clean up his mess. "You should have known." Qin Zhe laughed. "Okay, I'll hold your shares first. When the stock market dust settles, I'll sell." "Suyu, let's go." Qin Zhe strode out of the private room. But Suyu did not follow. Suyu and Chao Bing had met several times. She knew how annoyed her ex-husband was. Usually when she saw Chao Bing, Suyu would stare at her fiercely and kill her with her eyes. After all, she was even afraid of Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin. But today, with Qin Zhe as the man behind her, she was particularly courageous. Suyu strode over, took off the beloved hat on her head, and put it on her ex-husband. "Don't pester Sister Man in the future, hum." After that, her courage ran out, and she turned around and ran into Qin Zhe's arms. Qin Zhe. Chapter 335. Qin Zhe was shocked and turned to look at his ex-husband's face. Although he could fight 10 scums like his ex-husband, he was desperate. Things had been negotiated and the task was completed. He didn't want to cause more trouble. He also underestimated Su Teddy's ability to make trouble. His ex-husband's face was ugly, but he held back. He didn't know if he was shocked by his own strength or because Suyu was a woman. If Qin Zhe did this, it was estimated that his ex-husband would fight with him. "Let's go." Suyu took Qin Zhe's hand and walked away quickly. "What you did just now amazed me," Qin Zhe said. "Yes, I learned it from watching pictures on the internet. It felt very exciting. I will try it again in the future." Suyu was overjoyed and her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. "Don't do this if there is no deep hatred. You will be beaten." Qin Zhe thought about it and added, "Unless I am by your side." Suyu rolled her eyes and smiled with dimples. "Okay." For no reason, Qin Zhe poked the dimples on her cheek. Suyu blushed. The two came to the restaurant where the reservation was made. There were 6 tables in a luxurious large private room. At this time the employees had already eaten, toasting and laughing. Suyu didn't know that the negotiation would go so smoothly. She was ready to be absent, so she informed the company's employees and let them eat first. This hotel was good. It was specially used for large-scale gatherings. Many companies nearby chose this place for their annual meetings. The private room next door was decorated like the Great Hall of the People. "Boss Su." "Boss Qin." Everyone got up and greeted. Qin Zhe pressed his hand and motioned everyone to sit down. Among these people, some successfully brushed their faces in front of him, but some were very unfamiliar. He was not the kind of boss who talked very much with his employees. Except for a few managers, team leaders, and the girl at the front desk who helped them order, he had no extra communication with other employees. So in the hearts of the employees, he was a little more mysterious as the boss. Like the Mona Lisa's smile, mysterious. After Qin Zhe and Suyu came over, the atmosphere in the private room cooled down a little. Several managers at the same table were cautious when eating. The boss's aura was oppressive. It couldn't be helped. It was the same everywhere. No matter how active and lively the employees were in private, eating at the same table with the boss, no matter how good their mentality was, would still be stressful. But under the effective leadership of Qin Zhe, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Chairman Qin bragged to everyone that when the company grew bigger, everyone would be given an Audi A8. Whoever won the sales championship for 3 consecutive years would be given a house. Boss Qin's nonsensical bragging finally lifted the mood of the room. He wasn't bragging. He would definitely receive these benefits in the future. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Linfeng said drunkenly, "Boss Qin, I really admire you. I've been in this business for so many years, but I've never seen a boss as bold and courageous as you." Xiao Qin replied humbly, "You're too kind." Li Linfeng stood up and shouted, "Let me toast to President Qin and President Su. Brothers, do as you see fit." Then there was a wave of toasts and the employees took turns to toast. "President Qin, I'll drink. You can do as you please." "President Su, I'll drink. You can do as you please." Suyu was a light drinker. After drinking a few glasses, her face flushed and she looked charming. But she was in high spirits and didn't refuse anyone. A group of female colleagues squeezed over with a smile. The leader was a beautiful girl who used to work at the front desk and later transferred to the finance department. She held a glass of wine with a smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. "President Qin, I just made a bet with them," she said. "What bet?" The beautiful girl replied shyly, "Bet if I dare to say that I love you." "Qin Zhe." The beautiful girl took a deep breath and shouted, "President Qin, I love you." The girls behind her cheered and laughed continuously. Then the whole room cheered. In the laughter of the whole room, the smile on President Su's face gradually disappeared. Li Linfeng, who had followed her from Juli to Baoza, wiped his sweat and silently prayed for the girl. He hoped that she could live through this year and at least get the year-end bonus. These little girls were really looking for trouble. They even teased the man who was the head of the company. Suyu was the nominal head of Baoza Company, and she handled all the affairs. Alas, when the time came he would come forward to ask for mercy. The dinner lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was high from drinking, but they were not satisfied yet. Someone suggested that they go for karaoke. The famous CEO Qin, the fast shooter, naturally became the target of popularity. Everyone clamored to hear his dolphin voice. Qin Zhe didn't participate and let them play by themselves because Suyu was drunk. Suyu was in high spirits today. She drank 4 bottles of beer alone and was falling in the arms of Qin Zhe. Her eyes were hazy. During the period she went to the toilet and vomited 3 times. So, people who wanted to sing karaoke went to sing karaoke, and people who were drunk took a taxi back. The taxi fare would be reimbursed by the company tomorrow. Qin Zhe helped Suyu to leave and took a taxi on the side of the road. He drank a lot of wine and relied on his strong kidney function. The alcohol was broken down quickly. Now he was half drunk and half sober. His head was slightly swollen and his spirit was particularly excited. Qin Zhe half hugged and half supported Suyu, came to her door, found the key from her bag and opened the door. The light in the house was on. "This silly girl, don't you know to turn off the light when you go out? My sister Bao has more common sense than you." Qin Zhe put Suyu on the bed and turned to the kitchen to boil water for her, but found that the thermos flask was full of hot water. He carefully observed the kitchen. The windows were bright and the plates were neatly placed on the shelf. She never cooked, but the plates were very clean and there was no dust. Every place in the kitchen was very clean. It was not like a woman who did not do anything. Instead, it was like someone had been using the kitchen, so it was so clean. Qin Zhe's heart moved. He walked out of the kitchen and came to the living room. The TV in the living room was also on, playing advertisements. There were snacks and fruits on the coffee table. It seemed that this lonely house often had guests. He turned to the bedroom again. The computer screen was black, but the display light of the host computer was on, indicating that the computer had been on. Qin Zhe stood by the bed and looked at the drunk woman. He suddenly felt very sad. She didn't turn off the lights, not because she was an idiot who had forgotten about life, but because she didn't want to come home from work and face a dark and empty house. So she turned on all the lights in the room. It was as if there was someone waiting for her at home, so she wouldn't be alone. Including the snacks and fruits on the coffee table, the hot water in the thermos flask, the spotless tableware in the kitchen, the computer that was always on standby. What was the point? What was the point? You deliberately created a vibrant house, but it can't change the fact that you are alone. It's ridiculous to deceive yourself. Silly girl, your little nest is not warm at all. Suyu opened her eyes and stared at him with hazy eyes. After a long while, she felt wronged, cold. Qin Zhe helped her take off her snow boots and coat, covered her with the quilt and whispered, "Go to sleep." "What about you?" "I'm going back," Qin Zhe said and belched. His temples were slightly swollen, and the alcohol stimulated his nerves, bringing excitement and tingling pain. Suyu grabbed his hand and acted like a little girl. Don't go, okay? Her parents divorced when she was a child, and her father married a vicious stepmother. Her life was not even as good as that of a child in a single-parent family. Her father's indifference, her stepmother's supercilious eyes, and the illegitimate brother's hatred. She was like a lonely and pitiful little beast, curled up and grew up carefully. Then one day she finally went abroad to look for her mother, eager to find the motherly love from her mother that had been lost for many years. But sadly she found that her mother's love had been given to her new husband and son. There was only a small amount of love given to her, so little that she couldn't feel the slightest warmth. She wandered outside the two families, living alone year after year. But in fact, in her heart, she still longed for a trace of warmth, and hoped that one day someone would come from the sky and reach out to her. If this person really exists, she hopes it is Xianxia. Do you still want to vomit? Xianxia frowned. I don't want to vomit, but my head hurts. Suyu muttered and pouted. Then hurry to sleep, I also have a headache and I want to go back to sleep. Xianxia patted the back of her hand and wanted to retract his hand, but Suyu held it very tightly. He was about to scold her with a straight face, but he heard Suyu's soft voice. I like you, Xianxia. Xianxia's face was stiff. Suyu liked him. He could feel it. When he bought the car that day, Xianxia knew it. Usually Suyu's behavior, eyes and tone of voice all revealed the same message. I like you. But she never dared to say the words, I like you. Suyu didn't dare to say it for fear of being rejected. It would make the two very embarrassed. Maybe the great god would not be the great god anymore and there would be a gap between them. Today she drank wine and her brain was not clear. Wine made people brave. Many things she usually didn't dare to say, but now she can say it without thinking. You just drank too much and you'll be fine after a sleep. Xianxia said softly, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Suyu's soft eyes looked at him obsessively. But I just like you, and I have never liked a man as much as I like you. Can I ask why? Xianxia was tangled. Do you need a reason to like someone? God's arrangement is the biggest. Suyu muttered. God's arrangement is the biggest. Because I took you to play games and there was no man to take you to play games before, so you like me? Xianxia asked. Suyu's face was slightly red and her hazy eyes flashed with shame. Of course not, maybe this is just a very small reason anyway I like you. Chapter 336. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was a little absent-minded. He was already half drunk, and he only felt that his eyes were blinded by the white light. Unexpectedly, the first one to be honest with him was Suyu. For the first time, seeing Xianxia's beauty, he couldn't take his eyes off her. According to his salted fish nature, he should run away at this moment, but he didn't know if it was the effect of alcohol, but he felt that he was ready to move. Or I actually like Suyu? Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly panicked. He swore to keep his chastity for his sister. Sister Ziwei. But it didn't matter. According to the past, there must be a call here, whether it was his sister or Sister Ziwei, they should have called to urge him to go home. But no. Too capricious, too capricious. Can you do whatever you want just because you're beautiful? Then a little stalemate? Maybe she will fall asleep after a while. Well, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Suyu's face was burning. Her pretty face, which was a little red from drinking, was now red. Her eyelashes trembled slightly and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. She had already given such an obvious hint. Could it be that Xianxia was not moved at all? The point was, she was frozen to death. She wanted to cover herself with a quilt, but she couldn't. If she covered herself with a quilt, he would definitely say, Sleep well, see you tomorrow. So the two were in a stalemate. Xianxia knew that an inevitable test in life had appeared. It was like flying immortals in the sky to the west wind blowing snow. Should I take advantage of her? Or should I retreat? At this time he hoped that Suyu would be drunk and fall asleep first. But Suyu blinked her bright and watery eyes and refused to sleep. So, wait for the system to give him a task? Forget it, he was so entangled now that he didn't know what task the system would give him. Maybe it was, ding. Please play a Forbidden 18 game with Suyu until dawn. Then he could smile and type GG with both hands. Moreover, countless experiences have proved that at critical moments, don't expect help from low-level people. Xianxia felt like an ant on a hot pan, so anxious. His heart was against it. He wanted to save the first shot for that person, so he had been holding back. But his body was much more honest than him. No, it felt like there wasn't much resistance to it. Xianxia thought to himself, damn you. Even if I'm a salted fish, I'm a salted fish with dreams. Do you think I'm a saint? Suyu's heart collapsed at this time. Her attitude was very obvious. She liked him and wanted to be with him. She also felt that she was quite beautiful and had a good figure. She usually paid attention to her exercise, but even so, he was still standing by the bed in a daze. Is it that you, Qinze, have high standards, or is it that I, Suyu, am not flirtatious enough? I like you. Suyu made a seductive pose on the bed. Such an enchanting beauty. Qinze was at a loss for words. Her sister's call didn't come, and Suyu didn't fall asleep. It seemed that it was God's will. Heaven's arrangement was the greatest. Suyu said weakly, "Do you want to take a bath?" Qinze thought very seriously for a moment. "I'm not bragging. I'll enter the sage mode after taking a bath." Suyu. Finally they took a bath in batches. Suyu took a bath very quickly, probably afraid that Qinze would slip away. Qinze also took a bath very quickly. He stood on the edge of being a coward and not a coward. He was afraid that after taking a bath, his mind would be clear and his courage would be gone. Qinze said, "Then I'm coming." Suyu. Wait a minute, Qinze, I also think we should talk for a while." Both of them were terrified. "I remember the first time I saw you, on the day of the interview at the elevator you came up, I went down. At that time there were other interviewees with me. The look in their eyes was particularly amazing." Qinze said without any head or brain. "What about you? Were you amazed?" Suyu's face was flushed and her eyes were like water looking at him. "Of course." Qinze rubbed his swollen head. Taking a drunken bath was not a good experience. "I was thinking, who is this girl so beautiful? If she could be my girlfriend, my life would be worth it." Suyu smiled brightly and was about to say, "I promise to be your girlfriend." Qinze said again, "But it's just a thought. We don't know each other. At most we are passers-by. When I see other beautiful girls I will also fantasize about them. Later, I found out that you are the general manager of Julie Company. Iske, have you heard of my beautiful president?" Suyu laughed. "I've heard of it. There's hope again. Many employees are talking in private. Whoever can catch up with President Su will be rich. Not only will they have to work less for decades, but they can also think about women. Do you remember Yang Jian?" Suyu seriously recalled and shook her head. "Who?" "That kid entered the company with me. He wants to have something with you every day and even blocks you in the girls' bathroom." Qinze laughed. Suyu frowned. "I don't even bother to look at this kind of person." Qinze sighed. "Then why do you like a person like me?" Suyu said with infatuation. You are different from others. At least for me you are different." Qinze nodded and continued, "After getting along for more than a month, I felt that you were very cold and not my type. Slowly that thought faded. Until that time when we met, it turned out that you were Kanto man. Fate is a strange thing. Maybe it's fate." Qinze's fingers brushed Suyu's skin and he sighed. "Who would have thought that we would have today?" Suyu bit her lip. "After saying so much, are you coming or not?" "Coming." Qinze took off his clothes, lifted the quilt and covered him and Suyu. "I finally graduated. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore." Tonight was the day of Qinze's graduation, and it was also the day of Suyu's graduation. It didn't last long. After finishing, exhaustion surged like a tide. Under the influence of alcohol, the two hugged each other and fell asleep. That night, Suyu slept particularly well. No, particularly peacefully. The next day, early in the morning, the fields that were not damaged by plowing had already woken up, and the tired cows were still sleeping. Suyu opened her sleepy eyes. Her hair was messy. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling for a few minutes. She remembered the out-of-body pleasure last night. She was snuggled up to a hot and strong body. It was very warm and very reassuring. There was no air conditioning in the room. She used to sleep alone. If she didn't turn on the air conditioning, she would wake up in the middle of the night. She turned her head and looked at the sleeping face close to her. Sleeping on the same pillow, she could feel each other's breath between breaths. Great happiness swelled in her heart, making her want to cry. Suyu's trembling fingertips stroked Qinze's face, from the handsome eyebrows to the handsome nose, sliding along the contours of his cheeks, and finally, her fingers pressed against his lips. This mouth, last night, sucked her little mouth wantonly. The kissing skill was skillful and full of aggressiveness. The soul that had been wandering for more than 10 years was comforted. The happiness made her eyes red and choked in a low voice. The crying was very small, but it woke up Qinze. He opened his eyes, his pupils were unfocused and slowly restored focus. Then he looked at Suyu, who was sobbing in a low voice. The salted fish looked confused. It was not that he drank too much. In the situation last night, at most he was half drunk. There was no possibility of waking up and not remembering anything. On TV, those men and women who had sex after drinking would scream at a high decibel when they woke up, for fear that others would not know about their affair. It was nonsense. If he really drank too much, it meant that the brain could no longer control the body. The only ending was to lie on the ground like a corpse. Where did he get the strength to have sex? He was afraid that he was the scapegoat. He was confused because Suyu cried. What did it mean? After having sex, did she regret it? Last night she took off her pants because she was empty and lonely. She took advantage of the alcohol to boost her courage. Now that her mind was clear, she felt that she had sex with a salted fish. Was her life too desperate? Or did she like me or something? Just a very slight liking and did not intend to have sex with me? Do you regret it? Qinzhe said in a low voice. Suyu shook her head and sniffled. Then why are you crying? Qinzhe was depressed. Suyu still shook her head. Was she happy because she had sex with you? This kind of words, the degree of shame had exceeded the limit of her masochism. Then am I your girlfriend now? Suyu said expectantly. Girlfriend? Qinzhe looked at the ceiling and was in a daze for a long time. If it was a girlfriend, Sister Ziwei was his girlfriend in name. The relationship between the two was very stable. So far, except for kissing, they had not even touched a little white rabbit. It was more stable than a tank. Did he make Sister Ziwei a cuckold? She said that drinking would make things worse, but you didn't listen. Alcohol can strengthen people's courage, but it can also strengthen salted fish's courage. What should he do next? He smiled and said, we are all adults. It is normal to have sex. Forget about it later. Then pull up his pants and deny it? He could not do this. Then should he confess to his sisters? Yesterday was his graduation day. Today might be his death anniversary. Qin Baobao's profound meaning, deadly scissor kick. Wang Zijin's profound meaning, high kick to explode eggs. Salted fish say, dead. This book ended. Chapter 337. As the salted fish host of the low-level system, Qinzhe is very self-aware. He doesn't have the unique personality charm of Long Outyin, who controls the harem of 3,000 beauties and lives in harmony. He doesn't have the aura of a king like Zhao Ritian. When he shakes his body, all the beauties worship him. He doesn't have Yi Liangqin's 100 ways to make you unable to stay. I'm not reconciled. I can't say it. My salted fish Zay can't die so quickly. Let me think about how to solve the trouble at hand. What the hell? Speaking of the sisters, they didn't call me? This doesn't make sense. With his sister's possessiveness, he usually comes home late and she will be jealous. Can Qin Bao bear to stay out all night? I'm afraid she has already sharpened her knife to salted fish. Sister Ziwei is now my girlfriend. My boyfriend is completely not back. Can Sister Ziwei bear to fool around outside? I'm afraid they are brewing the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty in their hearts. But why didn't they call me? Qinzhe leaned over to pick up his pants and took out his mobile phone. The screen was black and it didn't light up. It turned out that the mobile phone was out of battery. Qinzhe's mind inexplicably appeared a song. If everything is heaven's will, everything is fate after all, it is destined. Okay, this blame will be thrown to the mobile phone. Today's smartphones are good to look at but useless. When Qinzhe was in high school, a Nokia was on standby for a week, charging for 5 minutes and talking for 2 hours. Suyu saw his silence and her heart was cold. We're already like this. You don't want me? Qinzhe shook his head. Suyu's eyes flashed dimness and she said with a smile, then you sleep for a while? I'm going to take a shower and I have to go to work later. Qinzhe looked down and saw the reaction of all men in the morning and sighed, I just can't sleep. Suyu glanced at him, blushed, kissed him timidly and ran out of the room naked. Qinzhe pondered for a long time. It seems that this is really a matter of the future. Clothes and trousers were scattered on the ground, some of Suyu's, piled together in a mess. After picking up the clothes one by one and putting them on, Qinzhe walked out of the room and into the living room. He opened the door and slammed it shut. He didn't notice that there was no sound of running water in the bathroom. His mind was in a mess right now, so he couldn't notice these details. In the bathroom, Suyu stood in front of the mirror in a daze. She listened to his footsteps as he walked past the bathroom door and into the living room. Then the security door slammed shut. He left. Suyu's heart was in pain, like a lifeless paper flower, and her eyes were dry. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so nosy and asked that question. Do you think that just because you love him he will love you back? You were the one who seduced him into bed, and now you want him to take responsibility? Look, you've been abandoned. You're just a pitiful creature that your grandmother doesn't love and your uncle doesn't love. Suyu turned on the tap and the hot water flowed. She hugged her knees, squatted on the cold tiles and burst into tears. She cried heartbreakingly like a homeless cat, like a little girl who has been wronged. It turns out that love is not something that you can get in return for how much you pay. She cried until the sky turned dark. For a long time she vaguely heard a knock on the door, one after another, and the sound kept coming. Suyu put her face in the hot water and washed it. Her shivering body dispersed the chill. She turned off the shower head, wrapped in a bath towel, and walked to the security door in a daze. Looking out of the peephole, she just saw the handsome face. At this moment, there was a kind of surprise that was called, "Mountains and rivers have no way out, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel," in her heart. Suyu opened the door. "Why do you take so long to take a shower?" Xianxia, who was holding a bag of breakfast, stood at the door and said unhappily, "I knocked for a long time and didn't open the door. I'm ashamed." Suyu burst into tears and hugged him tightly. She cried, "You dead man, didn't you leave? If you leave, don't come back. Do you think it's so easy to enter my house?" Suyu cried out, "You dead man, didn't you leave? Don't come back. Do you think it's so easy to enter my house? Oh, I'm scared to death, Bao Bao." Xianxia. "I almost thought your name was Qin Bao. Why are you crying for no reason? Are you sad that you have been guarding for 27 years? Don't you want me anymore? I bought breakfast, girl. Then tell me, I thought you didn't want me and didn't want me to be your girlfriend, woo-woo?" Suyu's eyes were red and the tears couldn't stop. Xianxia really thought about it for a long time, but he didn't figure out what to do. What he couldn't figure out was that feelings he still couldn't figure it out from adolescence until now. On the way back, the system saw that the host was so anxious and jumped out to say, "Host, your brain waves are very strong. Are all animals like you after mating? Let me think of a word, butterflies in the stomach. Get out of here, don't make a move when you should. I don't need you to complain." Xianxia said angrily. "From an animal's point of view, you don't need to be too entangled with this one this spring and that one next spring." The system said. "That's an animal, not a human. Don't think too highly of humans, they're even worse than animals. You can have sex with this one tonight and that one tomorrow night. I really don't understand what you're entangled with. What you said is very reasonable and I have nothing to say. So you'll always be an emotionless system." Xianxia sighed. "How do I put it? You can think of me as a pervert. I want to have sex with this one this spring and that one next spring. If others want to have sex with her, I'll explode. Understood? This is the possessiveness of humans. Let time deal with it. Time to deal with it. Things that you can't figure out for a while don't mean that you can't figure it out for a lifetime. People are always constantly disturbed by external factors. In fact, human beings are always compromising with the outside world from birth to growth." The system said. "I don't understand what you mean. I have a more concise statement here. Let's talk about it later." Xianxia sighed. "Maybe you compromised, maybe your sisters compromised, time will give the answer." The system said. Xianxia hooked the door with his foot and walked into the room with the shivering Suyu. He didn't turn on the air conditioner last night and didn't bother to turn it on this morning. The weather at the end of January was cold to the bone. "Get dressed and have breakfast," Xianxia said. I haven't finished taking a bath yet." "Wait." Suyu tightened the bath towel and ran to the bathroom with light steps. Ups and downs, great sadness and joy, let her feet soften and stagger. Xianxia reached out to support her and the bath towel slipped down. Xianxia glanced at her, long legs and slender waist, graceful figure. Suyu's face turned red, and her slippers clattered and she ran into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Suyu raised her head, and the hot water flowed down her slender neck and spread over her whole body, bringing warmth. It turned out that she didn't see the wrong man, and her insecure heart finally returned to her stomach. Suddenly she heard the door lock click. Suyu was shocked and looked back. Xianxia came in naked. She subconsciously covered her chest and trembled. I'm taking a bath, don't come in. Let's take a bath together." Xianxia walked into the shower and put his arm around Suyu's waist. Since he had done all the things that men and women should do last night, taking a bath together doesn't seem to be worth making a fuss about. Suyu couldn't let go and her heart was beating wildly. "I want to take a bath alone," she whispered. "Take a bath together." Xianxia's tone was overbearing. Suyu immediately followed. Xianxia did the man behind Suyu again in the bathroom. But at the last moment, Suyu's legs were soft, the ground was slippery and she almost fell. When Xianxia reached out to catch her, it was empty. After taking a bath, Suyu ate the breakfast he brought back and Xianxia rested. Half an hour later the two came again. This time there was no time and the world became dull again. 10 minutes later he was full of energy again. You're coming again? Suyu's little face was panicked. I'm going to be late for work. I'll give you a holiday today. Aren't you my secretary? The secretary has nothing to do today and then, Qinzhe pinched her face. But I'm so tired. Suyu's pitiful expression. I already know your depth, but you don't know mine. Qinzhe said, don't talk nonsense, come up. Oh. Qinzhe slapped her ass. Come up. Suyu whined and climbed up. Hold it. Oh. The two ended in the lotus position. Both climbed to the peak and hugged each other tightly. Suyu was soft in his chest, crying and calling her husband. Qinzhe didn't speak, gently stroking her hair. Wang Zijin is your girlfriend. Suyu whispered. Qinzhe nodded. Then what are we? A dog couple? Are you going to kick her away with me or kick me away? I don't know. Qinzhe said, truth. Then did you sleep with her? Qinzhe shook his head. Is there any other behavior? Well, you men have seen the film. Qinzhe still shook his head. Suyu smiled happily. Wang Zijin is a big idiot, she deserves to be robbed by me. Qinzhe suddenly felt that what happened today seemed to be an unintentional coincidence. It could barely be said that drinking made a mistake, but maybe it was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. With Wang Zijin's character, he was afraid that she would really give herself to him after the engagement. The other black-hearted maggot was complicated. When she dared, Qinzhe didn't dare. When Qinzhe dared, she didn't dare. Only Suyu was different. If she liked someone, she would enthusiastically and boldly pay. Like is like. Love and hate are very simple. Suyu hugged his neck and happily called him husband tentatively. Seeing that Qinzhe didn't frown, the corners of her mouth curled up happily. I won't force you, I won't pester you, and I won't be rude and unreasonable to trouble Wang Zijin, Suyu said with a pitiful and eager expression. As long as you spare a little time to accompany me, I will be very happy. Not much, just a little. She stretched out her little finger and seriously gestured in front of Qinzhe's eyes. In her heart, she thought that as long as the hoe was waved well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug. Suyu felt that he actually had victory in his hands. Suyu also ordered the palace fighting skills. Qinzhe was shocked. He suddenly remembered what the old driver Huang Yizong said. A woman said that she didn't want anything, but in fact she wanted everything. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, I Am the Great Demon King, a book by a high-quality old author. Chapter 338. After Suyu finished, she went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qinzhe charged his mobile phone, waited for 3 minutes and turned it on. There was no missed call notification on the mobile phone, but there were dozens of missed call notifications in the text messages. During the period when the phone was turned off, his sisters actually persistently called him so many times. But he didn't turn it on. Qinzhe opened the chat software with trembling heart. Messages, 99 plus Qin Bao Bao. Ace, when will you come back? I'm going to lock the door. It's 11:30. Are you still outside? Did you drink too much? I'll drive to pick you up. Turn it on. It's 12 o'clock. Where are you? The wine should be finished. What are you doing? Or are you with? Wow, little red guy, you dare to turn off your phone. Don't come back if you dare. I'm going to sleep. If you don't turn it on, I'll really be angry. You black-hearted maggot. I'm going to break your legs. The messages were sent from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning. His sister's thoughts were concern, anxiety, suspicion, anger. Then there was Wang Zijin's message, where is Ace? When will he come back? Turn off? Is the phone out of battery? Hey, Bao Bao is very angry. Hurry up and turn it on. I can still help you. Otherwise Bao Bao will go crazy. Oh, Bao Bao said that I'll hang you up and beat you tomorrow. Why don't you turn it on? Little red guy, I'm angry too. Sister Ziwei's thoughts were concern, murder with a borrowed knife, anger. My sister is a scheming woman. My girlfriend is a two-faced woman. My secret art is a troublemaker or a cuckold? Qinzhe's liver was in pain. Once upon a time, he had a sincere wish to marry a graceful, gentle, and virtuous daughter-in-law. Later, Sister Ziwei appeared. Sister Ziwei had an oval face and long straight hair. She was the kind of gentle and generous sister. But he never expected. From being black-bellied to being gentle, how many killings had she experienced? From cheating people to being virtuous, she had experienced so much darkness. You lied to me, it was all a lie. Her eyes were red from crying, and her heart was broken. Qinzhe almost couldn't help but sing. Zhe dialed his sister's number and heard Qin Baobao's voice. Hello, who is this? Zhe was stunned and almost thought that he had accidentally taken Su Yu's mobile phone. Sister, it's me. Who are you? Qin Baobao asked coldly. You're a loyal follower. Zhe smiled cheekily. I just woke up. I slept in the office last night. I'm afraid he slept on the belly of some little demon for a night. Qin Baobao sneered. F***ck, his sister knew the truth. Yo, you even know about this, Zhe said deliberately. Little pervert. Qin Baobao screamed at the other end of the phone. At this time, Su Yu came in wearing a bathrobe and holding a hairdryer in her hand. Zhe made a silent gesture to her. She put down the hairdryer very obediently, wiped her hair with a towel, sat on the edge of the bed, leaned against Zhe, and raised her two crystal white ears. I drank too much yesterday and my mobile phone happened to run out of battery. It was my colleague who helped me send it back to the company. Zhe pretended to be tired. I just got up and called you back. Qin Baobao's tone suddenly improved a lot and said angrily, if you don't believe it, you can take a photo for me. Of course, Zhe couldn't take out the photo and pretended to be angry. Where is the most basic trust between people? Su Yu quietly snorted. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll go to your company now. Zhe was scared. Wait a minute, I'll take a photo for you. He hung up the phone. He called Li Linfeng and asked him to go to his company to take a photo. Then he passed it to his sister. His sister replied, well, I'll let you go this time. Next time you don't go home, remember to write a report, but I will definitely not approve it. Zhe hugged Su Yu in his arms and replied, oh. Well? Qin Baobao snorted, sister went to the business cave today and I'll find you in the evening to settle accounts. Coincidentally, I also went to the business cave several times today. The second call was made to Wang Zijin. Zhe repeated the same words. Wang Zijin said considerately, drinking is not good for your health. Drink less next time, you know? Zhe nodded and said that Sister Ziwei was good. Sister Ziwei was considerate. Su Yu pinched his waist hard, full of jealousy. Wang Zijin smiled softly and said, by the way, let's make a video call. Sister wants to see you. Zhe's back was covered in cold sweat. It's not convenient now. I'm working. Let's video chat at noon? Wang Zijin nodded and didn't pester him endlessly. She said, then take a photo. Sister wants to see if you slept well tonight. Hurry up. Zhe's forehead was covered in cold sweat. At the critical moment, Su Yu said loudly, Boss Qin, the stock has fallen. We can't sell. What should we do? Su Tidy, 666 Zhe said, Sister Ziwei, do you want to wait? Wang Zijin smiled and said, forget it. It's the same when you come back from work. After the call, Zhe was exhausted. Su Yu lay in Zhe's arms and giggled. Sister Man said that Wang Zijin is a shrewd and scheming woman. She is a smart and dangerous woman. It makes sense. If it weren't for her conservative thinking in that aspect, I would be afraid of her. Zhe rolled his eyes. You are not easy to deal with. Su Yu narrowed her eyes and raised her beautiful face. Zhe, I'm more curious. Why is the first call not to your real girlfriend but to your sister? Without waiting for Zhe to answer, she sighed. So Sister Man said that Qin Baobao is a woman who competes for favor. In her heart she said, fortunately she is your sister. Otherwise I have no hope at all. Zhe leaned on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. He thought about some messy things and his thoughts flew. When he opened his eyes, he found that Su Yu was flipping through his mobile phone chat history. There were Wang Zijin's and Qin Baobao's. Zhe slapped her little but that all the male employees in the company coveted. Su Yu screamed, raised her beautiful and refined face and smiled charmingly. Husband, do you want to do it again? From elegance to charm, she experienced 5 times of sex. Zhe. I have to protect my waist. The system said that when he practiced the primary school radio gymnastics to a high level, his waist would grow and his energy would surge. Don't make trouble. I can do it 3 more times but you can't. It doesn't matter if your mouth is swollen, but that place is also swollen. How can you walk? Zhe refused her angrily. Su Yu hit him, propped up her body and took off her bathrobe. Inside was a light blue lace underwear. In women's underwear, black lace was the king, and its position was unshakable. Because the black lace and the woman's white and tender body, the color contrast would describe a huge visual impact. Zhe had no resistance to black lace. The second was his sister's white swimsuit, which was tied with a rope around the waist. His sister wore that swimsuit, which was particularly enchanting and seductive. Suyu sat on the edge of the bed, bending over to put on black stockings. A beautiful woman, whether wearing stockings or taking off stockings, was extremely sexy. White hands, the stockings along the white slender legs, a little bit up to the thighs. Qinze was not a stocking control, but when he saw this scene he couldn't stand it. After Suyu finished breakfast they left together and drove to the company. Once last night, once in the bathroom and 3 times in bed. Suyu walked a little unwell and she always felt that her legs were burning. Moreover, she felt that her body was weak. Suyu used to see a joke on the internet saying that women were fields that could not be plowed. Now the stock market has collapsed like this. After the entry of the national team, another wave of money-making business opportunities was ushered in. Qinze asked Li Linfeng and several managers to pay attention to the stock market's movements at all times. They took 2 billion yuan of funds into the market and made a wave of bottom diving, but they couldn't stay in it. At most, a week they must withdraw and earn a wave of price difference. Whether it rises or rises in the future, they won't touch the stock market until next year's spring festival. According to the urinary nature of the stock market, it will take a period of time to determine from the bull market to the bear market. During this period it is not wrong to stay on the sidelines. The bear market represents no money, but it is not like the bull market where you can earn whatever you buy. The stock market will become more rational, and it is still one of the company's important ways to make money. Qin Baobao attended commercial performances, mainly in the Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai area, occasionally running to Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou, and basically not going to other places. These places almost include all the developed provinces in China. The economy is developed, there are many commercial activities and many endorsements and advertisements. It is enough to arrange her schedule densely. No matter how hard she works, she will be a model worker. Some stars are filming, shooting commercials and commercial performances for 360 days a year. This kind of work is actually not cost-effective. It is easy for people to become haggard, and their families will also be affected. She can't go too far and she can't give the wolf in the house too much time to spend with the little red guy. Qin Baobao thought so. This afternoon, after shooting a cosmetics advertisement in the studio, Qin Baobao lay on the chair and babbled, stretching her small waist that countless male comrades in the studio coveted. She was as lazy as a fox spirit with clean fur. Oh, I am so tired. When I go home I will ask the little red guy to massage me. She bent down and knocked on her elastic thigh a few times. Li Yanhong sat next to her and sighed silently. This little girl is probably the most lazy star she has seen in the 8 years of her career. Every time she has to go to work, she will frown her eyebrows that break men's hearts and look bitter. The happiest thing is to curl up in the office to eat snacks and play with her brother. They try to find ways to make more money while a woman is still young. She said, "Then I will practice dancing and singing every day. It is all so tiring." Li Yanhong said, "No matter how tired you are, you still have to work. Otherwise, how can you make money?" She said, "It is enough that my brother can make money." Li Yanhong was speechless. Yes, it is great to have a brother who can make money. It is really great to have a brother who can buy a company and give it to his sister. But you can't count on your brother forever. Qinze is your brother, not your husband. Li Yanhong didn't say this and sighed sadly. "Sister Li, has my bag arrived?" "No." "What about the high heels?" "I just bought them last night. How can it be so fast?" She lay on the chair and sighed. Like most women, she likes to buy designer bags, designer clothes, designer shoes, and all kinds of expensive cosmetics. She doesn't have a boyfriend, so she doesn't know who she is dressing up for. Li Yanhong sighed again. Her phone rang. It is Qin Qinghong. Qin Baobao tucked her hair behind her ear and answered the phone. "Qinghong." Crying came from the other end of the phone. "Baobao, help me." Qin Baobao frowned and sat up straight. She said gently, "What is it?" "What is it? Qing Feng bullied you?" Chapter 339. Chu Feng is missing. Qin Qinghong sobbed. "Missing?" Qin Baobao was stunned. "What happened? Should we call the police?" "I can't explain it clearly. Let's meet somewhere, okay?" Qin Qinghong cried. After setting a place, Qin Baobao took her bag and said, "I'm going out. You don't have to follow me." Li Yanhong nodded. She couldn't leave yet. She had finished shooting the advertisement and she needed to stay behind as her agent to deal with the follow-up matters. Qin Baobao met Qin Qinghong at a Western restaurant. She was wearing a blue down jacket and black pencil pants. She was a beautiful and cold girl, but she looked extremely haggard today. No, she had been haggard recently. It could be seen from the dark circles under her eyes. Looking at her carefully, her hair was tied up casually. She didn't have the time or the mood to take care of it. Qin Bao Bao said softly, "What's wrong? Look at you. Did you break up?" Qin Qinghong shook her head. When she saw Qin Bao Bao, her tears flowed down again. Chu Feng lost a lot of money in the stock market. He disappeared yesterday. His phone was turned off. I can't contact him. To hell with the stock market. Qin Bao Bao was irritated when she heard about the stock market. A while ago she was also worried and scared like Qin Qinghong. Tell me slowly. What's going on? Qin Bao Bao said. Qin Qinghong nodded and told her everything. This matter was more troublesome than Qin Bao Bao imagined. The last time they went to Hangzhou, Qin Qinghong's boyfriend and Xianxia's boyfriend traded in the stock market. Chu Feng was addicted to the stock market and couldn't extricate himself. He held his phone every day to look at the stock market earnings. The earnings in a week was more than his company's earnings in a month. This was even better than getting a windfall. Encountering a crazy bull market was really like getting rich overnight. He couldn't extricate himself. Unknowingly he had earned 300,000 yuan. Chu Feng's mentality was about to reach the moon. But the good times didn't last long. It only lasted for 2 to 3 months until the stock market plunged half a month ago. A week's worth of losses had caused Chu Feng's profits to shrink by 50%. Of course he couldn't accept it. Half of the money that he had painstakingly earned over the past 3 months had evaporated in a week. Chu Feng didn't feel good. He borrowed money from his relatives, friends and classmates to invest in the stock market. Originally, Jianghu's fiancée, Qing also wanted to invest the money from the down payment into the stock market, but Xianxia stopped him. Xianxia trusted Qinze very much. She said, "Since Qinze has already cut it off, why aren't you running away? If he lost half of it, then so be it." He had earned at least a few 100,000, which was excellent. Qingyi thought about it. He was going to get married next year. After the new year he would have to make the down payment to buy a house. He couldn't take the risk. As expected, he was terrified. Chu Feng, who was not afraid, invested in the stock market without hesitation. Coincidentally, the market bounced back after the crash and made a huge profit. This was not the end. Chu Feng not only played with leverage but also borrowed money from the finance company and coaxed Qin Qinghong to borrow it. Let's make a profit and leave. The stock market will not collapse. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am doing this for our future. With our salaries, when will we be able to buy a house in Shanghai? I am doing this for our future. These few days Chu Feng kept saying this to Qin Qinghong. This time the good times were even shorter. The stock market plunged again. Countless men who climbed the mountain of the stock market were buried under the ground. This time Chu Feng was overjoyed. His efforts were in vain. He owed his relatives and friends, but he owed 4 million renminbi to the loan sharks. He was finished. The situation now was that his car and house were all mortgaged. It belonged to Chu Feng. And the loan sharks belonged to Qin Qinghong. They come to the company every day to ask us to repay the debt. They follow us every day. Every day when I go home I see them at the door asking us to repay the debt. Qin Qinghong sobbed. We were fired last week and Chu Feng disappeared. Bao Bao, what should I do? I can't repay the debt. The loan sharks no longer liked to fight. Of course they would still beat people up. For example, they would come to the company to collect the debt. They would make the company unable to work, and they would be gossiped about by their colleagues. How can you be so muddle-headed? You even borrowed money from loan sharks. Do you have the ability to repay it? The compound interest will drive you to death. Qin Bao Bao was upset. But seeing her best friend crying, she couldn't bear to scold her. Chu Feng abandoned you and let you bear the loan sharks alone. Damn it, he deserves to go bankrupt. She took a sip of lemon water and frowned. What about your family? Last time he borrowed 100,000 renminbi from my dad. Last year my mom was sick and hospitalized. We don't have much savings left. We don't even have enough money to pay the interest. Qin Qinghong cried until her eyes were red. Bao Bao, help me. I'm going crazy from the debt collectors. How much did you borrow? 800,000 renminbi? Qin Qinghong choked. 800,000 renminbi was nothing to Qin Bao Bao. She just needed to make a phone call and say, I, Qin Bao Bao, transfer the money. 800,000 renminbi. Within 24 hours, the money would be transferred to her account. Qin Qinghong was her best friend. The two of them had known each other since their second year in university. They had been very close. Together with Xianxia, they were an iron triangle. There was no reason not to help her best friend when she encountered such a terrible situation. But Qin Bao Bao remembered two things. In September, not long after her record broke the sales record, her grandfather's younger brother, the brother and sister's great-uncle, borrowed 200,000 renminbi for the down payment. He said he would return it in December. Of course he didn't return it. Her great-uncle's son complained, "We are already big stars. The siblings have earned so much money. What's wrong with sharing a few hundred RMB with us?" The second thing was the brother and sister's uncle. Not only was he a playboy, he was also a prodigal. He squandered all the savings left by their grandfather. Their family had been cleaning up his mess. When they couldn't clean it up anymore, they asked their mom for help. Their mom loved her brother so much. Of course she had to help. Then, after cleaning up his mess, their savings of several years were gone. They even had to sell the house. This was the resentment of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao when they were young. It was said that the debt had not been paid off. Their uncle had not been home for several years. Qin Baobao thought if her mom and dad had not helped him back then, would her uncle have changed? According to the social order back then, her uncle probably would not have had the chance to change and would have been forced to death. But because someone had been cleaning up his mess, it was hard for her uncle to change. On second thought, she couldn't blame her mom. If it was that little punk who owed so much money, Qin Baobao would have thought of ways to clean up his mess. As for Qing Hong, she definitely couldn't afford 800,000 renminbi. It was meaningless to waste 10 or 20 years. But if she helped him, she would reconcile with Chu Feng. What if Chu Feng treated her like an ATM machine? Chen Qinghong might be beautiful and educated, but she didn't have her own opinions. Other than being good at studying, she wasn't as knowledgeable as that little b*TC's Xianxia. Wait, the company has signed a few artists. My private money is all in there, but A's has money. I'll help you ask. Chen Qinghong nodded with red eyes. Qin Baobao took out her mobile phone and typed, "Super invincible adorable beauty Qin Baobao's great summoning technique. Little punk, come out." Qin Zhe, what are you doing? Do you still want to take photos? Wait, I'll give it to you. Qin Baobao, who wants your photos? I have something to discuss. Chu Feng lost everything in the stock market. Qin Baobao typed, Qinghong asked me to help. Before she finished the second paragraph, she saw Qin Zhe send a question mark. Who is Chu Feng? Qin Baobao. Idiot, Qin Qinghong's boyfriend, at least we played together in Hangzhou for many days. Qin Zhe, I remember you were pestering me at that time, so I didn't have much communication with them. By the way, I haven't figured out who Qing Yi and Chu Feng are. Qin Baobao, she told Qin Qinghong's experience and said in distress, I haven't decided whether to lend it or not. I always feel that being so generous will cause a lot of trouble in the future. But Qinghong is my sister, I can't help her. Where are you? Leave it to me. Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao shared the location. Qin Zhe arrived at the Western restaurant 15 minutes later. It was not far from his company, and there was no traffic jam on the highway. He saw Qin Qinghong at first sight. In his impression, Qin Qinghong's temperament was somewhat similar to Su Yu's. Before knowing Su Yu, Qin Zhe did not have a good impression of Qin Qinghong's type of beauty, but he had a good impression of Xianxia. In the final analysis, it was probably because Xianxia was Qin Baobao's side account. The password of the main account was lost and the appeal was far away, so he thought it would be great if he could use the side account. Ace. Qin Baobao waved to her brother happily. She told Qin Qinghong's experience again and then gritted her teeth. I didn't expect Chu Feng to be such a person. Sure enough, whether a man is reliable or not can only be seen when he is down and out. Qin Qinghong wiped her tears. Qin Zhe nodded at her and quietly gave his sister a look. His sister understood. I'm going to the bathroom. Watching his sister's figure disappear around the corner, Qin Zhe frowned and said, You and my sister are friends. I won't treat you like an outsider. I'll say some things directly. No one's money is blown by the wind. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts. 800,000 yuan is not much, but can you pay it back? Qin Qinghong whispered, Qin Zhe, I will pay it back, I will pay it back. Oh. Qin Zhe said gently, I remember my sister said that your annual income is about 200,000 yuan. After deducting daily expenses, it's very good to save 100,000 yuan a year. 800,000 yuan and you still have 8 years? In fact, I even lost my job. Qin Qinghong was depressed. She pleaded with her eyes, Qin Zhe, please help me. Once she thought that Qin Baobao's younger brother was mediocre and ordinary. He was unwilling to go out to work even though he was an intern. She didn't like her best friend. In just half a year, Qin Zhe became a man that she had to raise her head 90 degrees to look at. Qin Zhe thought about his sister's meaning. He must help. His sister had always been loyal to her friends, and it was because of her loyalty that she attracted the wolf in the house. His sister wanted him to help Qin Qinghong. Some things were not convenient for her to say as her best friend, but it didn't mean that she wasn't angry. What if she did something stupid after helping her get through this difficult time? Chapter 340. 800,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for ordinary people. I'm not generous enough to give it away. Qin said, from my personal point of view, I don't recommend my sister to help you. You're so stupid. You borrowed money from a loan shark just because your boyfriend said so. What if there's a next time? Maybe you don't want to drag her down, but when you're cornered, you'll definitely look for her again. Qin Qinghong was silent. After a moment, she raised her head and stared at him sadly. What do I have to do for you to help me? I can help you. The IOU is not enough. You have to sign an agreement and pay me 15,000 yuan every month until you pay off all your debts, Qin said. Qin Qinghong's body swayed. 15,000 yuan a month. Not to mention that she was unemployed now, the highest salary she had received since graduation was 30,000 yuan a month. That was when business was at its peak. Look, you still don't want to come out, Qin said. My sister told me about your family situation. You have another annoying boyfriend. I'm a businessman. If I throw 800,000 yuan into the Huangpu River, I can float for half a day. Qin Qinghong looked desperate. Did you break up with Chu Feng? Qin Qinghong did not speak. Look, you're still thinking about that kind of man. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. Why should I lend you money? What if you bring him to my sister to ask for money again? Of course we broke up. Qin Qinghong cried. But he ran away a long time ago. I can't contact him either. Qin raised his chin with the back of his hand and looked at her meaningfully. He did not say anything. He had to give her a little more pressure to let her know that 800,000 yuan was not easy to come by and that she should cherish it. I used to think that you had good taste. Who knew that it was useless? That kind of man caused you so much trouble. Qin sneered. I remember when my sister was in university, you didn't even like to look at me. Now look, compared to your boyfriend, isn't there a world of difference? Qin Qinghong's heart went cold. She understood. She knew Qin plan. Looking at his green eyes and wolf-like eyes, she, who had been in the workplace for 2 years, immediately understood. She thought about her family, which wasn't rich, and her parents, who were sighing in despair. Because of Chu Feng's matter, what little savings they had was almost emptied. Qin Qinghong struggled for a long time in her heart. She gritted her teeth and stared at Qin. Okay, I promise you. Nanny? Promise me what? Qin was stunned. He saw Qin Qinghong was furious and ashamed. She looked like she was ready to throw caution to the wind. I can be your woman, but I won't return the 800,000 yuan. Qin, I'll sleep with you for a year, but only for a year. After the new year, I'll be 26 and I'll get married. Chu Feng was my boyfriend when I was in university. He was also my first love. I'm not a virgin, but I've only had one boyfriend. The debt collectors caused me to lose my job. They even threatened me that if I didn't pay them back, they would be rude to my family and force me to sell myself. Since I have to sell myself no matter what, I might as well sell myself to you. Qin, dumbfounded, no, the script wasn't right. I didn't want to sleep with you. How did you know that Qin wants to sleep with me? Message. Qin Qinghong said sadly, this year, I won't be with any other man. I'll only sleep with you. Tomorrow I'll go look for a place where no one knows. I'll give you the address and the key. Don't you men like to hide women in a golden house? I won't let you take responsibility and I won't pester you. You don't even need to wear a condom. I'll take birth control pills. I just beg you not to tell Bao Bao about this. Leave me some dignity. After saying that, Qin Qinghong took a deep breath. The expression on her face could be summed up in 4 words. You're welcome to sleep with me. Qin, dumbfounded, thinking about it, he just stepped on Chu Feng's foot and compared himself with Chu Feng. At this moment, it was easy for people to misunderstand that he was trying to facilitate some kind of shameful deal. No, it was an illegal deal. He couldn't let this woman continue to do it without limits. His sister's original intention was to give her a warning so that she could use her brain and not be a silly girl in the future. What if she came back and found out that her brother had kept her best friend as a mistress? Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation is endless. His sister lives and the little pervert dies. I just escaped a disaster this morning. I can't fall into Qin Qinghong's hands. You misunderstood. Qin waved his hand. I don't mean to sleep with you. Qin Qinghong gritted her teeth and said, 1.5 years, at most 1.5 years. You want to be my mistress so much? Qin pondered. After a moment he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Host, you don't have to wait. You don't have this kind of desire in your heart. The system won't give you a task. I know whether I have a desire in my heart or not. You don't have to come out and show your existence. Qinzhe scolded it in his heart. F***ck off. Son of a b***t, you've changed. The system imitated Qin Baobao's voice and cried, I still remember when we were on the basketball court that year. You said to me affectionately, thank you, system. I never thought that one day I would be able to blow up the entire court. Did I say that? You did. Qinzhe recalled. Indeed he did. At that time he blurted it out. He sighed and said, that's because I thought that you were a cheat system that could destroy the heavens, the earth, the air, the gods, the Buddhas, and the witches. I felt that my life had turned on the Long Out Yin mode. But later on I realized that you're not a cheat. You're a lowly one. Other than exchanging basic skill books for me, exchanging a few songs and giving me a set of, the times are calling, your style is completely different from what I thought of the system. You're actually a defective product, right? Or perhaps the first generation of the system. Now the system world has developed to the nth generation. The system said, the host's words have left me speechless. Let me think for a while. I must think of a rebuttal. A few seconds later, the system sent a picture to Qinzhe's mind. It was not seen through his eyes, but a picture that Qinzhe could not help but think of. The picture was like this. 2 dogs were having sex and the male dog crawled down and vomited. The system said, facts have proven that no matter what you do, you'll get tired of it after a few times. The human brain will become tired. Don't be fooled by those cheaters who bring the host around to show off every day. Actually, the host is suffering in their hearts. All they do is show off from day to night. They haven't even seen a real B***tc. Life should not be too hopeless. But you're different. With my help, you can freely change between a salted fish and a long out yin. Moreover, you just had sex with a girl yesterday. You've already grown up, graduated, and opened the door to a new world. You're much better than those hosts who look good on the outside but are actually virgins. Qinzhe was silent. He said, what you said makes a lot of sense. I can't think of a rebuttal at the moment. You win. The system snorted and disappeared. Promise me 2 things and I'll lend you the money. Qinzhe retracted his thoughts and went straight to the point with Qin Qinghong. Say it. Qin Qinghong bit her lip. First, 3,000 per month. This is the bottom line. Considering that you don't have a job now, I can postpone this date to next year. This would let her know that money was not easy to come by. There were plenty of examples that needed to be eliminated. Qin Qinghong nodded. Second, completely break up with Chu Feng in the future. Don't let me know that you two are still together. Also, don't let my sister know about our loan agreement. Qin Qinghong nodded again. Okay, come to my company tomorrow. We'll sign the agreement. Qinzhe said. Qin Qinghong hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, is that all? You really don't have any thoughts about me? Which eye of yours saw me having thoughts about you? If it was before today, maybe it would be a biological desire. But I won't have it in my heart. Qin Qinghong looked at him for a long time and said stubbornly, if it was Xianxia, would you agree? Qinzhe's face darkened. Why do you say that? He had a bad feeling. You have a good impression of Xianxia, right? I can see it and Bao Bao can see it too. Xianxia knows it herself. Sometimes I think that if you had started earlier, maybe Xianxia would have been yours. Qin Qinghong added, we don't have a deep friendship, but I can also see that Qinzhe is your sister complex. Xianxia and Bao Bao are somewhat similar in temperament. Qinzhe looked up at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, Su Yu's words appeared in his mind. Qinzhe, are you a sister complex? Li Donglai's words. Master, are you a sister complex? Qin Qingyuan's words. Qinggu, Li Donglai said that you are a sister complex. Cousin Jiang Cheng's words. Brother, you are actually a sister complex, right? Zhang Ye's words. Qinzhe, you are a sister complex. Why does the whole world know that I'm a siscon now? I didn't kiss my sister in front of everyone. I didn't have sex with my sister in front of others. Who was the one who leaked the news? Qinzhe was panicking. Fortunately, he and his sister pretended to be good in front of his parents. His father didn't know it at all, and his mother was already suspicious. Speaking of this, Qinzhe thought of Su Yao. His mother's social circle was not big. There were 2 ways to find 1 or 2 unusual people from her life circle. The first was to check her past in Shanghai, and the second was to check her past in Zhejiang province. One carried his mother's childhood and adolescence. One carried his mother's youth and middle age. In Shanghai, if he had the chance, he could talk to his trash uncle. It was almost the end of the year and he had to go home. Qinzhe had a way to get some information from his uncle. In Zhejiang province, the gentle and beautiful auntie was a good candidate, but she left early. Now there was Su Yao who was from the same clan as his mother and he could start with him. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao walked over from the bathroom. His sister pretended not to know anything and said in a coquettish voice, Qinghong is my best friend. You have to help her. Qinghong forced a smile. Bao Bao, Qinzhe has already talked to me. I will go to the company to find him tomorrow. Thank you for helping me. Qin Bao Bao saw her best friend's slightly ugly expression and knew that it was done. She smiled and said, Okay Qinghong, you have to be careful next time. Don't think too highly of love and don't think too highly of men. Qinghong nodded reluctantly. She chatted with Qin Bao Bao absent-mindedly for a few minutes, then said goodbye and left. Qin Bao Bao's expression immediately changed. She grabbed Qinzhe's ear and said with a straight face, Tell me, where did you fool around last night? I didn't fool around. I just got drunk and slept in the company last night. Qinzhe said, Didn't I take a photo for you to see? Qin Bao Bao rolled her charming eyes and curled her lips. There are photos but there are no people. Who knows when you took them? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Bao Bao poked his head with her finger. Next time you can't stay out all night. Otherwise I will skin you. Qinzhe's entire body felt unwell. He felt very panicky and guilty. Qin Bao Bao leaned lazily on her brother's shoulder and said softly, Hey Ace, we should buy a house. Chapter 341. His sister had been preparing to buy a house for a long time, but it had been delayed until now because of many things. After Qinzhe's stock market crisis was resolved, he made a windfall by shorting. Qin Bao Bao discussed with her brother to buy the house. They didn't need a down payment, but paid the full price directly. The community where they lived was built with an overpass at the entrance. The traffic was jammed and the flow of people was chaotic. Thieves and pickpockets were making trouble in that area. It was close to the end of the year. Thieves and pickpockets also had to be evaluated. They could make a lot of money to go home for the new year. Qinzhe's community had many incidents of stealing mobile phones and snatching bags. Every night there were police cars wandering around there. Big cities also had their dark side. Although it was bustling, not everyone was dressed to the nines. Royal View Mansion was a top-class community, and there was no doubt about its safety. Buy it? Qinzhe patted his chest and said, I'll pay the full price. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face bloomed with a smile. Her two small canine teeth were very cute. She kissed him on the cheek. Don't make trouble. Be careful not to be photographed by the paparazzi. Qinzhe was surprised and pushed his sister. Qin Bao Bao's small eyes were full of resentment. Dog, you've changed? Qinzhe, these words were so familiar. Didn't the system just say it? So, what secrets did the system and his sister have? The system was made by his sister, right? My body is no longer attractive to you? Qin Bao Bao put on a sad face. No, Qinzhe comforted his sister. I can still get a little hard. Stinky rogue. Qin Bao Bao blushed. By the way, let me show you something. Qin Bao Bao turned on her mobile phone and showed her brother the chat history with Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao, Ace was drunk yesterday. He slept in the company for a night. Relieved emoji, wolf in the house. Idiot, there's no one in this picture. How do you know he took it? Or was it taken by someone else? Qin Bao Bao, knock on the head, Ace wouldn't lie to me. My brother wouldn't lie to me. The housebreaker was speechless. Qinzhe was both touched and ashamed. A sense of guilt rose in his heart. Sure enough, my sister trusted me the most. My image in her heart was unshakable, I was her loyal lackey. In this world, only his elder sister was good. Without her, her younger brother was like a blade of grass. Sister Xian was not bad either. She was indeed the woman I had my eyes on. This scheming mind, this intelligence, I had to have it. In the future, when we had sex, I had to let her know how awesome Teddy Kidney was. Looking further down, there were twists and turns. Qin Bao Bao, look at how cowardly my brother is. He wouldn't even dare to touch you if I stripped you naked and threw you on his bed, let alone other women. Therefore, if you don't see the end, you will never be able to guess what the ending will be. When I see the woman I loved so much. He actually looked at me like I was a salted fish. Isn't this a kind of realization? Let me see myself clearly, what a painful realization. The touched expression on Qinzhe's face gradually disappeared. It was so uncomfortable. He was holding back a mouthful of old blood in his heart. So, can you give me back my feeling of being touched? There was also shame. The housebreaker replied to her, that's true. Maybe I thought too much. Jianghu was speechless. Sister Zine also backhanded me with a knife. Suyu was still the best. In Suyu's heart I was a god, a reliance, a hot and fulfilling little motor. Wang Zijin suspected you of doing bad things and encouraged me to trouble you. I'm not stupid. Qin Baobao swiped her round thumb and showed him an earlier chat record. Look at this. Chat record. Qin Baobao, A's and I are going to buy a house, but it's too much. My mother doesn't want him to live with me. The housebreaker, you still have to listen to your mother's words. I personally think that living alone will be more free and happier. Qin Baobao, living alone and doing all the housework by myself, it's so tiring. The housebreaker, funny Royal View Mansion has a special cleaning department. If you don't live for a year there won't be dust. Qin Baobao wanted to complain to her best friend, but her best friend didn't stand on her side at all. She angrily sent an angry expression, I won't talk to you. You can't live in the new house. The housebreaker, hey. Happy. After Qin Baobao sent a string of ellipses, she changed the topic. Smile, we are sisters. Just kidding, there is a piece of meat for me and there is a bone for you, Wang Zijin. We still have to live together. The housebreaker, Ba, who wants to chew the bone. Chew the bone. Maybe because of the remark, housebreaker, Qin Zhe didn't feel strange at all. The housebreaker, I think it's good to live alone. You don't have to worry about me. Please leave me in the small house of 85 square meters. Your luxury suite of hundreds of square meters is not suitable for me. Thank you. No, we are sisters. We must live together. Oh, this place is close to my company. I will live here. It's a deal. No, I'm used to sleeping with you. I will be very lonely without you. You have to cherish yourself when I'm not with you. Following that, the two sisters rambled on. It wasn't meaningful, but they all had the same meaning. You must move over here, and I definitely don't want to move over here. Qin Zhe wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, Sister Xian, you've almost exposed our affair. Aren't you usually quite clever? How can you be so muddle-headed? Perhaps Sister Ziwei thought that Qin Baobao was just bickering with her. Oh, they didn't bicker. But Qin Zhe was familiar with his sister. 9 out of 10 sentences from his sister were coquettish and cute, but the last sentence was definitely murderous. Hey, Wang Zijin, this girl, does she like you? She refuses to live with me. Qin Baobao supported her cheek with one hand and smiled. Her phoenix eyes narrowed into crescents. She was so charming. She clicked her tongue and said, Ace, hurry up. Even my sister can see that she is interested in you. You are the boss's man, but you still don't have a girlfriend. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Qin Zhe said in his heart, activate the acting master. A helpless smile appeared on his face. My career has just started. How can I be in the mood to have a girlfriend? I have bid farewell to the days of sitting alone in an empty house and being a wife for a long time. Besides, my sister is so hot and beautiful. She has destroyed my aesthetic standards. Her figure is not as good as yours and her face is not as beautiful as yours. I don't want to marry her. Qin Baobao smiled like a flower and narrowed her eyes happily. Wang Zijin is also not bad. Her small face is very beautiful. Suyu is even more beautiful and tall. Pei Nanman is a married woman, she's so romantic. Qin Zhe said seriously, it doesn't exist. Qin Baobao touched her head with satisfaction. Good boy. Qin Zhe was used to coaxing his sister. Anyway, as long as he followed her words and firmly believed that only my sister is the best in the world, he wouldn't waver. It was easy to coax his sister to be happy. She would smile and raise her chin to give him a kiss. The 36 stratagems of flirting with your sister was like a game. I have already mastered the remote control. 1 city. On the top floor of the black gold office building. This building was built in 2011. An internationally famous architect was invited to design it and it took 4 years to complete. The whole building was the property of Xingting Group. The current CEO of Xingting Group was called Su Yao. Su Yao's name was not seen in the news or newspapers. He was low-key. But in the circle of one business, and even in Jia province where rich businessmen gathered, he was famous. His business was in all walks of life. Food, clothing, real estate, hotels, medical equipment, and so on. Even in the era of industry turbulence, he could sit on the fishing platform and be stable. Over the years, Su Yao was more or less involved in the investments of one business group. For example, he also participated in a series of projects in Hangzhou that attracted national attention in recent years. Su Yao's name was unknown 10 years ago. His life before the age of 30 could be said to be worthless. He had a high education but did not find a good job. As a result, he got married and divorced. In the end, he was fancied by a woman of one business and became a son-in-law. At a young age he began to rise. At that time, in the circle of one business, there were many people who laughed at him for being really good at marriage. When it came to Su Yao, it was known that he relied on nepotism to get to the top. However, time proved that gold would always shine. From relying on nepotism to establishing his own business, from having a difficult time to climbing steadily, from having a small profit margin to a pitiful handicraft industry, to developing into a business tycoon with personal assets of tens of billions, Su Yao used 10 years to build his own industrial empire. But even such a big shot had his regrets that could not be made up. In the luxurious office, Su Yao looked at the housing purchase contract faxed from Royal View Mansion and was silent for a long time. Chapter 342. 2 names were signed on the contract: Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao. Su Yao lit a cigarette and looked at their names. He was in a daze for a long time until the butt of the cigarette burned his fingers. These were Sister Xiaolan's children. No one of them was his. It was his, Su Yao's. It had nothing to do with her. Sister Xiaolan was from the same family as him, but Su Yao never called her sister. He preferred to call her Xiaolan. This would make him seem manly and like an adult, not a child in Sister Xiaolan's eyes. Was there such a person? She occupied your entire youth. Is there such a thing that has been tormenting you for so many years, like an evil spirit that chases after debts? It was said that the past was like smoke, but it was like an unwilling ghost floating in his heart, telling Su Yao, "Hey Trash, if it wasn't for you, how could the children have been separated? Hey Trash, you deserve to feel guilty for the rest of your life." Xiaolan didn't let him meet the children. As long as he appeared, Xiaolan would be like a hedgehog. He really didn't appear for more than 20 years. Wasn't it what they had agreed on back then? However, this knot in his heart had haunted Su Yao for more than 20 years. He felt guilty until today. That day he didn't come to Shanghai to discuss business. There was no need for him to appear for such a small contract. He followed his heart and came to see his children. No, it wasn't as simple as seeing them. He wanted to lay his cards on the table with his children. All these years he had never hidden his thoughts from Xiaolan, so she would never agree. The phone's ringtone interrupted Su Yao's wandering thoughts. He frowned when he saw the caller. The phone rang for a long time before Su Yao finally picked it up. "Brother Rong, lend me some money?" A cheeky voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Yao didn't say anything. "Brother Rong, help me. I owe a loan shark again." He continued to smile. How could he be so happy when he owed a loan shark? How big was the person on the other end? The world couldn't tolerate him anymore. "Again? Well used," Su Yao said in a deep voice. "How many times have I wiped your ass? If I hadn't helped you a few years ago, you would have been chopped up and thrown into the Huangpu River. Let's not talk about the distant past. 2 years ago you went to Yunnan to gamble on stones and owed 7 million yuan. You were chased all the way from Yunnan to Zhe province. Who protected you? Yes. You are my savior and benefactor. Su Guang, you're not young anymore. You should be more careful. Lan said that you haven't been home this year," Su Yao said. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before asking, "You went to Shanghai?" "Yes." "Su Yao, are you still brooding over what happened back then?" Su Guang's voice became angry. "Don't even think about it. My sister is living a very happy life now. If you dare to cause trouble, believe it or not, I will throw you into the Huangpu River." "Let's not talk about this," Su Yao said helplessly. "What happened this time?" Su Guang's tone immediately became flattering. I lost money in the stock market. I heard from my friends that the stock market is very hot. It's like picking up money. Whatever you buy will rise. Of course I was tempted. I borrowed money to invest in the stock market. Then I heard that using leverage can make money quickly. I became rich overnight. Then I used leverage 20 times. You have seen what the stock market is like now. It's not good. You're brainless." Su Yao said angrily, "How much do you owe?" 3 million. Su Yao's heart moved. He asked, "Since you want to invest in the stock market, why don't you look for your nephew?" "I don't have the face." Su Guang sighed. "That year I cheated my brother-in-law badly. I sold the house and owed more than 1 million yuan. A's and Bao Bao didn't like to talk to me. If this house hadn't been sold, it would be worth 6 to 7 million yuan now. Whether it was for A's or Bao Bao as a dowry, it would be good. Speaking of houses, my house in Royal View Mansion has been sold. You guys are real estate speculators. The people who bought the house are Bao Bao and A's. Why don't you give it to them? A house worth tens of millions. Do you think you can give it to them just like that? They are not fools. If they follow the vine to find the melon, I don't care. What about Xiaolon? With A's current skills, he will catch up with me in at most 5 years. That's just right. Help me pay off the debt and lend me the rest of the money. I will definitely make a comeback next year. Su Yao sneered. I didn't say I would help you pay off the debt. Hey brother Rong, we're brothers who grew up together. You can't just leave him in the lurch, Su Guang yelled. I'm sorry brother Rong. The last time I went to Shanghai to look for Xiaolon, I made an agreement with her that I would never give you a single cent from now on. All these years I've thought about it. Perhaps I've harmed you. I've cleaned up your mess time and time again, making you worse and unable to take it back. Su Yao sighed. Auntie is so old, but you are not filial to her. Your son is in elementary school and your daughter is in junior high school. It is difficult for them to see you once a year. 3 million is not enough to kill you. This time let's cut off your hand. At least let you take back your heart. Don't, brother Rong. Su Yao had hung up the phone. In February it was cold and spring. The weather forecast said that there would be snow today. With the emergence of the greenhouse effect, the cities in the coastal areas had less and less snowy weather. In the eyes of the southerners, the snowy weather that northerners were accustomed to was indeed cheering like a festival. It was really hard to imagine. In the luxurious lounge of the clubhouse, Nan Man Pei and Su Yu, two best friends, were sitting on rattan chairs drinking tea and chatting. The room was as warm as spring. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the cold wind was biting cold. Sister Man's tea skills are getting better and better. Su Yu sipped her tea and squinted her eyes happily. Nan Man Pei looked at her carefully. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she found that her best friend was much better than before. In the past, Su Yu always liked to have a cold face and keep people thousands of miles away. Although she took off her disguise in front of her, there was still a touch of loneliness and isolation. Now it was gone. Now Su Yu's face was glowing, and her eyes and eyebrows were smiling, as if her heart was filled with happiness and joy. Have you been happy recently? Is it because the company's performance is very good this year? Nan Man Pei shook her head. You don't care about money? Su Yu, wearing a lavender club bathrobe, stretched her waist lazily. Sister Man, I'm in love. When she said this, her eyes were shining brightly. Qinze. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows. Oh, you can see that? Su Yu covered her small mouth and said in surprise. Nan Man Pei rolled her eyes and thought even a fool can see it. In bed? Nan Man Pei asked. Su Yu said shyly, yes. Nan Man Pei, she said, have you confirmed the relationship? Have you met his parents? Su Yu sighed. No, I have to meet his parents. His father likes me very much. Their relationship hasn't been confirmed yet. His real girlfriend is Wang Zijin. That woman has a black heart and is a strong enemy. Nan Man Pei was shocked and speechless for a long time. She reached out to touch Su Yu's forehead. What are you doing? Su Yu blinked her eyes and put her hand on her forehead. Nan Man Pei took back her hand. Are you sick? Or what kind of magic potion did Qinze give you? Why do you say that? If he didn't give you a magic potion, would you be willing to be his mistress? Nan Man Pei said angrily, he has a girlfriend. Bah, what mistress? Su Yu said, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? Every couple in the world is the first love. He's not married yet. Besides, if he's married, I'll break him up. Is he so good? Su Yu chuckled and said, that's great. The electric motor makes people want to stop and want to die. You've been there. You know. Nan Man Pei couldn't accept Su Yu's sudden style and sighed, don't burn yourself by playing with fire. If you don't dig the corner, you'll get yourself involved. Wang Zijin is not a simple woman. Su Yu said vigilantly, has a big background? Not to mention the background, she's not easy to deal with. Are you sure it's not you but her who cries in the end? Don't worry, I gave my first time to him and he gave his first time to me. Didn't people say that women can't forget the man who took their first time for a lifetime? It's the same for men. Some people also said that first love doesn't have a good ending. Su Yu was silent, looking at the tea in the cup and said, maybe what you said makes sense, but I don't regret it. There are so many good men in the world. Why do you like Qinze? Su Yu thought about it and whispered, there are so many good men in the world, but what does it have to do with me? The person I like is Qinze, not a good man. It's not that he's handsome, it's not that he can make money, it's because I'm with him, my heart won't be empty. It's that I can't leave him, not that he can't leave me. There are so many good men in the world, but he's the only one in my world. Nan Man Pei had nothing to say and suddenly felt sad. Chapter 343. The company will have an annual meeting in a few days. Ace wants to bring the employees of Tianfeng and Baozi together. Sister Man, you are also a shareholder of the two companies. Do you want to come? Suyu threw away all her worries. I have too many companies to spare time. Nan Man Pei shook his head. Come on. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin will be there too. They are in cahoots. If I am alone, I will definitely be suppressed, Suyu said coquettishly. Nan Man Pei said with a headache. I want to beat Qin Zhe up now. I'm afraid that when I see him, I can't help but beat him up. Don't, Suyu said nervously. Don't beat him up. Otherwise, I will be in a difficult position. Call me that day and inform me. I will see the situation and come over when I am free, Nan Man Pei said. Okay. Suyu's cell phone rang. She opened it and her eyes were full of charm. She said with a smirk, Ace is waiting for me at the hotel. I will go over first. She got up and walked in the direction of the changing room, humming a song. My little motor, awesome, awesome, the most awesome. Nan Man Pei almost broke down. Qin Zhe and his sister finally moved to a new house. No, to be precise, it was his sister who moved to a new house. She also packed Sister Ziwei and brought it along. At Royal View Mansion, the furniture was ready-made and brand new. They only needed to bring some scattered daily necessities such as bowls, chopsticks, clothes, towels, toothbrushes, and so on. Because they were all scattered things, they did not call a moving company. There was no need for that. Qin Ma also came to help. She drove the old man's car, her sister's little red horse, and Qin Zhe's new car. The two sisters' belongings were put in 3 cars. Most of them were her sister's clothes, high heels, bags, cosmetics. Wang Zijin didn't want to follow them. She wanted to stay here with Qin Zhe, but she pretended to be happy in front of Qin Bao. She turned her head and pouted at Qin Zhe unhappily. Qin Ma didn't want her daughter and son to continue to live together, so Qin Zhe stayed in the small nest. It was because of this reason that her sister wanted to pack the wolf into the house together with her. However, her sister secretly told her that Ace would move in again after her mother left. He would buy all the daily necessities, but the things over there would remain the same. Wang Zijin had an idea and said, Bao Bao, you and Ace can stay over there. I'll stay here alone. Not only did she get rid of her sister-obsessed best friend, but she could also live alone with Qin Zhe. As for the Royal View Grand Garden, I'll just find a few excuses later and let Bao Bao live alone. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and said, Bah. You have to sleep with your sister as long as you stay in Shanghai. Wang Zijin was so angry that she almost had a showdown with her. The luxurious mansion was decorated with expensive and brand new furniture, fashionable crystal chandeliers, marble walls, and a bathroom that was bigger than the living room. All kinds of details made it look like a work of art instead of a home. Qin Ma looked at every corner of the house with great interest and sighed, Bao Bao, it's really a bit lonely to live alone. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up and was about to say, let Ace move in too. Qin Ma changed the topic. Fortunately, Zijin is with you. Mom can rest assured. Qin Bao Bao said, Mom, why don't you and Dad move in too? The area is big and there are plenty of rooms. Qin Ma smiled and said, your dad and I are not used to living in this kind of place. If we stay for a long time, we will feel uncomfortable. It's not as warm as our own home. You're a big star now. You should live in a house like this. I watch those variety shows and there are scenes of stars in their homes. It's not appropriate to live in a small house. Moreover, this house can be your dowry. How good is that? Qin Bao Bao's face darkened and she muttered, I don't want other men to move in. What did you say? Nothing, Mom. Let's have dinner together tonight. Qin Bao Bao wiped the sweat on her forehead and threw her coat to her mother. After moving most of the things, Wang Zijin was decorating her own room. Qin Bao Bao slept in the master bedroom and she slept in the guest bedroom. Although it was a guest bedroom, it was 40 square meters in size. Qin Zhe stood on the balcony overlooking the night view of the Huangpu River with a glass of champagne in his hand. He took it from the wine cabinet. It was said that the previous owner of the house left it as a gift for the new owner. Qin Bao Bao wore a V-neck knitted sweater and walked to the balcony. She said sweetly, the scenery here is unique. Qin Zhe turned to look at her. His gaze moved down and saw his sister's white skin and faintly discernible cleavage. He agreed and said, the scenery here is unique. A cold wind blew. Qin Bao Bao shivered and said sadly, it's cold. Qin Zhe understood and took off his coat and put it on her. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly and hugged his arm. She lowered her voice and said, I just asked the property management to prepare some daily necessities and men's pajamas. Don't go back tonight. Mom, stupid. Drive out for a spin and then come back. I'm afraid that Mom will make a surprise inspection tomorrow. Don't worry. Hide your things and lock them. Also, if you can't open the door with just the lock, you need the password. Sister is so smart. Moi. You can't moi. Mom is in the living room. After saying that, Qin Baobao carefully turned her head and saw that her mother was wiping the coffee table with her head lowered. She quickly pecked her brother's face. When Mother Qin raised her head to look at them, the siblings were looking at the scenery. Delicious chicken. This thought flashed through Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's minds. Qin Ma glanced at her children on the balcony and quietly walked into Wang Zijin's room. Wang Zijin knelt on the bed and spread the bed sheets. Her little butt was sticking up as she worked hard. Zijin. Qin Ma walked over and helped her put on the quilt. She said casually, Bao Bao has a bad temper. It must be hard for you to live with her. It's okay. Wang Zijin said. Auntie thinks that it's not good for them to live together. At Bao Bao's age, if she doesn't have a boyfriend, her youth will be delayed. Is the same. So it's not convenient for them to live together. Qin Ma laughed and said, they have a good relationship since they were young. In the blink of an eye, it's time for one to get married and the other to become a daughter-in-law. Auntie, this is a good thing. Wang Zijin smiled gently. It's a good thing. But I feel that they haven't grown up yet. They often quarrel. The siblings don't know their limits. Qin Ma sighed and said, Auntie will be honest with you. Bao Bao, she has been very dependent on her brother since she was young. Although she often bullies him, she always thinks of him when something good happens. Her father and I are fine with scolding and beating. But if her relatives and friends say bad things about A's in front of her, she gets angry. Wang Zijin put down her work and looked at Qin Ma seriously. So, what is Auntie trying to say? Actually, I'm quite envious of Bao Bao. She has a strict father who loves her from the bottom of his heart, and a gentle mother like you. Is also dotes on her a lot. She's a girl and she has such good fortune. She just needs a man who will treat her well for the rest of her life, Wang Zijin said. That's what I'm thinking. Qin Ma sighed and said, it's because Ace dotes on her and gives in to her that she hasn't found a boyfriend until now. Zijin, do you think Bao Bao has a younger brother complex? Wang Zijin was shocked. Didn't the internet say that everyone has a father and mother complex to some extent? If you want a boyfriend, you have to be like your father because your father loves you very much. If you want a girlfriend, you have to be like your mother because your mother takes good care of you. When you grow up, you'll be gone. It's the same with a younger brother complex. Bao Bao doesn't have many male friends. She and her brother have lived together since they were young, and they still live together when they grow up. Ace also gives in to her and dotes on her. During the ancestral worship ceremony, her aunt asked her what kind of boyfriend she wants to find. Bao Bao casually said, someone like Ace. I knew it's over. Bao Bao has a younger brother complex. She thinks that Ace treats her very well, and her future boyfriend must treat her well too. But she has been living with Ace all this time, so she has an illusion that she doesn't need a boyfriend at all. Because she already has a younger brother by her side. So, I think it's time to let Bao Bao grow up. After she and Ace separate, she will feel that she needs a boyfriend to love and care for her. That's why she'll want to find a partner. Otherwise, she won't grow up for the rest of her life. You girls hate those mommy's boys. Isn't it because the mother won't let go of her child, causing him to never grow up? Wang Zijin stared at her blankly and suddenly realized something. Auntie, what you said makes sense. Why didn't I think of it? Wang Zijin thought to herself, Auntie, you're actually a professional psychologist, right? Or a professional relationship counselor. Wasn't that the logic? Bao Bao's younger brother complex came about. As long as they were separated, they would naturally recover after a long time. Bao Bao would think of finding another man, and Ace would obediently fall into her arms. Everything suddenly became clear. It's snowing, Qin Zhe said softly. Fine snowflakes drifted in the lead gray sky, fluttering in the wind. Qin Bao Bao leaned her head on his shoulder. The snowflakes couldn't drift in, but Qin Bao Bao still reached out her hand and said softly, it's so nice. I suddenly hate our mother so much, she said softly. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at her slightly drooping eyelids. Mom has stopped urging you to go on blind dates. Qin Bao Bao shook her head. I don't hate her. I hate myself. I'm sick, the kind that's incurable. Incurable? Qin Zhe said softly, then there's no cure. Yes, so I can only walk this path to the end. Qin Bao Bao sighed and suddenly laughed. She pushed Qin Zhe away and spun on the spacious balcony. Her figure was graceful and her hair was flying. She let out a bell-like laughter. It's snowing. Qin Bao Bao stood still and shouted at the sky, panting. His sister turned around. The light in the living room shone on her beautiful face. Behind her was the twilight sky, and fine snowflakes fluttered in the wind. His sister was laughing, but Qinzhe felt that it was a bit poignant and sad. "If there's really no cure for my illness, will you give up on me?" she asked. Qinzhe looked at her. He looked at the dusky sky, watched the cold wind roll up the snowflakes, and watched the lights of the houses gradually light up. He retracted his gaze and looked at the face in front of him again. "No," he said. Her smile suddenly brightened, as if the clouds had parted and the snow had settled. Chapter 344. Qinzhe yawned and came to the company. At the end of the year, there was no business in the company. The employees were unhappy. Some were chatting on the internet and some were playing games. As soon as Qinzhe arrived, he immediately switched to the desktop and stared at the computer screen in a daze. All the employees in the world were like this. He was napping on the sofa in his office. He had a poor sleep last night. Thinking of what happened last night, Qinzhe felt bad. Last night, Qinzhe drove a few laps outside and quietly returned to Royal View Grand Garden. He made a sumptuous dinner and opened champagne with his sisters to celebrate. They ate and drank. Qinma had to go home to cook for the old man, so she didn't eat with them. He drank a little too much at night. He took a shower and was ready to sleep. However, the door of the room opened silently. He didn't need to guess to know that it was his sister. Sister Ziwei didn't push his door. She only sent a message saying, "I'm so bored. I can't sleep." Then Qinzhe replied, "I'll come to accompany you." Sister Ziwei said, "Okay." Don't ask why, because before his sister opened the door, he had just sent this message to his sister Ziwei. Oh my God. Things were not good. Qinzhe was about to collapse. Qin Bao Bao tiptoed to close the door, bent over, sneaked to the bed, opened the quilt and got in. His sister, who smelled of shampoo and shower gel, threw herself into his arms. His sister's little face was adorably red. She said happily, "Are you happy, little bum? Are you surprised?" "Qinzhe, we haven't talked for a long time." His sister got into his arms and hooked her long legs around his waist. "It's so cold. Why don't you turn on the air conditioner?" He could feel her soft and fragrant breasts through her pajamas. Chatting was an excuse for the siblings. In fact, his sister wanted to be intimate with Qinzhe. She couldn't say, "Little bum, I want to sleep with you." She couldn't say it. Qin Bao Bao grabbed her brother's hand, put it on her waist and whispered to him. Qinzhe answered in trepidation and focused his attention on Sister Ziwei's room next door. About half an hour later, he heard the door next door open. "Sister Ziwei is coming out. Quickly hide." Qinzhe's expression changed. "She probably came out to use the toilet." Qin Bao Bao said. "What if she comes in?" Qinzhe asked. He knew that Sister Ziwei would definitely come in. Qin Bao Bao looked at him suspiciously and hid in the wardrobe. Surprisingly, Wang Zijin did not open the door immediately. Instead, she knocked on Qin Bao Bao's door. After a while, she opened the door and entered. Sister Ziwei was wearing pajamas. She crossed her arms over her chest and crawled into bed without saying a word. Qinzhe was speechless. His bladder tightened. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'd better obediently go back to my nest. Bao Bao is not in the room. Where did she go?" Wang Zijin whispered. She did the exact same thing as Qin Bao Bao. She put her legs on Qinzhe's waist and snuggled into his arms. The room was not air-conditioned. This was the only way to make herself feel warmer. "Maybe she's in the toilet. Sister Ziwei also feels cold?" Qinzhe said. Sister's room was the master bedroom. There was a separate toilet. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin's guest bedroom was not. They had to go out in the middle of the night to use the toilet. "It's so cold." Wang Zijin curled up in his arms and buried her face in his warm chest. Qinzhe glanced at the wardrobe carefully and said in a low voice, "Don't catch a cold. Go back to sleep if you're cold." Wang Zijin blinked and looked at him blankly. What was wrong with the little red guy today? Usually he couldn't wait to take advantage of her. Today she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Why did he take advantage of her? Qinzhe moved to the side and said righteously, "I'm sleepy too. I want to sleep. If Sister Ziwei is looking for my sister, let's go and see her now. Maybe she has already come out." Wang Zijin looked at him blankly and bit her lips sadly. She waited in the room for a long time and took the initiative to come to him. Was it just to hear him say the words, "Want to sleep"? How long had they been in a relationship? Was he tired of her and had a change of heart? Wang Zijin thought of a joke on the internet for no reason. "Dog, you've changed." Oh, I'll go back. Wang Zijin answered in a muffled voice. She lifted the quilt, hugged her chest and left silently. After she left, her sister climbed out of the wardrobe and got into Qin Zhe's quilt, shivering. Without saying anything, she pinched his waist and said fiercely, "Tell me what's wrong with you?" Qin Zhe sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "It's nothing." "Nothing. She got into your quilt in the middle of the night?" Her sister looked as if she was about to cry. "Didn't you also get into my quilt in the middle of the night?" Qin Zhe explained, "She was looking for you. She didn't see you, so she came into my room to ask. Maybe it was too cold, so she was warming herself in the quilt." Qin Baobao thought about it. It seemed to be the case. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that the wolf in the house had been coveting her pig. Perhaps she even wanted to take the opportunity to seduce him. She would see how her brother would respond. He would righteously chase her away and remain calm. He was worthy of being her sweetheart brother. Qin Bao pressed her lips on Qin Zhe's face and kissed him hard. She said happily, "Sleep, sleep." "Sleep? Hurry up and go back. If Sister Ziwei comes to find you later and you're not there, she won't be able to explain herself if she finds you lying on my bed." Qin Bao thought for a while and found it reasonable. She whispered, "Then I'll go back." She tiptoed to the door and opened it quietly. She carefully poked her head out to take a look, and then flashed out of the door through the crack. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and counted from 1 to 100 silently. He lifted the quilt and tiptoed out of the room. If someone saw this scene, they would be surprised to find that the actions and postures of the siblings were almost the same. There was a sense of sneakiness. He quietly opened the door. Sister Ziwei was sleeping on her side with her back to the door. Under the thick quilt, a soft and beautiful curve could be vaguely seen. "Sister Ziwei, I'm here." He lifted the quilt and got in. Wang Zijin pulled the quilt up to cover her head and looked like she didn't want to talk to him. It seemed that she was angry. "Why did you knock on my sister's door for no reason?" Qin Zhe hugged her waist and leaned against her soft back. He whispered, "If she comes out, won't we both be finished?" "Finished?" Wang Zijin turned around and said angrily, "Why would we be finished? You're my boyfriend and I'm your girlfriend. Why would we be finished?" "I'm sorry," Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin snorted. Qin Zhe hugged her and whispered something. It was not sugar-coated bullets but some trivial things. Sugar-coated bullets were suitable for his sister, but Wang Zijin didn't like it. Qin Zhe thought that if his life was written into a book, it would be called, "My Life is So Hard Being Sandwiched Between My Sisters." At this moment, he heard the subtle sound of the door opening. His heart skipped a beat. Sister came out again? She wanted to come to my room again? What should I do? I'm done for. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks on the door, his sister's voice sounded. "Zijin, are you asleep?" Since she came to find Sister Ziwei, Qin Zhe shook his head at her. If Sister Ziwei was asleep, she would definitely go to his room to find him. Then he couldn't hide the fact that he wasn't in the room. "No," Wang Zijin replied. "That's good. I'm coming in." Qin Baobao's voice was full of joy. "Damn, I'm finished." Qin Zhe was like a nimble cat, agile and silent. He jumped off the bed, bent over to pick up the slippers and flashed into the wardrobe. His sister opened the door and came in. Stepping on the cotton slippers, she ran to the bed, kicked off the slippers and got into the bed. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that the little red guy was so agile, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. "It's so cold." Qin Baobao hugged her best friend's waist. "I don't know if it's because I'm used to it. I feel that I can't sleep well without someone around me. I can't count how many times I turn over and over." Do you think so too?" Wang Zijin whispered, "I can't sleep either. Without your long legs pressing down on me, I feel empty." "Then let's sleep together tonight. You knocked on my door just now because you want to sleep with me," Qin Baobao said with a smile. But what?" "No, nothing." Wang Zijin thought, "But your brother is still in my room." Qin Zhe's heart was cold. If his life was written into a book, it should be called, "I, who is sandwiched between my sisters, will die sooner or later." Wang Zijin suddenly exclaimed. "Wow, are your breasts bigger?" Qin Baobao said with a smile. "They're not as big as yours, you big cow." Wang Zijin said with an angry tone. "If you pinch them randomly, the color will change." Qin Baobao's voice came. "I'll strangle you." There was a commotion on the bed, followed by 2 panting voices. The sisters were having fun on the bed. Qin Zhe, who was hiding in the wardrobe, silently took off Sister Ziwei's 2 coats and covered his body. He hugged his chest and curled up. In this cold world he longed for a little warmth. The next day the three of them woke up with dark circles under their eyes. The sisters played until very late into the night. Xianxia woke up several times in the middle of the night because of the cold. When he woke up, he found himself curled up into a ball and slept in a miserable and pitiful position for the whole night. Even if his body was strong, he still caught a small cold after a night in the cold. In a daze, the office door was pushed open, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor. A soft body leaned into his arms. It was so warm and soft. Xianxia subconsciously hugged it tightly in his arms. At this moment he heard the crisp sound of a shutter. The sound of a shutter? Holy shit. Xianxia opened his eyes abruptly and sat up in shock. Chapter 345. Are you awake? Suyu quietly put the mobile phone into her pocket. Well, I was scared awake by you. Xianxia held Suyu's slender waist and didn't let her get up. His other hand reached out to her chest. Suyu hurriedly covered her chest and pretended to be frightened and shy. Do you want to do it in the office? Don't do this. Hey, give me back my mobile phone. Xianxia grabbed her thumb, unlocked the mobile phone, and found the photo she had just taken in the album. In the photo, Suyu and his face were close, lying on the sofa. He was sleeping soundly. Suyu smiled, made a peace sign, and took a beautiful selfie. You promised me not to take photos. Xianxia twisted her crystal earlobe. It hurts, I didn't send it randomly. See for yourself. Suyu begged for mercy. Xianxia opened her chat software, and the photo was indeed not sent out, so he let go. Suyu sullenly said, You don't spoil me at all. The book says that the overbearing president spoils his woman. Xianxia thought about it and asked, Do you think I am an overbearing president? Suyu was silent. Hey, don't be silent, say something, even you think I am low? Xianxia was desperate. Suyu said truthfully, You are very overbearing in front of me, but in front of your sister, you are a salted fish. That's because you are a masochist. Next week at the annual meeting, the employees are clamoring for me to perform. Do you think I will agree? Suyu frowned. Do you want to perform? Xianxia asked. If you are with me, I will perform. Suyu smiled with shallow dimples. Let me think about it. Xianxia said. If it was an internal performance, it didn't matter, but this annual meeting, Tianfeng and Baozi gathered together. The entertainment company is not short of artists who can sing and dance. So you can sing and dance. How about a skit? 2 people rotation? No, he couldn't imagine what it would be like to talk about a skit with Suyu on the stage. The picture must be unbearable. I heard that Qin Bao moved to a new house? Suyu suddenly asked. Yeah. You didn't move there? I'll go and stay there occasionally. Suyu turned her eyes and threw herself into his arms. Move in with me. Then wouldn't I have to run from 2 places to 3? You don't have to move here. Come and stay here for a few days every day. Suyu said coquettishly. Yes. Xianxia nodded. He and Suyu were in the stage of heavenly thunder and earth fire. Even if he knew that Suyu's small abacus was crackling, he couldn't bear to refuse. Since he couldn't be ruthless, he could only take care of both ends. He would ask the system if there was a manual for raising heavenly dragon. By the way, are you still in that group? Xianxia asked. Yes, Sister Man, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin are all here. Suyu said, I've been quarreling less recently. I serve you every day. I don't have time to fight with your sister. Alas, women are really narrow-minded. They hate each other in the game and talk in reality. Until now they still haven't forgotten. Countless facts have proven that the women around him are not easy to deal with. What if one day he and Su Teddy do sports and then she quietly takes photos? Xianxia imagined a picture. In the hotel room he was lying on Suyu's body. Suyu was moaning and picking up the mobile phone under the pillow. Facing the ceiling mirror she took photos. Spreading the chat group. Today I had sex with Xianxia. Cool. Xianxia shuddered. No, before I'm mentally prepared, I can't expose myself. I salted fish Zay can't be such a dog. Xianxia straightened Suyu's body and said with a serious expression, Suyu, you should leave the group. Suyu looked at him, her face gradually turned red, hesitated for a moment and nodded. She got up and walked to the door of the office. With a click, she locked the door. Then she turned back to the sofa, took off her high heels, blushed and took off her skirt. I asked you to leave the group, not to take off your skirt. It's to take off my skirt. It's the chat group. Xianxia was mad. But I'll talk about it later. Suyu had taken off her skirt. Do you want to come? I don't think that's a good idea. We're in the office. Xianxia said no, but his hands started to move. The picture lasted for nearly an hour and was summed up in formal 15 words: what the president and the secretary have to do in the office. The two put on their clothes and lay on the spacious reception sofa. Qinzhe closed his eyes and Suyu lay lazily in his arms. I'm going to die, she gasped and murmured to herself. Suyu rested for a moment, pulled out a few paper towels and cleaned it up. Her eyes flashed with a bright light. I'll wipe it for you too. The paper towels are used and thrown away. Change it. Qinzhe shrank and blocked her little hand. Suyu showed a sly smile. This is what you said, remember your words. Qinzhe. He thought about it and suddenly he got Suyu's meaning. This hint was so familiar as if he had heard it somewhere. By the way, my family's maggot also said something similar, and it was also hinting at the same person. Qinzhe sighed and suddenly felt sad for Sister Ziwei. The paper towels are used and thrown away, but Zijin needs to use them every day. Qinzhe said. Suyu was so smart, of course she understood what he meant. She snorted and wrinkled her nose. Oh no, Wang Zijin, this little bitch hasn't gone to bed yet, but she has already seduced my Qinzhe. I have to find a way to show my power and kill her. I want to abuse her. Do you love me or Wang Zijin? Suyu pouted. Do you love me? Qinzhe asked. Suyu pointed to the lace underwear that she had not had time to wear back and said angrily, if this doesn't count, then I have nothing to be sad about. Qinzhe was surprised. He didn't seem to have exchanged this song, right? So, how did Suyu know the lyrics? Is it possible that the host of the cheat system is her? No, if this is the case, the low-level system will definitely stop him from having sex with Suyu. As soon as he takes off his pants, the low-level system will roar. High energy ahead, host, go quickly. So it should be a coincidence. Don't be sad, let's do it again. Qinzhe pulled Suyu into his arms and turned over to press her. The sound of the pile driver sounded again. After the whole world was dull, Qinzhe hugged Suyu, one hand lingering back and forth on her chest, and at the same time communicated with the system. System, I suddenly have an idea. Want to be a man 10 times? No, I suddenly want to do magic. At the annual meeting, do you have any magic proficiency skill books? Give me a few. I think you are suitable to perform ventriloquism. The system said. Ventriloquism? Qinzhe was shocked. Why should I learn this? You pass it to my secretary, she needs to learn. Learning ventriloquism is more useful than learning magic. Magic needs props, ventriloquism is enough. The system said, don't get me wrong, this is traditional ventriloquism, I can give you a 50% discount. Guaranteed to beat the B-Box World Champion. Really? Really? Advanced Magic Proficiency, 300 points exchange. I will only charge you 150 points for ventriloquism. In view of the host's nature, points and so on, save as much as you can. You just want me to learn ventriloquism. Qinzhe's face darkened. Yes, you are the first host to max out the ventriloquism skill. The system used an overt plot. I did it. Qinzhe gritted his teeth. It was also excellent to save 150 points. Moreover, ventriloquism and so on, after learning it he could communicate with Suyu, and in the future he could communicate with Sister Ziwei, and most importantly, one day he could communicate with his sister. Soon a week passed. Today was the day of the annual meeting. The employees were counting the time in anticipation, waiting for work to end. Everyone was full of expectations for this annual meeting. Bao Zhe and Tianfang had the annual meeting together, and there would be many stars singing on stage, including the popular Queen Qin Bao Bao, long-legged model girls dancing, and second-tier star Li Wei performing a talk show. Secondly, it was said that Bosch Qin had prepared a lot of prizes this year. In addition to everyone getting the latest pair mobile phone, there was also a lottery. The special prize was 1 million yuan. The first prize was a car worth 500,000 yuan. The second prize was 300,000 yuan in cash. The third prize was a Shanghai license plate. There were 20 other small prizes, ranging from 100,000 to 10,000 yuan. At noon, the program schedule for the annual meeting came out and was sent to the company's internal chat group. Hey, look at the program schedule, Bosch Qin will also perform on stage. It's normal, I don't know if Bosch Qin will sing a new song at the annual meeting. It's not a song, it's a performance, ventriloquism. Pfft, ventriloquism? I'm wrong. Bosch Qin has this kind of hobby? No, he has this kind of ability? Haha, do you want to bring a sausage or a banana? Keep your voice down, don't you want to live? If it reaches Bosch Qin's ears, you'll be fired. There was a lot of discussion. In the afternoon, employees got off work an hour earlier, and went to the venue of the annual meeting. Suyu came to Qinzai's office with a bag of clothes, changed her clothes in front of him, took off her coat, and the dress slid down her slender thighs. The contrast between her white body and the black lace was strong, and her slender straight thighs were wrapped in black stockings. They slept together, showered together, and almost let him know that she was warm-hearted. Suyu was very open. Qinzai sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the office. Beauty-changing outfit. Jif a plain pleated dress, a short dark purple windbreaker, a matching short shawl, and a light green woman's hat. Fashionable, exquisite, and matched with her beautiful and refined appearance, 999 likes. Hey, this hat looks familiar. Qinzai asked. Yeah, I wore it that day. Suyu nodded. Didn't you wear it on Xiaobing's head? Qinzai was confused. I bought a new one, I like this style. Suyu turned in circles in front of him. Does it look good? Qinzai was surprised and felt that she was going to do something again. Don't put the hat on people. You're so annoying, always thinking of me as a bad person. Suyu pouted. Chapter 346. Whether it's bad or not, you know it yourself. Qinzai rolled his eyes. Suyu licked her lips, leaned close to him and smirked. Husband, do you want to do it before the annual meeting? Anyway, there's still time. The biggest temptation for a man is a beautiful girl saying to him, do you want to do it? Although he knew that Suyu was not the ice beauty type, after the development some aspects changed too fast, right? Before, when he let her come up and move on her own, she still looked aggrieved. When he asked her to help her brother, her small hands were still trembling. Now more and more postures have been unlocked, and her words are getting bolder and bolder. She grew from an older girl to a real woman. Perhaps after a while, it's time to teach her real ventriloquism. No. Qinzai said helplessly, give my dick a holiday. Then I'll let you go once. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was very fierce. Every time she did something she was exhausted. She cried and shouted, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I don't want it. But no matter what, she still wants to love. Because men and women are different. Women recover quickly, and after a day they will be more and more energetic. After a man is done, the whole world will be dull. Therefore, as long as she keeps asking, Qinzai's world will become dull, and he will have no mood and energy to deal with Wang Zijin. This is where Suyu's confidence lies. Wang Zijin, this idiot, pretended to be serious and deserved to be robbed by her. In this battle, Suyu has already seen the victory. Master, are you really not coming? Suyu winked. Call me Hei's King. Qinzai said. Hei's King, are you coming? I'm coming. This time, Suyu can call out boldly because there is no one in the company. She can call out as loud as she wants, even if no one applauds for her. By the way, before the sound of the pile driver sounded, there is a melody that can't be missing. Music. Friction, friction, friction like the devil's steps. After that, Suyu cleaned up the deoxyribose and took Qinzai's hand to leave the office. Qinzai booked an hourly room in the hotel opposite the company so that she could take a shower. Then he drove Suyu straight to the annual meeting venue. In the car, Suyu, who had taken a bath, was blushing and charming. She leaned lazily on the co-pilot seat and sent a message to Nan Man Pei. Big sister man, are you coming? Nan Man Pei, something came up, I might not be able to make it. Suyu, come on, I was hit by a car. Why don't you come and see me? Nan Man Pei, what happened? Was it serious? Shock. Suyu, it's okay, I just hit my butt a few hundred times, it doesn't hurt. Nan Man Pei, a few hundred times? Suyu, old Han pushing cart, shy. Nan Man Pei, do you believe that I'll come over right now and slap you to death? Anger? Suyu, I have a husband, I'm not afraid of you, Nan Man Pei, there's a sour smell of love. Suyu, naked envy, jealousy and hate. Nan Man Pei, safety measures should be taken to avoid people dying. Suyu, this is a bit difficult. He comes to stay with me for a few days every day. It's impossible to guard against it. Nan Man Pei, ? After a few minutes she reacted and scolded, get out. Suyu, isn't it better to be pregnant? Get married with a child. Nan Man Pei, you're like an old general on the stage full of flags. The annual meeting venue was set in a 5-star hotel a few kilometers away. It was one of the best hotels in Lujiazui. Many listed companies held their annual meetings here. The venue was very large. 6 thick pillars supported the dome. The dome was high and far like the Great Hall of the People. The employees signed the name list in front of the door and entered the venue one after another. More than 60 tables were arranged in an orderly manner. The lights were bright. More than a dozen hotel staff stood in the corner of the venue. The four most beautiful ones stood at the door, smiling and shouting, "Welcome." The stage was very big. It was like a stage, enough for people to do somersaults to their heart's content. The equipment was also complete. There were projectors, computers, and so on. There were a few staff members behind the venue to operate everything. In addition, Tianfang had also arranged for their own cameraman to film the entire event. A high-end camera was set up behind. When the program started, the professionals would leave the venue to film. There were so many celebrities, including the popular Queen Qin Baobao. Just her singing alone, as long as it was posted on the internet, countless fans would like and watch it. Qinzhe and Su Yu entered the venue side by side. Along the way, the seats were called out President Su and President Qin. The two of them walked to the main table. At that table, the general manager of Tianfang, Jianghu, the deputy manager, and a senior executive of Tianfang were seated. On the side of Baoza Investment, there was Li Linfeng and another manager. Those who were not seated were Qinzhe, Su Yu, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin. The last seat was reserved for Nan Man Pei, regardless of whether she came or not. 10 minutes before the banquet started, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin walked in hand. The two of them were dressed up meticulously. Everyone was familiar with Qin Baobao. She was a celebrity with high exposure. Every time they saw her, they would be stunned. And now, Wang Zijin, who was beside her, also made the eyes of the men present light up. She had an oval-shaped face, long black hair, and bright peach blossom eyes. She was a rare beauty. In terms of beauty, she was not as exquisite as Qin Baobao. But her temperament and eyes were enough to make men forget about her. This kind of beauty, even in the entertainment industry, would be considered top-notch. There was also that tall beauty who came together with Chairman Qin. With that face and that figure, it would be a waste not to be in the entertainment industry. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin walked over side by side. Their gazes swept across the audience. In the vast sea of heads, they searched for their younger brother, boyfriend. Then they walked over and slowly increased their pace. From walking quickly to jogging, Wang Zijin, who was wearing low-heeled shoes, was a cut above. She snatched the seat to Qinzhe's left. The right seat was taken by Su Yu. Qin Baobao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She sat beside Wang Zijin indignantly. Before the banquet started, Qinzhe went on stage to speak. The script was prepared for him by his secretary, Su Yu. She had also prepared a copy for herself. After Qinzhe and Su Yu finished speaking, Qin Baobao went on stage to speak. Finally, it was Tianfang's general manager, Jianghu. After that, the banquet officially started. According to the program list, Qin Baobao's opening performance was, of course, singing. She had originally planned to wear a short skirt and dance. However, at home, after Qinzhe saw his sister's seductive dance moves with her slender waist and hips, he righteously rejected it. "This kind of killing machine, just leave it to deal with me. Don't pity me. Use your dance moves to your heart's content to smash me into pieces." Under the attention of tens of thousands of people, Qin Baobao went on stage and sang "Time Boils the Rain." It was a real singing performance, not a voice that was edited in a recording studio. His sister had turned from an amateur singer who sang well to a professional singer in just half a year. After being honed by numerous commercial performances, she had achieved great success in that concert. Now she had the confidence to sing in any venue. The whole audience was in an uproar. There was endless applause. After that, the employees of Baoza Investment performed a skit. It was very amateur, but they acted very seriously. The program list was alternating between the two companies. Li Wei's talk show, the model group's hot dance, the small stars singing. One by one, the programs were performed. During this period, Qinzhe presided over the lucky draw. From the small prize to the big prize, the lucky guy who drew a license plate was so excited that he danced with joy. He was even happier than the guy who drew the 500,000 bens. These days, even if you had money, you might not be able to get a license plate unless you were a local tyrant. Unexpectedly, the second place turned out to be Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei's luck was off the charts. She went straight back to her seat with a thick stack of tickets. Although she didn't care about money, she was very happy to be able to draw the second prize. Her eyes were sparkling. When receiving the prize, Qinzhe whispered, "Sister Ziwei is really a blessing to her husband." Wang Zijin gave him a coquettish look. Others may not pay attention to the two of them, and those who are too far away can't see clearly, but Su Yu and Qin Baobao, who were sitting in the front seat, had been paying attention to the two of them and suddenly narrowed their eyes. In the eyes of the two there was a flash of killing intent. Zhe put a stack of tickets into Wang Zijin's arms and whispered, "Sister Ziwei, we have the room fee for next year." For her boyfriend's flowery mouth, Wang Zijin disdainfully curled her lips and whispered, "His wife's money is controlled by his sister." Wang Zijin's resentment plus 10086 ISN. This all her money? Zhe, watching Wang Zijin return to her seat with the tickets, Zhe looked in the direction of the gate. Nan Man Pei dressed casually came in. The long red carpet, and the scenery on both sides seemed to be a foil. Sister Man's aura was particularly strong. She supported such a large family business by herself and mingled well in Shanghai. This aura and temperament completely defeated the black-hearted maggot, the black-bellied woman and the teddy bear. The male comrades on both sides looked over at her. "Who is this? So beautiful. Wow, I like this kind of majestic woman. Is she from our company? I haven't seen her before. Maybe she's from Tianfeng. She's really beautiful. Maybe she's a star? This annual meeting is worth it. I originally came for Qin Bao Bao, but I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to come out all of a sudden." She went to the main table. "What's her identity?" "There are 4 super beauties at the main table. Wow, I also want to sit there." "Sister Man, here. Su Yu, who had been quiet and silent, suddenly became active and shook her small hands vigorously. Her aura, which had been suppressed by Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao before, almost shrank to the corner. At the moment when Nan Man Pei sat down, there seemed to be a valiant teddy bear at the table, looking up at the moon. "Sister Man, you're late. The lottery is almost over." Su Yu took Nan Man Pei's arm and smiled, "But there's still a special prize." After that, she pointed to a lot of red grandpas at Wang Zijin's feet. "Look, Zijin got the second prize." Nan Man Pei smiled at Wang Zijin. "Congratulations." Wang Zijin returned with a generous smile. "Thank you." Zhe on the stage looked at the harmonious atmosphere at the table and smiled. "You thought too much." Although Su Yu and her sister didn't deal with each other secretly, they still paid attention to propriety in public. When he thought about it, Zhe saw Su Yu turn around and pick up her light green hat from the back of the chair. Snap. "Put it on Sister Ziwei. Hat." Chapter 347. Seeing this scene, Zhe heard a song in his mind. "My heart is too messy, it's going to be blank. God forgets to arrange it for me." It was this song which always fit his mood at this time. He underestimated Su Yu's hostility to Wang Zijin. Indeed, Qin Bao Bao just lost a few games, at least Su Yu choked back her words. Wang Zijin was the #1 enemy. Su Yu's small body waved a hoe and dug her corner. There was no such thing as harmonious coexistence. "I'm a damn salted fish, not long out yet." Now he couldn't step down to stop this farce. There was still a grand prize waiting for him. Wang Zijin was particularly confused. She didn't know what was going on. The hat was on her head. Under the big brimmed hat, her beautiful oval face was stunned. "This is my favorite hat." Su Yu blinked and showed a harmless smile of a goddess. "It's for you." Wang Zijin took off the hat and glanced at it. Her eyebrows jumped fiercely. As an experienced internet driver, she immediately understood Su Yu's provocation. This damn teddy, why did she point her gun at me? Didn't she hate Bao Bao? Did she think that with Nan Man Pei here she would be confident? I'm afraid she doesn't know how to write the word death. Don't give me a chance to fiercely attack you. Wang Zijin's mind was full of twists and turns. Don't you like it? Su Yu looked harmless. I like this hat best. I just bought it and haven't used it many times. This is for you. At first glance, it seemed that she was showing kindness to Wang Zijin. I like it. Thank you for your gift. Wang Zijin smiled and pressed the surging force back into her dantian. The two women's eyes met, and they had a tacit understanding. At this time on the stage, Zhe held the microphone and said loudly, Next, the number will be drawn. The grand prize is number 2. There was a hubbub. The grand prize that everyone was looking forward to was revealed. There was a hissing sound and disappointment. The $1 million grand prize passed by. Number 2 is Su Yu. Zhe was number 1. Su Yu was taken aback. She blinked her eyes in astonishment. This time, the lottery was random, and there was absolutely no under-the-table operation. Su Yu could pat his small chest of the B-cup and swear. In other words, it could only be because her luck was too heaven-defying that she drew the grand prize. I am indeed a woman favored by the heavens. Similarly, Zhe will definitely be my husband in the future, not this black-hearted Wang Zijin. Thinking of this, Su Yu smiled and happily went to the stage to receive the award. Su Yu stepped lightly on the stage and blinked at Zhe. I'm so lucky. I won the grand prize by accident. Suyu blinked her bright eyes and whispered, "Let's open the presidential suite for 3 years in a row. It's stable." A strong sense of déjà vu, Suyu must be a roundworm in his stomach. Or in some aspects he and Suyu have a tacit understanding. Qinzhe smiled brightly, lowered his voice and gnashed his teeth. "Little devil, you said you wouldn't make trouble." "I didn't make trouble. I gave my beloved hat to Wang Zijin. I'm so considerate." Suyu smiled. Surprisingly, Qinzhe was silent. For a moment he wanted to rush down and tell Sister Ziwei about his relationship with Suyu. He also wanted to tell his sister about his relationship with Wang Zijin. His emotional line has been in a mess since he was a child, or it has gone astray to the European continent. At the beginning he decided to pursue Sister Ziwei. In addition to her being his ideal partner, there was another important reason. He wanted to turn back his astray emotional line. But he failed. In the end he still couldn't let it go and was not reconciled. The astray emotional line has been diverted, and part of it continues to swim in the European continent without regret. The diverted part made a big circle and rushed towards the capital. Suyu was an accident. Qinzhe recalled the scene of that night countless times, but he still couldn't guarantee that if he was given another chance he would refuse. Originally he appreciated Suyu at most. He didn't want to test her depth, nor did he want to let her know his strengths and weaknesses. Until that day when she was sick, he listened to her talk about her past. Her voice was calm and empty, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with herself. But there was no mirror on the ceiling of her house. Otherwise, Suyu could find so much sadness and loneliness in her eyes. From that day on, Qinzhe had deep pity for her. There were many poor girls in the world, but those had nothing to do with Qinzhe. Suyu was a little different from her sisters. In front of her sisters he was a salted fish, a younger brother or a younger brother. But in front of Suyu, he was a god, the one who was worshipped even if she was actually several years older than him. She listened to you, relied on you like a brainless little fangirl, and regarded you as everything in her world. In the past 23 years, Qinzhe was a good-for-nothing son in the eyes of his father, a little red man in the eyes of his sister, a mediocre child in the eyes of his relatives and friends, and the most ordinary student in the eyes of his classmates and teachers. Suyu was different for him. After that night, his emotional line was divided into 3, flowing in different directions. Now his feelings were a mess, even more messy than before. Sometimes he really wanted to lay his cards on the table and lay his cards on the table with the whole world. Sometimes he was frightened like a child, hiding secrets, afraid that he had nothing. He cared about everything, so he was entangled in everything. If he hadn't cared about his small family, these things might not have happened. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Suyu waved her small hand in front of him. "Sorry, I was distracted." Qinzhe smiled reluctantly. Could he blame her? Blame her for putting a hat on Sister Ziwei? He was the one who was really at fault. "Let's talk about something. I don't want 1 million yuan. Split it into 100 red packets and randomly reward the employees." Suyu said, "The lucky draw was originally to reward the employees. We won the special prize. It doesn't mean anything." Qinzhe thought it made sense. This could not only make up for the hurt hearts of the employees, but also reflect the generosity of the leader. He raised the microphone and said loudly, "Now there's a new situation. Boss Su decided to split 1 million yuan into 100 red packets and randomly reward you." As soon as the voice fell, the cheers from the audience shook the sky. The employees who had just muttered about the under-the-table operation changed their minds. Qinzhe didn't need to host the small red packets. He handed the microphone to the staff of the hotel. He returned to his seat with Suyu. "Oh, the special prize, congratulations." As soon as Suyu sat down, Wang Zijin came up and put the hat on Suyu's head. "I'm the second prize. I really don't have the face to accept your gift." "Oh, I'll return the hat to you." "Put it on." Suyu was anxious. She took it off and put it on Wang Zijin's head. No, you have the face. Hurry up and accept it." "Stand still, I'll put it on for you." No, I don't have the face to accept it." "You have the face. Hurry up and accept it." The two beauties were pushing a light green hat back and forth. The people around them were all dumbfounded. The culprit, Qinzhe, should have felt his scalp tingle, but he suddenly remembered the head-touching killer, when he played with his sister. "If you touch me, I'll touch you back. Where you touch me, I'll touch you back." It was childish, ridiculous, but warm. Thinking of this, Qinzhe unconsciously looked at his sister. He saw his sister sitting there, drinking elegantly. Her smile was light, coquettish, charming, and dignified. On the other hand, Sister Ziwei, who was supposed to be dignified, was caught in a battle. The beautiful president, who was supposed to be cold, was like a teddy bear making a scene everywhere. At the critical moment, his sister was still the best. Qin Bao Bao sipped her red wine and smiled without saying anything. She thought to herself, make a scene? The more you make a scene, the more embarrassed A's will be. I'll sit on the fishing platform and reap the benefits. This wave was in the bag. Wang Zijin and Su Yu's hands slipped, and the light green hat was put on Qin Zai's head. Qin Zai, the veins on Qin Zai's forehead were throbbing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wang Zijin and Su Yu's faces changed dramatically. This was not a good feeling. They were careless and made their man-boyfriend wear a green hat. I'll be stabbed to death tonight, right? Su Yu thought in fear. A's is going to be angry with me. How can Shirliji and Teddy Su be the only ones fooling around? Wang Zijin thought regretfully. Anyone who was cuckolded would have a mental breakdown, even someone as black-bellied as her. Sit down and eat. Don't make a scene. Qin Zai took off the hat with a dark face and handed it back to Su Yu. What else can I do? Qin Zai thought that if his life was really written into a book, the title should be, Of Course I Choose to Forgive Them. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, my husband really loves me and can't bear to be angry with me. Wang Zijin was much more rational. She knew Qin Zai's temper. Even if the occasion was not right, he would still say a few words. Sister Ziwei, let's go home and teach you how to behave. Sister Ziwei, you're too arrogant. Tonight I need to let you know how powerful the iron rod is. Sister Ziwei, I'm ready to grind the iron rod into a needle. Please show me your whetstone. Nothing at all. Today's little red guy was very good-tempered. Could it be that they were really having an affair? Wang Zijin quietly cast a sidelong glance at Qin and Su Yu.